All stations, 10 seconds, a 10-second countdown, all stations. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is Cricket on 360 Radio as we bring you ball by ball commentaries of the West Indies South Africa series. The action is about to begin. And now, for all the excitement, let's join our commentators on location.
Welcome here to our bright and sunny Queen's Park Oval. We're here for day 3 of this very interesting test match. It's nicely poised at the moment. Pity this wasn't the start of maybe the second day rather than the third. We lost so much to rain on the very first day. We had a real problem in terms of the weather. Thankfully, yesterday wasn't so bad. Yesterday we had just a mild, let me put it like a little slight drizzle during the luncheon interval, and with that, the players just lost maybe about 10 minutes, but we went right through the day until 5:30, and we completed the allotment of overs, so nothing was really lost in yesterday's play. It's, as I said, the game is interestingly poised, 344 for 8. The South Africans, they were in a much better position at one stage when the partnership was going nicely between Virani and Mulder, and they were going along nicely at 328 for 6. And they had put on something like 57 runs for the 7th wicket. And all of a sudden, Virani went, and the very next ball, Keshav Maharaj, he went, both caught and bowled by Warrican, and from 328 for 6, they suddenly went to 328 for 8. But a good little resistance here from Rabada, who has come in at number 10. He's on 12 not out. With him is Wian Mulder. He's on 37 not out. Batting pretty well. He's been very, in terms of how he's batted, he's been very watchful. He's tried to put away the bad ball. He's normally a very attacking type of batsman, but he's been very watchful so far, picking his deliveries in which to attack, and he is on 37 not out. We're just about getting ready for the first ball of the day's play, and it's Jayden Seales with that, and a delivery angled back into the right-hander Mulder, and he's pushing it back up along the track to Seales, who doesn't feel it cleanly, but there is no run. Well, I'm Colin Murray alongside Liam Manchan. Interesting day today. I suppose you would think, Liam, if they could get these 2 wickets quickly, maybe 350, 360. We all thought it would have been more than that, and it still can be. But what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think one thing the West Indies would hope today is that the luck is on their side. I think yesterday they were a bit unlucky at times, for how well they bowled. And I think today they're going to just hope to get these wickets early, as you mentioned, for as least as possible.
Well, that one kept a little bit low outside the line of the off stump. It came back at Mulder, and you could see him. He's a tall man, though, and he's indicating that ball kept much lower than he anticipated. Let's have a look at the field. There's just the one slip. And maybe I thought they might have started with 2 slips this morning, but they've just started with the 1 slip. There's a third man, a cover mid-off. So 4 men on the offside, and then on the onside, there's a wideish mid-on, a short mid-wicket, then a short square leg, then there's a deep man right out there at the square leg boundary, and there is a long leg. So that is the field. 4 men on the off, 5 on the on. Seales from the Brian Lara Pavilion and moves into bowl to Mulder, and this one he's playing it just to the left of Warrican, who is at cover, and there is no run. So Jayden Seales certainly bowled well in this game. He's picked up 2 wickets so far, 2 for 57. He's in his 23rd over. I would think, Liam, he was also a little bit unlucky. Beat the outside edge on a number of occasions.
Yeah, he also got the outside edge a few times, and the ball just falling short or going wide off first slip. So Yeah, he was a bit unlucky. I think he put in a good shift. He bowled what I think it was 16 overs yesterday alone. Had a tough day out, but he's back again today.
Well, he's into Mulder, and he's going to get a single because he's a delivery that's short outside the line of the off stump, and he's guiding it down towards that deep point position, and they go through for a comfortable single. So one more to the total, so they're off and running today. So they're now 345 for 8, rather. They started, remember, on 344 for 8. So Mulder, who was on 37, goes up to 38. Rabada is back on strike. He's on 12. And we see a forward short leg being employed for Rabada. Or is it a short? More of a, I wouldn't like to call him forward short leg because I don't think he's there for a bat pad. He's there for if that ball is maybe turned in the air by Rabada. He's at almost a short square leg in front of square, and then there's that short mid wicket as well in catching positions, and then just the lone slip. So 3 men in a catching position as Seals into Rabada, and he plays at this one outside the line of the off stump, and yet again we see the ball beating the outside edge.
Yeah, I think those fielders there in that catching position. We saw yesterday that Seals was bowling at Rabada, and he didn't negotiate the short ball well. He actually got hits on his shoulder. So I think, well, now we see Hodge coming out of that short mid wicket and going into a second slip. It's good to see, though. It's good to see that the West Indies are on the attack here. They're going to really want to wrap things up quickly this morning. Just 2 wickets to get. And they want to get out there. The wicket still seems to be good. The weather is good, so they want to bat as early as they can today.
Yeah, I would have thought that they would have started with the 2 slips, but then as this delivery, he's forward to a delivery just angled into the left-hander, and he's pushing it back up along the track to Seal. So the end of the first over, just 1 run coming from it. So the South Africans 345 for 8. I thought they may have started with 2 slips, but obviously the delivery that he bowled to Rabada outside the line of the off stump, just leaving him slightly. Rabada can't resist. When you're number 10, you can't resist going after those type of deliveries. Unfortunately, from Seal's perspective, he didn't get the edge.
Yeah, that's another one of those situations, as you mentioned yesterday, about not being good enough to get the outside edge because he's batting at number 10. It's going to be Warrican to continue from the media centre end. He bowled really well yesterday afternoon, made things happen, but it seemed like the game was at a bit of a dead rubber. South Africa were looking really comfortable. Warrican came in, picked up 2 and 2, and he looked threatening throughout the entire game, to be honest.
He's surprised at that move?
Not really. I think ball is now around 34 overs old.
Yeah, I am. I must admit. I thought they may, with Rabada in, I thought they may have gone on the attack with the fast bowlers. Yeah, I thought they might have, as the first delivery is played out towards mid-wicket. Moti is in the way, and there's no run. Yeah, I thought they might have gone with either Holder or Roach in support of Seals, but they've opted for Warrican, and Mulder comes down the track, uses his feet, and drives down towards long off, and they pick up an easy single. And you see, that's my problem. You don't want to give away easy runs first thing this morning. You want to dry up the runs. And Mulder looks very easy against Warrican, and I'm not saying that Warrican may not get a wicket. Of course he might get a wicket, but I'm just saying I would have preferred them to go with Holder or with Roach and put some more pressure on Rabada especially. I don't think he likes, I think you mentioned about the short ball. I don't think he likes the pace all that much.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, we saw yesterday he got hit a few times, played and missed out a couple.
And this morning as well. This morning, the first ball he's faced outside the off stump, he's missed. Well, he's facing up to Warrican now. As a delivery is forward, long forward. And just pushing it back up along the track. Good line, good length from Warrican. Question is, can Rabada resist not going over the top? Here is a delivery that's just angled into him, and there is no run. So Warrican at the moment being very good line, good length, not doing very much with it. So here
to see some turn in this wicket as well.
Yeah, here is Warrican again, as this one Rabada just strokes it out to long on, and they pick up an easy single. And that's not my kind of game. I must admit, Liam, I would like to see more pressure put on Rabada, get the 2 quickies in, and if after a couple of overs nothing happens, then you go back to spin. And so I'm not honestly I'm not a fan of what's happening out there. Rabada looks comfortable. And again, let me make the point. Yes, Warrican can get him out. There's no doubt. But he looks more comfortable against the spin than he is against the quickies. You have Seals at one end, throw Roach in or throw Holder in at the next end and just see what happens for your first couple of overs. You're not going to go away those easy singles because you're going to have men at mid-on and mid-off. So they'll have to go over the top if there's anything and give him that opportunity. But let's wait and see. Who knows? Warrican may very well come and get the next 2 wickets, and I'll say just let me keep my mouth shut. But in the meantime, Seals is going to continue, and he's bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Rabada. He should be very happy with that because he's got 6 balls to bowl at Rabada, and this is too wide of the off stump. Rabada leaving it alone and taken low down by Josh Da Silva. Again, he needs to attack that off stump. When you're bowling to a number 10, you have to attack the stumps. You've got to attack that off stump, get a little bit of movement, and if he does get the movement, Rabada is not good enough to move his feet and defend. He's just going to play at it. He could very well just take the edge of the bat. Good thing there's 2 slips in place now, so I think if Rabada has to get out, it could very well be finding the edge of the bat. Here's Seals from that pavilion end into Rabada, and he's hitting this in the air. A short delivery, and you're not sure if he was taking evasive action because he was sort of moving to the off stump and then just played at it. And it was in the air, but went backward of square. There is a long leg, there's a deep square leg, but it bisected both of them and went into the boundary for 4. But he sort of was just getting out of the way. It was a short delivery, lifting somewhere, I would just say around the waist. And he was just sort of getting out of the way and then just played it with the bat and allowed the bat to hit the ball more or less, and it went down to the boundary for 4. And he's got 4 runs, so you got to credit him with that. What it also does, brings up the 350, 351 now for 8 as Seals. That's much better. Again, it's a little too wide of the off stump, and Rabada is allowing it to go through. Nice height, nice bounce, good little movement, just a little too wide of the off stump.
Yeah, just need to get around that off stump, get the ball going away, bring one back in, maybe at him. Full at his pads. Got to try something here. They don't want Rabada out there for too long. They don't want the runs to pile up much more than this. I think, going into the hotel last night, the talks would have been that, they would want to get this score to anything under 360, 370. And South Africa off to a good start this morning so far.
Yep, they haven't done badly. Here is Seals. Into Rabada, drives, and it goes through that vacant 3rd slip position. And I'm just wondering now, Rabada, it's inevitable. And I made that point to you, Liam. He's going to drive and he's going to get the edge. No, you're lucky if he gets it to the wicketkeeper first or 2nd slip. That went to where a 3rd slip would have been. And I'm just wondering, maybe open that cover region, put him in 3rd slip, and let Rabada try to drive through the offside. Because that's what he's trying to do anyway. And the ball is peeling off the outside edge. 4 more runs, 355 now for it. Rabada, he goes to 21. This is Seals, wrong the wicket. And a delivery, was that airborne? I'm wondering, because it came back at Rabada. He was defending and made some height, and Seals was diving to his left and sort of forward, trying to give me the impression. Now, was it in the air? It was. And the Seals just couldn't get around in time to take the catch. So it's all happening here very early this morning at the Queen's Park Oval. Rabada edging to the left of Holder at 2nd slip, and now playing back a delivery, defending uppishly, and Seals just couldn't get the catch. This one he plays out towards cover. So he needs to take it up to him. Over at the end of the over. It's 355 now for 8. Rabada has moved on to 21. Mulder has moved on to 39. Seals has completed his 2nd over of the day. 8 runs coming from it. But really and truly, those 8 runs, you have to think that they were pretty lucky 8 runs from from Rabada because he wasn't sure where the ball was going. And at the end of the day, it's 3:55 for it. Warwick is going to continue.
I'm enjoying this little battle between Seals and Rabada. I think it's been going on since yesterday afternoon, and it's continued this morning. Seals, you know, he'd be unlucky. I think you're right. He's a bit unlucky in this test so far to not get as much wickets as he deserved. 24 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 66.
Could well have been 4 for 66, couldn't it?
Exactly, and it's going to be Warwick to continue.
Yeah, and he's bowling to the right-handed Mulder, and Mulder is coming down the track, and he just works this delivery down to the deep backward square leg, and they pick up an easy single. So one more to Mulder. He goes to 40, 356 for 8. It's probably one of his better test innings, Mulder, because when you look at it, he's got a high score of 42. So he's just 3 runs away from getting his highest test score. And let's see, bit of change in the field, of course, for the left-hander.
Yeah.
So there's the slip. 3 men on the offside now, just a slip of cover and a mid-off. Here is Warwick into Rabada, and he plays it out towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Moti is there. When you look at the onside field, there's a forward short leg, a man just backward of square, a mid-wicket, and then almost like a short mid-on. So they're putting some pressure on Rabada in terms of the onside field. 1, 2, 3, 4 men in catching positions. But Warwick has got to pitch that ball maybe middle and turning into the left-hander. Well, he's gone. So just as I said, Warwick has come and got the breakthrough. So the spin has done it. That was a good delivery. It seemed to be caught behind because let's just have a look at it. The ball just coming back in, taking the inside edge. It spun into Rabada, pitching outside the line of the off stump. So my apologies, Mr. Warwick. You've come through again for the West Indies. You've picked up the early wicket of Rabada this morning when I thought maybe they should have gone with an all-out pace attack. But you've come in, you've picked up that wicket, a very, very good ball. He pitched it just outside the line of the off stump, turning into the left-hander. He played that defensive, took the edge, and Da Silva did the rest. So Rabada goes for 21, caught Da Silva off the bowling of Warwick, and it's 356 now for 9. Warwick 4 for 69.
Yeah, and I think what was good about that delivery as well was the pace of it. He slowed it down a bit from how he's been bowling at Rabada earlier on. That one was a bit slow on Rabada, just reaching a bit and getting the outside edge. So it's going to be Lungi Ngidi in the test average of just 5, highest score of 19 in his 30 innings.
I find you stressing on that, Liam. His test average of 5. But I love Lungi Ndidi. I love it. Lungi Ndidi. Love the name.
That also brought up Jamal Warwick's 50th test wicket.
Yep.
Really was a good delivery. Right exactly where you would want it pitching, and Rabada was just a bit early to it. And got the outside edge. A good take from Joshua Da Silva.
Yep, he got the outside edge, and Da Silva takes the catch rather comfortably. And Warwick is going to be bowling to Ngidi. And then Ngidi long forward to the first delivery. So he's just got to negotiate 2 deliveries, and it's going to be interesting how Wian Mulder faces up to the next over. Is he going to start to try and get on with it a little bit as Warwick is into Ndidi, and Ngidi is playing it this forward defensive again, long forward. He knew he just had 2 deliveries to negotiate, and Mulder is going to take strike. No doubt Jaden Seals is going to continue, and as I said, it's going to be interesting how he bowls here, or how he bats Mulder. Is he going to try and get after Seals and get as much runs as he can before the South African innings ends, or is he going to maybe have a little bit of faith in Ngidi? It's going to be interesting.
I think Mulder's going to try to get them to 400 as soon as possible. He's going to farm the strike for a while. I think, just 1 wicket. We see so many times when a guy's set out there on around anywhere around where Mulder's at 40, and you're batting with number 11. And Gidee's not the he's not the most recognized batter, so I think Mulder's going to play his shots here.
Here is Seals into Mulder outside the line of the leg stump. Not a good delivery. He's got away with it because Mulder was trying to turn it fine. Didn't make contact, and there was Joshua De Silva diving to his left to stop it in his left hand. He's done a little bit of damage because he's taken off the glove and just looking at that left hand of his. And Holder just patting him on the back saying, well done, good take. As De Silva settles again behind the stumps. As Mulder settles in front of the stumps, as he's just twirling the bat around, looking around at the field. He sees it's a 4-5 field, 4 men on the off, 5 on the on. As Seals on his way again to bowl to Mulder, and this time Mulder is playing this through the offside. They've gone for one. They're thinking, well, from the time the ball was heading down towards Carty, who is at that deep mid-wicket position, they decided against coming back for the second. Because Mulder played it, he thought maybe there might have been 2, but it went a little too close and to the fielder out in that deep position. That is Carty, is it?
It's
Or is it
Mikael Louis, yeah. it's
Louis,
Mikael
yes, I thought it. So when I looked at him properly, second thing around, that's why I turned to ask you, because it does look like Louis. I'm looking at where is Carty? Is he at cover? Oh,
Point.
a point? Yeah, Carty is at point. So here's Seals now. He's got the opportunity to bowl to Ngidi. As this one short, lifting, not a great delivery. And because it was short, it was lifting, but it was wide of the off stump. And Ngidi was able to just allow it to go through. And you would know when you're bowling to number 11, what's the ploy?
Short and Yorkers, that's about
Take it up to the bat.
Yeah.
Take it, Yorker length delivery. And if he's good enough, he'll be able to dig it out. And if you're going to be short, you've got to put it on the
direct,
body.
Yeah, you have to be direct, especially with Athanaze there at...
Forward short leg. Yeah, he's more of a forward short leg now. He's a little closer. I would like him to take another step in. However, this is Seals into Boldham, and that's it. That's the end of the innings, and Mulder is left not out on 41. A good delivery, well deserved from Jayden Seals. He's picked up 3 for 67. Was a good delivery, and Ngidi almost stood there, didn't know what to do. It came back at him, and was it the leg stump? I think the leg stump was the one that was knocked completely, or was it the off stump? Let me know. It was the off stump, knocked completely out of the ground. A beauty of a delivery, but that's too good for number 11.
Yeah, I think it would have been too good for a lot of openers as well. That was a beauty from Jayden Seals, and Rian Mulder would be kicking himself for taking that single first ball of the over.
Yeah, well, 357 all out South Africa, and you have to give West Indies credit, because at one stage it's with South Africa 244 for 4. You felt that maybe they were aiming at somewhere in the vicinity of 400, but West Indies fought back. Kudos to them. And when you look through that batting lineup, Makram, he was bowl holder for 9. Dezorzi, Court Hodge, bowl Warrican 78. Stubbs, Court holder, bowl Roach 20. Bavuma, LBW Seals 86. Beddingham, Court Carty, bowl Seals 29. Rickleton, LBW bowl Roach 19. Vereni, Court and bowl Warrican 39. Mulder, not out 41. Maraj, Court and bowl Warrican no score. And today, Rabada, Court Da Silva of the bowling of Warrican for 21, and Ngidi bowl Seals without scoring. There were 15 extras in the total, and the bowling for the West Indies. Kemar Roach 20 overs, 2 for 6 maidens, 2 for 53. Jayden Seals 24.4 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 67. Gudakesh Moti 28 overs, 2 maidens, none for 103. Hasn't been a good test so far for Moti. Jason Holder 17 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 39. He bowled very well. Thought maybe he could have got a wicket or 2 more. Was very unlucky. Jamal Warrican 22 overs, 2 maidens, 69 runs, 4 wickets, and certainly justifying the selectors' faith in him coming back into the team. Craig Brathwaite, he just had 5 overs, none for 13. and Alec Athanaze 1 over, none for 5. So at 357, Liam, the West Indies must be pretty happy because it's a good batting track. You know, all indications are that this game could very well draw because we are into the third day. 1 innings have been completed, and when I say 1 innings, with a score of over 300, so West Indies have first got to get past that 300 and set them, South Africa, some kind of target in the second innings. The only way this match might very well have a result is if this pitch starts to deteriorate to the sense of keeping low, and then turning and that type of thing. So who knows? I mean, we've seen test matches where you go into the third day and 1 innings have just been completed, and then all of a sudden the batting teams find difficulty because of the surface as it gets older.
I think what's going to be interesting about that is that this is practically a day 2 pitch. We didn't have much cricket on the first day because of the rain. It was just about 15 overs that were bowled. So it's pretty much a day 2 pitch. It's not much use on it, just the 113 overs that was played within the last 2 days, so it's not that much use. So I think, you know, the West Indies, they really do have to. It's a hard wicket to get yourself out on. I think a lot of the South Africans got outplayed some rash shots. I think we remember Bellingham pulling Jayden Seals down to deep square leg when there was a plan set for him.
The Zorzi
with the reverse sweep as well. And I think even, you know, Bavuma, you're on 82, you're set on 82 and you just missed a full toss.
Yeah.
So I think the South Africans would know that they probably left around 50 or 60 runs out there, and 2 guys would have thrown away hundreds as well. So I think, you know, it's a tough wicket to get out on. It's a home team going out to bat there now. They know the conditions well. So I think the West Indies, they got to try to get around 400.
Do you see that happening? Or you see West Indies, can they get to 400 on this pitch?
Well, I think a big threat for South Africa is Keshav Maharaj, and with the fact that the wicket's not turning just yet, I don't think he's going to be too much of a problem. I think they're going to just have to negotiate Rabada and Ngidi early on with the new ball, and I think after that it should be smooth sailing for them. But we've seen stranger things happen.
Yeah, I think you're right in terms of Rabada and Ngidi. To me, they are the main threats. If they can get into the West Indies batting early and pick up a couple of early wickets, West Indies could certainly be on the back foot. However, if the openers can see off Rabada and Ngidi, I think they could be well on their way to getting a good total.
Yeah, it really is a good wicket, and I think, as you mentioned, those openers are really important, and I think especially the skipper, I think he needs to lead from example, stay in front and do what he does so well, and that's bat for a long period of time, and that's been a problem in West Indies cricket for a while. Opening batsman and the top order batsman batting for a long period of time. And I think what hurt them in England was, you know, when you don't have a number 3 that's scoring runs consistently, puts your middle order under a bit of pressure. I think Carty's going to slide into that number 3 role today, and he has a big job on his hands as well on his debut.
Tell me your thoughts on the pitch, because, you know, is it a good test cricket strip? What would you like to see different to the strip at the moment?
I think as a fast bowler, you want a bit of grass on it. You always want a bit of grass. You want to have a bit more pace in it. But I don't think it's a bad wicket at all, because it's, you know, we're into day 2. There's almost no deterioration just yet. It's still pretty decent, and you want to see runs. You always want to see runs in Test cricket. So I think it's a pretty good pitch. Maybe just a bit more grass on it would have been what, you know, the
ideal.
bowlers would. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you know, I hear a lot of talk that the pitch is a little too slow. If it's one complaint, it's just a little too slow. They would have liked to have seen it a little bit quicker, a little bit more bounce. But, you know, again, I've seen the movement that Seals, Roach and Holder have got. Yes, it would have been nicer with a little bit more bounce, maybe a little bit more pace. But I think it's a pretty good wicket as well. You know, it's a test pitch that you expect to last 5 days, and you know, and it's a pity we only had 15 overs on the first day, because it would have been interesting had we had a full first day, a full second day. Certainly, the West Indies would have been batting by now. And they would have been probably well into their first innings. So the game could have been looking at a result. And I'm not saying you're not looking at a result still. It can certainly go either way depending on how quickly West Indies score and what happens in day 4 and day 5 on this pitch. But I agree with you. I think it's a good pitch. It may be, if you had to find a fault with it, you would say, as you rightly said again, a little bit more grass, a little bit more pace, a little bit more bounce. But the problem is with pitches now, I find in the Caribbean, and even Barbados, even you look at Barbados, we haven't seen much cricket in Jamaica over the last couple of years, but even pitches in those territories, they're no longer getting the kind of pace and bounce that you used to get. I tell you, I remember going as a young man going to Barbados, and it was surprising to me, this pitch, because the ball, I mean, Trinidad was known as pitches where it would help the spinners. Once you turn your hand over, you would get turned in Trinidad. But when you went to Barbados, the ball was flying. But it's no longer that way. And you're wondering, what's the problem? Is it the kind of turf that is being used? They're not getting that type of surface again to prepare the faster pitches. Because as well, you want the ball coming onto the bat for the batsmen, because that's the stroke players. They love to see the ball coming onto the bat to play shots. We've got to somehow in the region get back to some faster pitches, and we've been trying here at the Queen's Park Oval to get these pitches a little bit faster. But I tell you, it's just not, it's just to get the right formula. Because even if you get the right formula on the first day, you get a little bit of bounce, you get a little bit of pace. As the game goes on, it gets slower and slower and slower. So it's a real problem in the region. But Craig Brathwaite, as we're talking of Craig Brathwaite, is in his 93 Test matches. He's going to. I was very disappointed with Craig Brathwaite, I must admit, in Australia and England. He is the one. When you look through that batting lineup, even without Louis in Australia, you had Chanda Paul, who really didn't have a great series, and the rest of these guys, he was the man who had to stand up there and be counted, and he just never showed up, either in England or in Australia. And I think he's at home now. Craig Brathwaite has to lead, as you rightly said, from the front.
Yeah, I think even towards the end of the England tour, I think in the last 4 innings he had a 47.5 century and another half century, and then a duck in the last innings.
Is that good enough?
I don't think so. Not as the captain of the West Indies Test team. You've played 92 Test matches. I think his average should have been a lot better by now as well. He's averaging 34, which is not bad, but you expect a lot more from Craig Brathwaite.
Late 30s or early 40s, isn't it? He's I tell you what, I have a lot of time for Louis. I saw him here in the regional game when he played for the Leewards, and I thought he looked pretty good. I think he was exposed a little bit in England to the moving ball, that he just wasn't getting into the right position with his feet, and he's got to learn. I mean, this is his 4th Test match, and this is going to be another different test for him with Rabada and Ngidi, both of them quick. They're going to move the ball, and it's going to be interesting how he handles both of them. Now, Rabada, 63 Test matches, 291 wickets. I mean, he's an average in 22. He's just 9 wickets away from getting into the 300 club. And that is class. When you can pick up 291 Test wickets, you must be doing something right.
I mean, you compare him to Kemar Roach, who's played about 7 or 8 Test matches more, and he's picked up 270 odd wickets. Rabada's been a bit more penetrative than Roach, you have to say, and I think that's due to his pace. He gets some away movement from the right-handers, does have the ability to bring the ball back in as well. He's really a dangerous bowler, and I think Craig Brathwaite and Mikael Louis are going to have a time out there.
Well, we're looking at Rabada with the first delivery to skipper Brathwaite on outside the line of the leg stump. No, I like this feel. because it was outside the line of the leg stump, not where he wanted it. Brathwaite was looking to turn it down to long leg, but he missed it and went through to the keeper. Now, I like this field. There are 3 slips on our gully. They are looking for wickets, South Africa, very early on. 3 slips, a gully, there's a point, a mid-off, and then a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a man at long leg. The only thing they don't have, and I wouldn't expect it, would be a forward short leg because of the slowness of the pitch. But here's Rabada into Brathwaite, and this beats him outside the line of the off stump. He played at it. It pitched, cut away from him, left the outside edge as Brathwaite was just feeling for it. And that's a good delivery.
Yeah, good delivery is exactly what you want early on. The ball just angling in and moving away. I think Brathwaite had to play at that one. It looked like it was coming into his off stump, so he had to play at it, and then some late movement away from the bat. That's a really good delivery from Kagiso Rabada.
Here's Rabada again into Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is pushing at this delivery outside the line of the off stump down towards the point position. This one seemed to just come back to made a little height, and he was just getting on top of it in a very awkward looking way and pushes it out on the offside. There is no run. So 3 deliveries so far from Rabada, right on target, except the first one that went down the leg side. But he's adjusted his line now to just around the off stump. Because this has been a production of 360 Radio, and we do hope that wherever you are picking up this broadcast, good morning to you, and we hope that you're enjoying the broadcast. And if you're West Indian, hope we can bring some luck to you. This is Rabada into Brathwaite, and he's playing it down the line. Yeah, you're sort of getting in front of that delivery and then just opening it and pushing it, opening the front leg and pushing it out towards the mid-on position, and there is no run. So certainly West Indies starting the morning well, picking up the 2 wickets pretty early on, getting Rabada and Ngidi. And Mulder was left not out on 41, so he still hasn't gotten past the highest score of 42 as Rabada is into Brathwaite. He's in defense, pushing it out in front of him on the offside, and there is no run.
I think this is an interesting battle between Rabada and Craig Brathwaite.
Yeah.
Reminds me a bit of that David Warner and Stuart Broad battle. You know how Broad would have retired now and would have gotten one out 17 times in Test cricket. Craig Brathwaite has played in 9 innings against Rabada, and Rabada's got him out 7 times.
Well,
So I think this is a battle that Brathwaite would look to win today.
Well, he's pushing this one out towards mid-on, and there is no run. The thing is, this end of the over, a maiden over from Rabada, so he started well. But that's the thing, you always get these little matchups. And I'm sure if you go through the history of Test cricket, or even now, you would find Joe Root has a certain problem against certain bowlers and that type of thing. You always get that. But you look at Broad and Warner, and you look at Rabada and Brathwaite, you would expect that simply because Broad bowls to Warner more often than he bowls to other players, if you understand my point. Yeah. And the same with Rabada. But and it's also a mindset, isn't it? You know, if you, I would expect Brathwaite must be saying to himself before he came out to bat, I'm not going to get out to Rabada. I'm not going to get out to Rabada. And of course, Rabada on the other hand says, hey, I've picked you up 7 out of 9 times, because these guys know the stats, eh? And he must be saying to himself, I'm going to get you out an 8th time. But here is Ngidi, is going to come in to bowl to Louis. And the first delivery, Louis is pushing out on the offside, and there is no run. Lungi Ngidi. He's a very underrated bowler, isn't he?
Well, I think so. I think he doesn't get as much credit as he deserves. 54 Test wickets in just 19 games.
Yep, and you would have thought that, but the South Africans, they've been blessed over the years with so many good fast bowlers, that Ngidi seems to be just kind of left out as this ball is played down towards long leg, and they pick up a single.
Yeah, they've been blessed. You're right. You know, they went from that partnership of Steen, Morkel, and Vernon Philander. They've now gone to Ngidi, Rabada, and You know, you've got Andre Berger, who's not playing this test. You've got Gerald Kotzer, who's injured for this test as well. So many good players coming out of South Africa, good fast bowlers. These guys have been playing, you know, a lot of franchise cricket over the past year or two. So it's it's a good problem to have, a good selection problem to have. A couple of injuries, maybe, and seeing, you know, Mulder getting his opportunity, but not saying that he's not up to par with the rest of them. But I think, you know, there's still some really good players. Marco Janssen as well.
Here's Ngidi into Brathwaite, and this one he's opening the face of the bat, trying to guide it. I would think he was trying to guide it more between the gully and the point, but it went very straight indeed and went out into the slip region, and there is no run.
The 3 slips on a gully waiting for Craig Brathwaite, and I think that's been his problem over the years. His problem has been poking at those deliveries outside the off stump, and he continuously gets out with them 92 test matches in, and it's still a problem. And I think that's something to, you know, that's something to note. That's something to be concerned about if you're Craig Brathwaite or the West Indies.
Well, not sure. I think the players, they're looking at the guys on top. I'm surprised they are being not sure what is happening, because they're indicating some movement behind the side screen. Wasn't sure what was that. But here's Ngidi into Brathwaite, and Brathwaite turns this delivery, runs here for him. That's going to be 4, or is it? It's holding up just inside the boundary ropes at a deep mid-wicket, and they're going to come back for the 3rd. He played that well. It was a delivery angled into the right-hander, and Brathwaite was turning it just to the right of the man at mid-wicket, who gave chase. And I thought from the time that left the bat, it would have gone into the boundary. But with the heavy showers we had a couple of days ago, and maybe in that particular area, it's pretty heavy. And they were able just to pick up 3 runs. So the total goes on to 4 without loss, and Brathwaite is off the mark with those 3 runs.
Yeah, looking complete control of that shot there. Just timing it well. Unfortunate not to get the boundary. Louis just pulling out here. Not quite sure.
Yeah, Bavuma was setting the field actually. He was asking the man at mid-wicket. And is that Dizorzi? At mid-wicket, asking him just to go a little bit to his right after that shot from Brathwaite. And Ngidi didn't realize that Bavuma was making that change. And he certainly had to abort his run. Well, he's not going to abort it now as he comes in to bowl to Louis. And Louis takes the outside edge, and it drops just in front of the man at that 3rd slip position. And let's see.
You just see Ngidi asking the slip fielders to take a step
up. Yeah. Yeah, that, I wonder if is that Stubbs at 3rd slip? No.
I think it's Wian Mulder.
Mulder, yeah. Yep. Mulder is the man at 3rd slip. Well, he's taken a step up. I think the 2nd slip has also taken a step up as Ngidi into Louis and outside the off stump. This time too wide of the off stump. Louis does the correct thing, allows it to go through to be taken by the keeper. So the end of Ngidi's first over, 3 runs coming from it, and the West Indies having to get to 357 to overhaul South Africa, therefore without loss. Nice conditions here at the Oval. Not brilliant sunshine, but the sun is out, which is important. And let's hope that the weather holds today. I was listening to the forecast last night, Liam. It wasn't very nice, talking about tropical wave and all these kind of crazy things that brings rain. But here's Rabada. He's trying to bring a wicket to the South Africans. As this delivery, Brathwaite is on the front foot, pushing at it, opening the face of the bat, guides it out to point. And there is no run. So still the 3 slips on the gully. There is that point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at long leg. So a 6-3 field for Rabada. He's a fine bowler, is this man, 291 test wickets. As Rabada is saying, this is short lifting, and Brathwaite was getting up and was sort of jumping into position and then turning that delivery backward of square. Picks up a single because the ball had to be retrieved by Dezozi, who had to run to his right, just behind square. And Brathwaite helped himself to another single. So he goes up to 4. The total now on to 5 without loss. Brings Mikel Louis into strike, and he's going to face Rabada for the first time this morning. It's all new to this young man, Test cricket, and these playing against these great bowlers, and this is just outside the line of the off stump. He did well, picked it up early, picked up the line early, and allowed it to go through to the keeper. So it must be a very new experience when you play at this level for somebody like Mikel Louis, who has been accustomed playing against the, and even that, he wasn't so accustomed to that, playing against the regional bowlers. But what a great season he had, didn't he? Domestic season.
You know what's interesting about Louis is that he was a leg spinner that used to bat at number 9 and number 10. And he's become an opening batsman, and he's been so successful this season. It's amazing to see.
Well, he obviously didn't think of himself as a leg spinner. But he's a tall man, isn't he? If he needed to bowl, he should have bowled fast. But he's a tall guy, and I'm very happy for him. Because he seems to, I've heard him talk in interviews, and he seems to have a good work ethic. You know, he wants to do well. He's that type of player. Well, he settles again. He waits on Rabada. And this time he's long forward, pushing this one outside the line. Well, it was just about off stump. And he was stretching forward. He's a tall man. And was pushing it out on the offside. There's no run. I think when he came into the Leewards team, the success he's had, I think it surprised everybody.
Yeah, definitely. 10 first-class games, 844 runs and an average of 42, 300s and 550s. It's pretty impressive for somebody that's new to the scene, still young, 23 years old.
And this time he's forward. Rabada, a delivery angled into the right-hander, and he was forward, pushing it out on the onside towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. The end of the over. At the end of it, Brathwaite is on 4. Louis is 1. And the West Indies, after just about 3 overs, they are 5 without loss.
Yeah, good start here from Kagiso Rabada and Ngidi as well. But that over, and Rabada seeming to just work up the pace a bit now. He's first over, he was around those 130s, 133s, and that over, he clocked a couple at 144, 145. So just getting into his work now. Usually one of the quicker bowlers around in the world in Test cricket. And yeah, as you said, it's something new for Mikel Louis, something that he's never experienced before. Didn't really have too much express pace other than Mark Wood in England. And
Yeah,
even
Mark
that, I thought he did well against Mark Wood. 96 miles, 97 miles an hour. He was playing him pretty comfortably. So I think he's back at home now. He's in home conditions, Caribbean conditions. He's gonna do well. He has to do well today for the West Indies.
Well, Brathwaite faces up to Ngidi, and the first delivery too wide of the off stump, and that's good for Brathwaite because he's just faced 11 deliveries, and he needs to get the pace and the bounce of this pitch. So once Ngidi goes wide of that off stump, he's going to leave it alone 9 out of 10 times. So Ngidi making his way back to the top of his mark. 3 slips and a gully. Sun has left us here at the Queen's Park Oval, and let's hope that even if the sun has left us, that the rain does not decide to join us, because as they say, rain go away from Port of Spain. Here is a delivery that's lifting towards Brathwaite, and he was on top of it, not alarming height, just got up, and he was getting right on. He's not a tall man, Craig Brathwaite, so he was getting right up on his toes and just pushing it out in front of him on the offside. There's no run. So Vuma at mid-off does the fielding.
I think Brathwaite has shaped up well so far. He's looked the part. He's looked ready. I think he want to improve on his average against South Africa in 8 matches. Average of just 20 against South Africa. Does have 100 against them. And I think he want to focus on that more and try to get back to that point in his career where he's scoring hundreds and he's back at his best.
Ngidi into Brathwaite, a good delivery, just angling back into the right hand, and he pushes it out towards Bavuma at mid-off, no run. And that's interesting because he's just averaging about 20 against South Africa, yet he scored 100 against them. So it just tells you, overall, he's really failed badly against the South Africans.
Yeah, and we go back to what I was speaking about earlier, that battle against Rabada. In those 9 innings, Rabada got him out 7 times, and he's only scored 39 runs against him.
Yeah.
So he really has struggled against this opposition.
Well, he faces up to Ngidi, who is operating from the Brian Lara Pavilion, and he's too wide of the off stump again. And that's one thing with Brathwaite. He's able to pick up the line, I would say 95% of the time. He's able to pick up the line early and leave it alone. You very rarely you would see him going after the wide deliveries. But, as commentators go and commentators curse, the very next ball he may look to chase a wide delivery. But you really see Brathwaite doing that. I mean, he was undone a lot in England by the movement of the ball more than anything else. Balls pitching somewhere wrong off. And give the English bowlers credit, and we'll come back to that after this delivery from Ngidi. And a good delivery, a little bit of extra bounce, and hit high up on the bat as Brathwaite was on the front foot, coming forward to it and pushing it out on the offside. There's no run. When you looked at Wokes and Atkinson, and to be very honest, before the series started, my worry against the English was Wood and, Anderson. You knew he was going to play the first test and only the first test. So my worry was Anderson in the first test, Wood, and Archer, if Archer had played. But I never thought of Atkinson and Wokes, being as destructive as they were against the West Indies. Because let's face facts, they're just about fast medium. But here's Ngidi, and this is outside the line of the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. And no run. The end of the over from Ngidi, it's 5 without loss. Ngidi has completed his 2 overs, none for 4, a maiden over, the second over from him. And Rabada, no doubt, is going to continue. Yeah, and but what they were good at was their line and their movement. And that is what undid a lot of the West Indies batsmen. They had to play at deliveries just and around the off stump, and they either left them or came back at them. So you look at Atkinson for and no disrespect to the gentleman. I mean, he's a good bowler, there's no doubt about it. But he will not be as successful outside of England as he is. And Wokes himself. Wokes struggles. I'm sure Archer is going to, once they go outside of England, Archer, they may bring back Archer. I don't know if they're deciding to use Archer just for the shorter formats, maybe the 1-days and the T20s. But if they decide to use Jofra Archer in tests, I think they're going to do it outside of England. He's such a wonderful bowler. Here is, and that's one that got away from the West Indies. This delivery from Rabada, Louis turns it down towards fine leg. It's not well lined by Rabada. It was more on the leg stump, and Louis is going to signal a leg by. Thought he got some bat onto it as he was trying to turn it down to long leg. It took him high up on the pad and went down to the long leg position, and they pick up, a single to the total, which goes on to 6 now without loss with that extra. Yeah, and, he is one that got away. And we're talking about bowlers who pick up wickets on a good length. And Anderson and Broad, they lead the way. Pat Cummins is another one. He tends to pitch that ball up, gets the movement. And if they can do that, you look at Anderson, Broad, Cummins, Rabada is 4th, and Bumrah, funnily enough, is 5th. And we're talking about test wickets with bowlers who put the ball on a length and get the movement. And Anderson and Broad lead the way with that. Here is Rabada. There's a short lifting, and Brathwaite gets under it. the surprise delivery. That's the first bouncer we've seen from him, and he's in his third over. And that's the surprise of this man. He's got it all, isn't he? Rabada gets the movement both away from the right-hander, coming back at the right-hander. He's got the short, sharp delivery.
Yeah, he is a jack of all trades, really.
And you look at him, he's not such a big man, is he? I mean, he's tall, but I think he's got a good rhythm. He runs in here. They go through for a quick single. That's good cricket. As Brathwaite was just playing the ball in front of him. Now there's a mid-off and there's a point. So there's that little gap between the two of them, and Brathwaite just played it into the gap. What was good about it, he immediately called for the single. Louis responded, and Bavuma, who's at that mid-off, had to dart around to his left to do the fielding. Did it well, sent the throw in, but couldn't prevent them from getting that single.
Yeah, good stuff there from Craig Brathwaite, the skipper, just getting in, trying to get the runs, trying to get it going for the West Indies.
Rabada into Louis. He's a tall man, and this delivery short, lifting. And Louis, he's so tall, he just got on top of it and played it down in front of him, and there is no run. Total remains on 7 without loss. Brathwaite is on 5. Louis is on 1. South Africa all out this morning, early this morning, for 357.
7 without loss. They've started well, the West Indies. They've not really, played any rash shots just yet. They've been good. I think Rabada and Ngidi have been right on spot.
And that's another good delivery coming into Louis, but he was on the front foot. Ball came off the inner part of the bat, goes out towards Maharaj, who had to run from a wideish mid-on towards mid-wicket to do the fielding, but it gave the batsman enough time to cross over for a single. So one more to the total. That goes to 8 without loss now after 5 overs. Brathwaite is on 5. Louis is on 2. So no doubt Ngidi is going to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, and he's going to be bowling to Mikel Louis. As I said, he's got 2 from 11 deliveries. He's been very watchful. He's taken his time trying to accumulate some runs here. He hasn't really, and when you look at it, Liam, these 2 bowlers, Rabada and Ngidi, haven't really bowled any bad balls, have they? 1 or 2 went down the leg side, but other than that, they've been spot on.
Yeah, they've been right where you want them to be. I think what they've done better than the West Indies did on that first day is that Brathwaite and Mikel Louis are playing on a lot of deliveries.
Here's Ngidi into Louis outside the line of the off stump, and allows it to go through to be taken by the keeper. I suppose that if you have to fault them, that's maybe it for Ngidi. He's just a little too wide of the off stump, and that needs to get a little closer. But certainly he's got the pace. There's the clock there, the Brian Lara Pavilion, he's operating from that. And the clock top the pavilion says 25 past 10. We're nearly playing for about an hour because we started again early this morning at 9:30, as will happen in the last 2 days as well, as Ngidi into Louis, too wide of the off stump. He leaves it alone. So Louis would be happy with this. And I don't think the South African skipper, Bavuma, he would be telling Ngidi, get closer, make him play, make him play. And that's what you do when you're an opening bowler. The first thing you say to your opening bowler is make the openers play. Don't give them too many deliveries that they leave alone.
I think one thing about that last delivery as well is that, it was just back off a length, and it almost rolled through to the keeper. So you could see that the wicket started to keep a bit low, which the West Indies would be concerned about.
Well, Ngidi in, and this is another one, but outside the line of the off stump. He's not got his line right in this over. The first 3 deliveries, all wide of that off stump. And Louis would be pretty happy at the moment just to leave it alone, because he's getting the bongs. You look. I've looked at Louis before, and he is an attacking type of opener. He, if you give him the ball in his area, in his zone to hit, he's going to hit it. He's not the type of opener that's going to push and prod and poke it around. But Ngidi is giving him a nice platform here for him to build a good innings, because he's able to assess the pace and the bounce. This one is flicked away. Is it going to run towards the boundary? Rabada is giving chase. He may as well give up. It was pitched up to him on the leg stump. Not a great delivery from Ngidi. And Louis flicked it. It was in the air for a while. I lost sight of it. But Dezorzi is at a wideish, almost a square leg, or I would say a wideish mid-wicket. It went beyond him, went towards a forward square leg and went down to the boundary. Rabada from long leg came around trying to cut it off. He couldn't, and the ball went into the boundary for 4. Louis goes to 6. The total now on to 12 without loss.
A good shot there from Mikhail Louis. Good timing on it as well. Got it in a good area. And Ngidi this time overcompensating a bit for how wide he has been. He's gone a bit too straight this time, going down the leg. And Louis was all over that one. You now see the third slip coming out. So we're going to stick to 2 slips. In fact, 3 slips. And the gully's going to come out and go into a short mid-wicket. And the Zorzi is going to go to his right.
Yeah, he's
So
going
backward
just
square.
to backward square leg. Here is Ngidi into the right-handed Louis, goes long forward and there is no run.
That one sharply coming back in. Good defense there from Louis. Solid in defense.
Yeah, he's looked good, hasn't he? No real alarms for either batsman so far. And Louis will continue to face Ngidi, who has none for 8 from 2.5 overs. As Ngidi into Louis, but too wide of the off stump, and he allows it to go through to be taken by the keeper. It's the end of the over from Ngidi. We're going to have a change here because the West Indies, they are 12 without loss. Louis is on 6. Brathwaite is on 5. And we're going to have a double change here because Vinod Mamchan, the one and only, is going to come to take up the commentary with the young man, Kadir Mohammed.
Thanks to Colin and Liam on that full session. Of course, as Colin said, young man, the young man Kadir, the only young man at 360. Led by Colin. 12 without loss, and it's going to be Kagiso Rabada from the media center and runs away from us. Up to the wicket now, bowls, and it's just back off a length. Squares Brathwaite up a bit, plays it down to cover point, where good old Stubbs is, and there is no run. 12 without loss. Let me say good morning again to Kadir Mohammed.
Yeah, good morning, Vinod. Good morning, listeners, wherever you may be tuning in from. Yeah, day 3 here at the Queen's Park Oval. Nice cool conditions. Rabada operating here, looking to pick up a wicket for the South Africans.
Here's Rabada up to the wicket again, bowls, and this is a straighter, forcing down the ground. Single for Brathwaite. What I've noticed and I like about Brathwaite this morning, he has been looking at every opportunity to rotate the strike.
Yeah, he's been good this morning, Craig Brathwaite, and it was good to see him play that delivery straight and not fall over to the offside. So that was good on his part. He needs a good innings here, Captain Craig Brathwaite. He needs to lead from the front. The West Indies would want to get past the 357 that the South Africans made.
Here's Rabada up to the wicket again, bowls, and this is short but quick. And hustling Louis into a defensive prod. So remains 13 without loss. You know, I was having a conversation with Darren Ganga just now off air. And when Ngidi was bowling from the southern end, he was telling me there was no need for that third slip. It's not that kind of trap. What he was suggesting is that Bavuma move that third slip and put him at a short cover in the batsman's face so you get him playing back. And then you try to bowl as straight as possible. And immediately Ganga said that it was done. Here is Rabada. He's in again, forced away by Louis. And he's bowling quickly here, Rabada. Remains 13 without a loss. You know, I've always rated Darren Ganga as a captain. Had a very successful stint with Trinidad and Tobago as a captain. The last time TNT won the regional first class title back in 2006, it was Darren Ganga who was the captain. They won numerous T20 titles with and 50 over regional 50 over titles with Darren Ganga as the captain. And you know, I followed his career closely. I was on most of those tours. Down the leg side, it eludes wicketkeeper, and they get what should be signal a bye. Yes, that takes the score now on to 14 without loss. And I was saying, I've always rated him as a captain.
Yeah, definitely. He's been a wonderful leader, a wonderful servant for Trinidad and Tobago's cricket, Darren Ganga, and beyond, captain the West Indies as well at test level. You know, so he's been good. He's been at the helm for quite some time. He's brought a lot of success, not only in red ball cricket, but white ball cricket as well.
Yeah, he was the guy who started it all for Trinidad and Tobago in T20 cricket as the captain. Rabada is in. Bowls, and this one cuts him in half. A loud appeal by the South Africans. Will they go up for a review?
Yeah, what a delivery.
Well, they're asking. Well, he's going to review. Bavuma is going to review. The wicketkeeper was saying that it did not hit his bat. Rabada thought it struck his bat. And we wait to see. The original decision, remember, is not out. Brathwaite doesn't look too concerned.
Yeah, it was a brilliant delivery from Rabada. It was a quick delivery, and it was cutting back sharply at the right-handed Craig Brathwaite. Cut him in half, really. And certainly nothing in terms of an edge or even hitting the pad completely.
Well, the ball was away from the bat. I think the call is, or what they are searching for is an edge to see if it's caught behind. South Africans have already assumed their position. And I think you would find that they've wasted a review there. As, yes, it's signaled not out by the umpire. Remember, his original decision was not out. Let's have a look at it again on the replay. You can see you're quite right here. Kadira did cut back sharply, but did too much.
Yeah, too good to get the outside edge or hit the pad from Rabada, and brings the over to an end. So at the end of 7 overs, it's 14 without loss. The West Indies replying to the South Africans 357 all out.
And Giddy from the far end. Pitched up and worked away down to mid-on. There is no run. Louis on strike. Louis on half a dozen as well as Brathwaite, and it's 14 without loss.
Yeah, Mikhail Louis, the man from Nevis, with the big number 80 on his back. And that number was famously worn by another man from Trinidad and Tobago, Dinesh Ramdin.
Yes, Dinesh Shutter Ramdin.
Yeah, Mikhail Louis sporting that number 80 now. Right-hander. Had a wonderful first-class season. The 2023-24 season.
Yeah. We did cover the game in St. Kitts where he had centuries in both innings for the Leeward Islands. This time it's pitched up. He's looking to force it down the ground. That one cutting back sharply there from Ngidi. Remains 14 without loss.
Yeah, credit must be given to someone like a Mikhail Louis, who has not had much experience at first-class level. He's just 24 years old. And not to forget, he's the brother of Jeremiah Louis. Another man who was in and around the West Indies squad that toured England.
Yeah, he got injured and had to step aside. Didn't get a chance to play though. Jeremiah Louis. The better known of the Louis brothers. He had been around for quite a while. Tragically, before the first game in the regional 4-day tournament, Jeremiah's house got burned down in St. Kitts. All seems to be well with him now, and that's good to hear. Here's Ngidi outside the off stump, and he looks back at the track, allowed to go by. So Mikhail Louis. What I've noticed about Mikhail Louis, though, Kadir, is that he plays the situation well. He's an attacking batsman, but there are periods when you see once the difficulty goes into his shell, and he plays the situation. even if he's in his shell and you serve him a bad delivery, he's going to hit you out of the ground. And it's something I've noticed about him. So he doesn't get bogged down unnecessarily there.
Yeah.
He plays the situation. He plays on merit. I think Ngidi has done in his boot. Yes, the spike is coming out. And a lot of pressure on that front foot when he lands. So the spike, there is some adjustment to it now. Say good morning to our producer Dylan Sharma.
Yeah, just looking nice and sharp this morning, Dylan Sharma.
The young man enjoying his stint in the test arena.
Yeah.
He's done a good job, hasn't he?
Yeah, he got his test cap yesterday evening. He was overjoyed.
He got a lot of things yesterday that got him overjoyed, didn't he? Had a
Definitely.
photo taken with Vernon Philander. There was also one that he took with Stacey Ann King. He did enjoy that, didn't he?
Yeah, it certainly did. Brought a big smile on his face, and that's something that we don't see quite often.
No,
Wonderful young man is Dylan Sharma.
also known as, I wouldn't say. 14 without loss this morning. Remember, South Africa bowled out for 357.
So all's well here with Lungi and Gidi. Back at the top of his mark as Louis is getting settled and ready to take strike.
This is played beautifully down the ground. Runs here for Louis. They take one. They're going to come back easily for two. I'll give him some confidence.
Yeah, again playing straight, playing in the V. Mikhail Louis, nice looking on drive and picked up a couple of runs. That'll do his confidence good. 18 now, in fact 16 without loss. 3 slips for Lungi and Gidi. David Bellingham is at first, Hayden Markram at second, Wian Muller at third. There's a backward point, a short mid-off, a mid-on. Catching mid-wicket, square leg and a long leg.
There's Ngidi bowls. This is forced away through mid-wicket. Runs here for Louis. Takes one. He's going to come back for two and possibly look at three. Yes, he's running quickly and goes back for three. Lovely shot indeed. That one angled into him, over pitched, and he just leant into it and worked it nicely through the vacant mid-wicket region, and he comes back for three. 19 without loss.
Yeah, good again from Mikhail Louis. Good running too, good aggressive running. Seizing the opportunity to pick up three. Brings Captain Craig Brathwaite now back on strike, who's not out 6 from 22.
There's Ngidi up to the wicket, bowls, and Brathwaite plays late. Just allows it to come on to him. Pushes it away to Bavuma at short cover, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. The latest score at the Queen's Park Oval. The West Indies responding to South Africa's 357. They're 19 without loss.
And again, we had a 9:30 start. I'm going to see a 9:30 start for the next 2 days of this test match. It's going to be a slightly longer session. The West Indies are going to have to work hard. South Africans, Rabada looking to come in again for another over. It's going to be hard work. No early wickets yet for them. Think that might be anything of a concern for the South Africans?
I don't think so. I think they would have seen enough in the opening exchanges to suggest that there is something there for the fast bowlers. The ball is still relatively new, and I think if they don't in the next 3-4 overs, there may be some concerns, because, you know, on tracks like this, pushed away nicely by Louis. There's a misfield there by Bavuma at mid-off, and they can't get the run. 19 without loss remains. Yes, as I was saying, on tracks like these, that doesn't really offer that much to the bowlers. You want to use, you want to benefit with a new ball. It's hard, it's bouncy, you have your fast bowlers fresh. You want to benefit in that period where you have that new ball. So it may become a concern later on. Here he is now. Rabada. Louis allows this one to go by outside the off stump.
Exaggerated leave by Mikhail Louis. Still there, still 3 slips. This time the gully is in place, so it's 3 slips a gully, a backward point, a short mid off, mid on, forward short leg, and Ngidi down at long leg. Slightly more attacking feel for Rabada.
Here's Rabada. Up to the wicket, bowls, short delivery. Tall man Louis jumping in line and just playing it away on the offside.
Again, Louis was nicely behind that one. This is good here from these two.
Rather bowling well within himself here.
Yeah, they would know that they've got to make use of the new ball. South Africans, just the 2 frontline seamers. We have Mullah, the all-rounder seam-up option as well.
Rabada in, bowls, Louis drives, through the covers, runs here for him. They should go all the way. A mere push. Timing is what that was at its premium there. It rolls over the ropes, and Frigate B erupts in applause.
A wonderful shot through the offside from Mikhail Louis. Bavuma was at that short mid-off position. It went away to his left and sped away to the boundary. Lovely looking boundary from Mikhail Louis.
Rare pitched up delivery, but not going full-blooded, not playing a full-blooded drive, just a mere push. Timing that beautifully for 4. So Louis is looking good on 15. Greg Brathwaite is on 6. On that note, I want to say good morning to a very good friend of mine out there at Frigate Bay, Earl Smitten. You remember Earl?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Yorker. That's forced away by Louis. Good response there by Rabada. Gizo Rabada responding beautifully with that Yorker.
Yeah, good cricket all round. Wonderful response from the big fast bowler. And Louis was alert to that full delivery that was zoning in on his toes. Got the bat down, kept it out. Gully now coming out and going into a short cover position. So reinforcing the offside field here is Bavuma.
Yes, Ngidi up to the wicket, bowls. This is short. Looking to whip it on the onside, goes back along the track, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. At the end of it, the latest score, the Queen's Park over the West Indies at 23 without loss. Mikhail Louis on 15. Craig Brathwaite is on 6. They trail South Africa by 334. More thoughts from Haji Kadir Mohammed.
Yeah, son, just looking to peek out here at the Queen's Park Oval. Again, it's been brilliant weather. It's not been overly hot. It's been a nice cool morning, the sun in and out. But apart from that, the crowd now just starting to come in. It's a Friday morning here. It's a work day in Trinidad. And so we do expect...
It's Friday a work day in Trinidad?
Well, the last time I checked it was.
I thought work ends on a Thursday in Trinidad.
Yeah. That varies according to your field and your job spec. Well, Ngidi now pulled out of the attack. William Mulder is going to replace him from that Brian Lara Pavilion end. Lungi Ngidi not able to penetrate the West Indian batters as he would have liked. So an opportunity here for William Mulder.
Mulder batted well for South Africa. Reed unbeaten this morning. Here he is. This is a short and wide, pushed away by Brathwaite, trying to drive it on the up. Down to Bavuma at mid-off, and there is no run. 23 without loss, it remains.
Brathwaite always seems to get himself in some awkward looking positions, but he's so effective, you know, with the way that he goes about his batting. Loves batting.
I think the first goal for these two will be batting at least until 11 o'clock without being separated, then look to bat that last hour to lunch. Pushed away nicely again by Brathwaite, making some good height there, Mullah. He's not a tall man. And There is no run. He's batting outside of his crease there, Greg Brathwaite, just to negate the swing.
Yeah. And also too, a bit, just sort of throw off the bowler. It's not the quickest pitch here at the Queen's Park Oval, and just to, get in front, slightly outside his crease.
Muller pushed along the track there by Brathwaite up the mid-off, and there is no run. The score remains 23 without loss.
Muller not the quickest, very, very steady. Does move the ball about a bit both ways. Handy the seamer to have in the ranks. Of course, the ball still just 9.3 overs old, so it's still a relatively new ball. But just the 2 slips for Muller. Looking to get back to the top of his mark. Brathwaite looks up and sees a nicely stacked offside field.
There's Muller from the fine up to the wicket now, bowls, and Brathwaite again is going across the off. Some good lines so far adopted here by Muller.
Yeah, nice 5-4 field, a well-balanced field. 5 on the off, 4 on the onside. And those 5 on the offside being just the 2 slips, a backward point, a cover, a short mid-off. And the onside field, a mid-on, a catcher mid-wicket. And a man just to the right of the square leg umpire at square leg.
Well, you're quite right this morning when you said that there are not too many people here at the Oval just yet, pushed away back along the track. So Brathwaite looking as solid as a rock here at the moment, and there is a gathering on the lower tier of the Caribbean stand, hopefully with the West Indies batting now, and this being Friday, the fans may come in after lunch. Yesterday I met some of the fans who said that they came in at 2 yesterday. So I think from after lunch going into the weekend, there should be more people. I wouldn't say a decent crowd, but more people at the Queen's Park Oval. Here's Mulder in, and again, Brathwaite plays it back along the track. Looking awkward as you suggested early on, but effective. End of the over, at the end of 10 overs, West Indies at 23 without loss.
A good start from Yuan Muller, maiden to begin with. And again, the sun is back out. Just like we were saying earlier, it's in and out. Now it's nice, bright, sunny conditions. Lovely day for batting. Wonderful opportunity for the West Indian batters. I'm going to see Casey Carty, the debutant at number 3.
Yes. And Carty will be hoping that the openers see the shine of the new ball and the threat of Rabada, especially. Rabada is going to continue to bowl.
Yeah, Rabada now into his 6th over. So you might feel as though if he doesn't pick up a wicket here, then he might be taken out of the attack. No more frontline seamers, so it's going to be spin when Rabada is pulled out of the attack. But here he is starting his run now from the media center end.
Up to the wicket and bowls. Louis forward, nicely forward, taking a nice long stride down the track.
Good for Mikael Louis to get a good score here, get a good knock. Take his time. There's a lot of time still to go in this test match. Still 2 days to go. All of 2 entire sessions to play. A lot of time to bat. He's got to get in here. Get stuck in. Change to the field now.
So there's a very straightish mid-on, almost on the track. Brathwaite is at the side of him, at the right of him, to tell you how straight he is. Pushed back by Louis. There is no run. Very peculiar feel indeed. I've never seen a mid-on as straight as that.
Yeah.
So straight, you could recognize, and you could even you could make a mistake and call him the umpire.
Bavuma just playing with the field here. Not much happening for the South Africans. not much alarms. So he's just tinkering with the field, looking to make something happen. Here's Rabada.
It's Rabada short, looking to pull down the leg side. Not out, says the umpire. Appeal for caught behind. There the umpire just signaling that he might have brushed the tie pad. Is Bavuma a brave man to go upstairs again? I don't think he is.
Yeah, they completely missed a review the last time they went upstairs. This time a stifled appeal. It was a good short delivery, lined just on the line of the leg stump, and Louis was just flaying the bat at it, past everything, and went through to be taken by Verena.
Driving beautifully, the shot of the match. Straight down the ground for 4. Through extra cover for 4. Lovely shot indeed. When I see shots like that, Karim Mohammed, I like to leave the ground, pay and come back in.
Certainly, Bavuma just had to escort it.
Look at that, just transferring the weight beautifully onto the front foot and driving through extra cover.
And this is a man who is playing a shot, and when you see a shot like that, a lot of people are going to have time for him, Mikael Louis.
That's a shot for fans to leave the office in downtown Port of Spain and rush across. Rabada, outside the off stump, he's not going to set him up. As just pull it back a few inches there, hoping to get Louis to drive again, but he didn't take the bait.
Yeah, shows that he's playing on merit, and Mikael Louis. When it's just outside his right eye, he's not drawn into playing. But once it's in that zone where he feels as though he could get the front foot forward, he's going to back himself. He's a tall guy, long levers.
Rabada up to the wicket bowls and overpitched. Played away straight to the Zorsi, who's in that very straight mid-on, short mid-on position. End of the over from Rabada. That was a quick last delivery, 143 Ks. Rabada none for 12 of 6, and it's 27 without loss at the end of the over.
11 unsuccessful overs for the South Africans so far. Wian Mullah, just a single over. He's going to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. And these two looking as solid as anything we've seen so far in the test match. Brathwaite, the captain, about to take strike. It's a Mullah. And Gidi just the 4 overs, none for 13. So here's Mullah, top of his mark, coming into Brathwaite. Brathwaite is just shouldering in arms, allowing this one to go through, to be taken by Verena. Still the 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, a short mid-wicket, and the square leg. Rabada is down at fine leg.
Mulder had a good first over, maiden over. He worked up some pace as well. Brathwaite waits on him, pushes it away, down to cover, there is no run.
Yeah, Brathwaite 6 from 31 deliveries, taking his time to get accustomed to the surface. And he would know that it's a good batting track, it's a good surface for batting. Tapping away is Brathwaite. Bavuma is just checking with the umpire with the ball. Ball is just 11.2 overs old. And so the 2 umpires now converging. Seems as though there's an issue with the ball. In the meanwhile, players looking to get refreshed.
27 without loss. So the umpire's just checking the integrity of the ball now. (19) not out to Mikhail Louis. He's faced 37 deliveries, has played some lovely shots. And 6 not out to Brathwaite. It's probably a good time for us to take a break, as they've decided, with just a couple of minutes to go to 11 o'clock, to take the drinks break as well. Remember, the West Indies responding to 357 made by South Africa. They're 27 without loss.
Cricket on 360 Radio.
That first delivery there from Rian Mulder, just on about that leg stump line, and Brathwaite just pushing it to short mid wicket for no run. It's been very tentative, Craig Brathwaite.
Yeah, he's always continued to look awkward, Craig Brathwaite, but somehow he manages to get the job done.
As Mulder runs in on both again. Good delivery, angling into the pads of Craig Brathwaite, turned down to Rabada down at long leg, and they get around for an easy single.
Brathwaite just turning that one off his pads. Safe shot in the end. First runs conceded of William Mulder just came off the inside edge. Mulder was interested. Luckily for Brathwaite, he got some bat on it. 28 without loss.
Really would have liked to see more people out at the Queen's Park Oval for such a big test match as Mulder runs away from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Good delivery again, right on spot. Louis just working it, is on the line of middle stump. Louis working it away, coming off the inside edge a bit to the Zozie at square leg, but no run.
Yeah, again some inward movement from William Mulder. We do expect him to move it about a bit. Ball still relatively new. He had that change of ball as well, not to forget.
Louis really looked the part though. He's played some nice shots. He's been solid. Knows where his off stump is when he's leaving the ball. As Mulder's in again. Outside the off stump again, and Louis not offering a shot. Straight through to the wicket keeper. That is the end of over number 12. The West Indies are 28 without loss on the trail by a further 329 runs.
Again a tidy over from William Mulder. And we're going to see spin now. So Rabada, as we predicted, out of the attack after 6 overs with the new ball. And it's now going to be the left arm spin of Keshav Maharaj from the media center end. Maharaj, the frontline spinner in this South African team.
158 wickets in just 50 test matches. But I mean, you look at his best figures, 9 wickets for 129 runs. Would have been a bit slighted maybe not to get that, 10th wicket, bowled down an entire side on his own. But Craig Brathwaite is going to face up to him, and you've got to think that, Brathwaite might be a bit tentative again at the start to Keshav Maharaj. He's in to bowl his first delivery from the media centre end. Just on the off stump, slow through the air, and Brathwaite getting forward and pushing it to Bavuma at short cover. There's no run.
I thought we may have seen a more attacking feel for Keshav Maharaj, but South Africans just going with the one slip on the forward short leg.
Another delivery just on the off stump again, and not much to talk about there. Craig Brathwaite just pushing it again to Bavuma, almost a carbon copy of the last delivery. Yeah, I think you're right. A more attacking feel would have been maybe the better ploy, as this time outside the off stump, and really the first signs of real turn that we've seen in this match. Wide outside the off stump and turning sharply away. No shot offered from Brathwaite, but finally some turn, Kadir.
Yeah, there is turn, but slow turn. You can see Brathwaite picking up the line and just leaving it just like that. Carbon copy of the previous delivery. Yeah, so he's able to see, the way that the ball is spinning. It's slow, very slow turn.
And again on bowled this time. Good full delivery from Maharaj. A bit closer to Brathwaite this time. Got forward and pushed it again to Stubbs this time at extra cover. And no run once more. 5 deliveries going in the over. The score is still 28 without loss. No run yet. Driven this time from Brathwaite, but straight to short cover. There's no run. So a good over from Keshav Maharaj. A bit of turn on offer at the end of over number 13. The score remains at 28 without loss. Craig Brathwaite 7 of 39. Mikhail Louis 19 of 39. And a good start there from Maharaj.
Yeah, good maiden over to start with from Keshav Maharaj. Yeah, but this is a good response here from the West Indies opening pair of Mikhail Louis and Captain Craig Brathwaite. They've sort of seen off the early danger that Rabada and Lungi and Giri would have had to offer. And so now it's about just getting through this period right before lunch. Just about on Just about an hour to go, just under an hour to go before that luncheon interval.
That's Mulder. Good delivery again, angling back into Louis, right on the off stump. Just coming back in, Louis forward and pushes it to mid-on. That's Lungi Ngidi for no run. 28 without loss still. Yeah, I think you're right. It's just about, you don't want to lose 1 or 2 wickets quickly before lunch. You want to get to lunch. You want Louis and Brathwaite to be the men that take you to lunch. They're set already. Louis 19 of 40, Brathwaite just 7 runs, but he's faced 39 deliveries and he's looked pretty comfortable. So it's just about not losing wickets and keeping our base before lunch as Mulder runs in and bowls again. Driven nicely from Mikhail Louis, but straight to the fielder at cover, and there's no run there. Over pitched a bit from Wian Mulder, a bit wide as well outside the off stump. Louis had a flash, but no run there.
Yeah, so still the 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, square leg and a long leg. So similar feel for both Brathwaite and Mikhail Louis.
There's Mulder running away from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Good delivery again, just short of a length on and about the middle and off stump. And Louis long forward and pushes it to Temba Bavuma, the skipper, who's at mid-off. No more runs. Not scoring freely as they would have liked, the West Indies. We know the way that Craig Brathwaite goes about it, but Louis 19 of 42. He's played some really good shots, but it's a good tight spell here from Wian Mulder.
Yeah, Wian Mulder is a good steady seamer. Quite capable.
Good delivery again, and this time pushed nicely. He's over pitch from Mulder, and just a push really from Mikhail Louis through the vacant cover region, and he gets 4 more. Really good looking shot there from Mikhail Louis.
Again, all timing from Mikhail Louis, allowing the ball to come on to him, just pushing out that front leg ever so slightly and holding the pose. Wonderful looking extra cover drive from Mikhail Louis. He picks up another boundary.
Yeah, he moves on to 23 now. The score moving on to 32 without loss. A really good shot there. Mikhail Louis really has been showing that, you know, he's the man to get the job done for the West Indies up top. He's so far in his Test career, he's got 6 innings in between that 10 to 39. As we see a graphic there on the screen, just the 150 so far. Had a tough time in England. Did score some runs. Did get a couple of starts. As this one, much better from Mulder, pulling his length back right on about that same line on the off stump, and Louis just tentatively pushing forward. But yeah, he got a couple of starts in England, looked like he was going big, and got out maybe due to, you know, a bit of lack of experience, lack of technique early on in his Test career. He's very young, just 23 years old, and he's showing good signs here. He's showing some really good signs of being a good Test opener here.
Well, I think he's showing maturity, young Mikhail Louis. Yeah, just 24 years old. Again, he's driving this one, this time straighter. And Gidi's giving chase. It's running down away to the boundary. It's not going to get there. And they're able to come back for 2. But again, you could see him just pushing at it. And they're picking up another good looking 2.
It was another over pitch delivery, the over from Mulder, and he just leant forward really and made good connection with it. Got 2 down the ground, and Gidi gave good chase. It's going to be Maharaj to continue from the media centre, and a good first over, maiden over, saw some turn on offer. He's going to be bowling to the West Indies skipper Craig Brathwaite, who's 7 of 39. West Indies 34 at the end of 14 without loss, trailed by a further 323 runs. Really is a good day for batting, though. There's not much clouds around in terms of, it's not really overcast and not much movement for the fast bowlers early on. Better turn a little bit, but as you mentioned, a slow turn as Maharaj comes in and bowls again. Brathwaite working this one, a brilliant stop from Tony De Zorzi. At mid-wicket, it was a bit fuller, over-pitched on the middle stump, and Bradway walking down and flicking it, trying to get that gap between mid-on and mid-wicket, and a good diving stop from De Zorzi. This time slow again, and a bit of turn. Bradway not offering a shot outside the off stump.
And that's what you want. You want your fielders to back up the bowlers. It's not easy, and that was good on the part of Tony De Zorzi.
Oh, good delivery there from Keshav Maharaj, just on or about that middle stump. Bradway forward and defends it back to the bowler. Edged and put down at first slip on the off stump again, getting that bit of turn. Bradway taking the outside edge there, and Aidan Markram diving forward was not able to complete the catch.
Yeah, again, nicely tossed up delivery, slow from Maharaj. It took the edge off Brathwaite, and the lone slip in Aidan Markram just couldn't come up with it. Did it go to hand? Yes, it did. The edge of the fingers and falling away. So a missed opportunity for the South Africans, and that's the reason I was saying I was a little bit surprised to see the field not being a bit more attacking than it is. Just the one slip. I maybe would have had two slips to begin with for Keshav Maharaj.
That last delivery, just another dot delivery, played back to the bowler as Maharaj is in and bowls again. Bit fuller. Brathwaite having a drive there, but straight to Temba Bavuma. So that completes a brilliant over once again from Keshav Maharaj. Another maiden over. The score remains 34 without loss at the end of over number 15. Brathwaite lucky to still be out there.
Yeah, given a life on 7, Craig Brathwaite, time will tell. And if he makes use of the opportunity, makes use of the chance. So 34 without loss after 15 overs. But again, you could see Maharaj coming on and making things happen for the South Africans, like he's done so much times throughout his career.
Now we see an interesting change, not necessarily to the field, but the wicketkeeper Kyle Verna coming up to the stumps now, and it's going to be Wian Mulder to continue. Louis going to have to go back into his crease and bat now. I think maybe that's, it's a good option. Verna up to the stumps as Mulder he's in and bowls. A good delivery. Looked like it hit the front pad a bit and inside edge onto the front pad. Good length again from Mulder, just short of a full length.
Well, the fact that Mikhail Louis batting slightly outside his crease, Verena just using the opportunity to come up to the stumps and just to push Louis back into his crease. So this is a good move here, good tactics shown by Bavuma and the South Africans looking to make things happen. There's still 2 slips and a backward point.
Interestingly, the 2 slips have stayed in the position that they were before. Good delivery again on the line of off stump, and Louis long forward and pushes it to the Zorzi at cover. There's no run. Score remains 34 without loss.
He made a good point with Mikhail Louis about knowing where his off stump is, which is why he's judging those deliveries so well and leaving so well outside the off stump. And that is so important for any batter to know where your off stump is. It sort of gives you a gauge and a guide as to where your scoring zones should be outside the off stump. And I think his judgment early on has been very, very something to behold.
It's Mulder in again to Louis down the leg side. There's a man down there at long leg. Louis works it down, and they're going to rush and push for 2, and they get 2 in the end. We await the signal from the umpire, leg by signal, so that one just seeming to come off the thigh pad maybe, and they get 2 runs to the total, 36 without loss after 15.3.
Still a 5-4 field for Wian Mulder. 2 slips, backward point cover, mid-off on the offside. The onside, there's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a square leg and a long leg. Verena up to the stumps.
There's Mulder again with his 4th delivery. Just good line, good length again on the line of the off stump, just short of a leg. And Mikhail Louis just forward on defense. There's no run.
Listen to Mikhail Louis in a couple of interviews he did, and he seemed to be so level-headed, and he seems to just want to do well. And I know he's a hard-working young man. Had that twin centuries in one game against Guyana. I mean, they've just concluded for the season.
Shows you that he's mature and he's ready. And here he is again as Mulder outside the off stump, left alone from Mikhail Louis. Verena, more of a barricade there, not collecting cleanly. It stopped it.
Yeah, Louis continuing to go with his plan, leaving outside the off stump arena. Didn't collect cleanly. I would assume it's a bit of a difficult pitch to keep on, to wicket keep on. Yes. We've seen some invariable bounce now coming into the surface, a bit of two pace about it.
Yeah, he is again to bowl to Mikhail Louis. Outside the off stump, left alone. Good take from Verena, hitting the stumps. But no run at the end of the 16th over. The West Indies are 36 without loss. Mikhail Louis 25 of 51 and the skipper Craig Brathwaite 7 not out of 45 deliveries. He's not found it easy out there to score, and also got that chance given up in the last Maharaj over. Drop catch by Markram at first slip, but it's going to be Brathwaite again to face up to Keshav Maharaj.
Yeah, nice little matchup here building between Maharaj and Brathwaite. But still no change to the field. Still the one slip. Forward short leg. Bavuma is at short cover. There's a backward point and a regulation cover in place. And interestingly, Rabada is down at a deep mid-off position. Not all the way back on the boundary. Just a couple meters inside.
On the off stump, middle and off, and Brathwaite just on the back foot pushes it back to the bowler.
Yeah, so Brathwaite has got to be careful how he plays outside the off stump. Maharaj very slow through the air this time. Slow, and Brathwaite able to get on the back foot and cut way in front of point. It's running down to the boundary. A valiant attempt by Stubbs, who cannot haul it in. And for to Brathwaite.
Yeah, good shot there from Craig Brathwaite. A much needed boundary. Stubbs did give a good chase, but unable to pull it in the end. On the back foot and just, yeah, you're right, just cutting that ball in front of square. Really nicely played. Played it late, and Stubbs unable to do anything about that. Going again, cuts again, this time shot again outside the off stump, but I feel that there at backward point does well. There's no run.
This time, Rickleton, who's at backward point, was able to run away to his right and made a tumbling save.
On the back foot again, pushing to Tristan Stubbs there at cover. No run. 40 to score. 40 without loss at 16.5 overs. One delivery to go in the 17th over. Maharaj in on bowls much straighter this time on middle and leg. Bit of turn, and Craig Brathwaite just pushes it back to Maharaj for dot ball. So at the end of over number 17, the West Indies are 40 without loss.
Yeah, Brathwaite a little bit more watchful on that occasion, facing up to Maharaj. 40 without loss it is after 17 overs. Just about 40 minutes to go until the lunch break here. First session of day 3 in this first test between the West Indies and the Torren South Africans. Remember, the South Africans were all out this morning for 357. Jaden Seals and Jamel Warrican picking up the 2 wickets, the 2 overnight batters, Kagiso Rabada and Lungi Ngidi. South Africans made 357. West Indies responding here. 40 without loss. Mulder to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion end.
This one was on the off stump again, short of a length. Mulder's lived on that length for quite some time now, and a dot delivery, Louis, in fact, pushing it to the Zozi at cover. There's no run. Bit of crowd cover now around the Queen's Park Oval. I think Louis and Brathwaite just need to buckle down. Just 40 minutes, get to the lunch break. We might have a drinks break soon at 11:30. They want to get to that, refocus, and get to that lunch break without any wickets falling as Mulder pulls out of his run-up. Verena knocking off the bail, it seems. Mirage getting a lot of turn now because he's bowling a bit slow, and I think Gudakesh Moti could take some note from that. Moti was a bit quicker in his spell yesterday. He was a bit too quick through the air and not giving the ball enough air, not letting the ball turn. There's slow turn on offer as Mulder runs in and bowls, and straighter again on that middle and off stump line, and Louis just forward and pushes it to Ngidi. No run. And I think that's where Moti could learn something a bit there from Keshav Mirage. He's bowling a lot slower. Even Warrikan was bowling a lot slower and got some success. So I think Moti could be looking at that for the second innings and understanding what he needs to do better.
Yeah. I think Moti could go up to Maharaj and ask a few questions. No shame in that. Maharaj, a class bowler.
Here's Mulder. Over pitched, and Louis drives beautifully through the covers for 4. What a shot from Mikhail Louis.
Brilliant again. Another pitched up delivery just outside the line of the off stump. And again, Louis was getting his front foot forward. And just again, all timing from Mikhail Louis. A nice flourish of the bat over his shoulders to finish. And a good looking boundary again for Louis through the offside.
A really good shot there from Mikhail Louis. He's looked the part seriously. It was a bit uppish. Might just want to put a little bit more control on it. It was a bit uppish for a bit, but it was in the gap. It was away, far away from the Zozi and Bavuma at mid-off. We now see a change in the field. There's a short cover. David Bedingham is going into a short cover position now. He's come out of first slip. So just the one slip now is Aidan Markram. And Louis is going to have to be a bit more watchful. That one was a bit uppish as Mulder runs in and bowls to Mikhail Louis. Right back on spot where he was before. Just short of a length, angling back in off the seam. And Mikhail Louis in full control of that. No run. 29 of 55 to score. 44 without loss. 17.4 overs bowled.
5 boundaries for Mikhail Louis in his 29. And he certainly looked the part here this morning. He's looked positive. He's looked to pounce on anything loose. He's been successful so far, but this is the period here where he's just got to be watchful. He's got to take his time and go through the gears here in this little period.
Pushes it wide of the Zozi. A brilliant shot again. Beats the Zozi and goes close to the boundary. All timing there. Overpitch once again from Wian Mulder and just timing it past the short cover fielder David Bedingham and beat the Zozi as well, and he picked up 2. So 46 now. The score moves on to Mikhail Louis 31. Another good start for him, but he'd want to carry on here, Kadir.
Yeah, he was able to pick that gap. It was not much of a gap to pick, but he thread the eye of the needle there on the offside. David Bedingham is right in his eye line at that short catching cover position, and the Zozi just to Benningham's right is at an extra cover position, and he got it in that gap.
This time off the inside edge from Louis, straight to Rickleton at square leg. There's no run, so that is the end of over number 18. The West Indies 46 without loss. Mikhail Louis 31 of 57, and Craig Brathwaite 11 of 51. We spoke about, Louis getting a couple of starts in England and not carrying on. He's got another one here, 31 of 57. He'll want to carry on and get a big one here.
Yeah, and just to go back on that point, Liam, that he was making about Louis' debut series in England, I thought that he did well for himself. You know, being a young man, going to England, it's never an easy place to make your debut. The conditions are so much different as compared to what you're accustomed to. Moving ball, the climate and what have you. And I thought he adjusted nicely, he got starts. But more important, you could see him trying to make the adjustment and playing that ball later, trying to play the ball right under his eyes.
Here's Mirage. He's in on bowls to Craig Brathwaite, who's long forward and working it down to Mulder at mid-on. There's no run. 46 without loss, 18.1 overs. I think if there's one thing you could complain about a bit through this West Indies team is that they've not rotated the strike really, as this time Mirage is up on bowls, middle and off line there, and Brathwaite just pushes it back to him. I think they've been facing over by over. 53 balls to Brathwaite, 57 for Louis. They've not really rotated the strike as much as you would have liked. Good delivery again there from Keshav Mirage. It was uppish for a bit on the leg stump line. Brathwaite looking to work it on the leg side, getting a bit of a top edge. And there's just went straight back to the bowler, no run. Good delivery again from Mirage. This time Brathwaite in full control of that delivery. A bit straighter from Mirage and Brathwaite forward. And there's no run again.
Yeah, that fielder just in front of Craig Brathwaite at that silly mid-off position, maybe just throwing him off slightly.
This time on the middle stump line again, and Brathwaite getting his front pad out and pushing it back to Mirage. One delivery to go in over number 19. Brathwaite 11 of 56. There he is. Mirage into Brathwaite again, and this time forward and in full control of that one. So at the end of over number 19, 46 without loss. Another maiden over from Keshav Mirage. He's bowled 3 maidens in his 4 overs thus far. 23 dot balls in his 4 overs. At the end of 19 is 46 without loss.
Yeah, good little start here from these two. Hopefully from a West Indian perspective, they'd carry on until the lunch and interval. But to take you through that period, it's going to be Colin Murray joining Liam Mamchan.
Change, right arm over.
It's going to be Lungi and Giddy back into the attack, and we know how much Colin Murray loves Lungi and Giddy. Right on cue, he's back into the attack. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13. Not the most successful opening spell from him. You want to better that, as I welcome Mr. Murray to the commentary booth.
Yes, thank you very much. As Ngidi is going to start a new spell. No success yet. Of course, that drop catch, we'll have to wait and see how that will hurt South Africa. As Mikael Louis on 31, he's looking good, isn't he? He's certainly playing every ball and its merits. Played a glorious extra cover drive in the previous over. But in general, he's really looked the part.
Yeah, he's been in full control of his innings. He's not played a bad shot just yet. He's been leaving the ball well outside the off stump, knows where his off stump is, and he's been able to put away the bad balls. He's been able to maneuver the good balls well. So he's really looked the part as Ngidi's in.
Yes, and into the right-handed Louis again, and he's forward. Looks very confident, which is what I like about him. He's looking to play shots, 31 from 59 deliveries. Brathwaite, on the other hand, I suppose you have to say typical Brathwaite, 11 from 57 balls. You know, I would just like to see him. I would like to see him more in control. You know, he's always looking like if he's really playing for survival, and that to me, you know, he's too much of an experienced player to be playing like that. But I suppose that's his style, and you can't teach an old dog new tricks at this point in time. Here is Ngidi. Into Louis, struck on the pad, but definitely going down the leg side as Louis was looking to whip it through the onside. And you could see the movement of the keeper going down to his left. And in other words, going towards the leg side. Of course, that's Ferini, the wicket keeper.
Speaking about Brathwaite, you know, 92 test matches, a strike rate of just under 41. And yeah, it's really about, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. You're right about that. He's been like this for his entire career. But
Yeah.
I think that could lead to a lot of his demise in Test cricket as well.
Here's Ngidi into Louis, and Louis on drives. That's a good looking shot. He was on the front foot and just opening that left leg and then stroking it out nicely to the mid-on position. Had he got it maybe just to his right, could have run away to the boundary for 4. Lovely conditions again at the Queen's Park Oval. Nice and sunny. And we're just hoping that we get a full day's play in. Of course, at this time of year, we can have extremely sunny conditions now, and in 10 minutes we see a dark cloud suddenly come and hover over the ground, and all of a sudden it's a different, there was a big difference in terms of the weather. But Ngidi is in, outside the line of the off stump, and Louis picked it up early, allowing it to go through. He's lining up the deliveries well. We know he had the problem in England with the ball moving, especially on or around the off stump. So him a lot of times just playing bat away from the body, getting the outside edge, and the ball racing down into the slip region. But here he's much more comfortable at home. Of course, the pitch is not a quick one by any means. It's a slow pitch. And the South Africans struggling a bit to pick up some wickets. Of course, Brathwaite was dropped. Again, we make that point in the slip, the lone slip fieldsman.
Once again, leaving this one outside the off stump. And he really has shown great confidence. Even when he's leaving the ball, he looks in complete control.
Yeah, because he's picking up the line early, isn't he, Liam? He's picking up the line early, and he's making his decision early. Do I play? Do I leave alone? The end of the over, however, so Ngidi has now completed his 5th over, none for 13. Keshav Maharaj is going to continue. He's operating from the Jerry Gomez Media Center or Willie Rodriguez end, and he's had 4 overs, none for 4 thus far. So he's really struggled, and it seems that we're going to have a change. The Vinod Mamchand Senior is coming into the position. I haven't worked with you, it seems like ages, my friend.
Definitely. It's a pleasure, Colin, to be in your company.
I can't remember the last day we worked together.
Yeah,
You keep avoiding me. I don't know why. Here is Maharaj tossing up one to Brathwaite, and he's much more in control of that one when it's given a little bit of air, because he's playing it off driving down to long off, and they pick up an easy single. He goes to 12. Total on to 47 for none. Brathwaite, he's had his problems with Keshav Maharaj.
But I think what will help him here is that Keshav will get slow turn.
Well, here he is, and Louis is on the front foot. A quicker delivery, Yorker length type delivery. And Louis is a tall man, came down on it and was just playing it back up along the track. He's getting some turn, Maharaj, but slow. But it should be interesting. Here he is. Into Louis. Oh, he played forward to that. There's a man at silly point, and he was diving to his right. Couldn't pick it up. But Maharaj, he's going to create some problems for the West Indian batsman, no doubt. This one, he gave it a little bit of air, and Louis came on the front foot. It hit high up on the bat, and nearly gave the chance to silly point. This one, he's driving. He's going to get a run as it goes down to long off. And one more to the total. Score goes to 48 for none. Louis on 32.
I think one of the criticisms, Louis is a guy I have a lot of time for, Colin. We would have seen him extensively during our coverage of the Regional 40. But Louis is one of those who plays with a very strong bottom hand, and he could get himself in problems against the spinners.
Well, the final delivery, though, the 5th delivery of the over, Maharaj just angling a delivery into Brathwaite, and he's pushing it out on the front foot. He's allowing the ball to run off the face of the bat and go out on the onside. Still no run. 48 for none as Maharaj in to give him some air, and Brathwaite looking to work it through the onside. I thought he was trying to get it more between mid-wicket and mid-on. It was in the air for a while and went down to Rabada, who is at mid-on. A couple bounces to him, but you could see Brathwaite. The thing about it, he must not lose patience. It's the end of the over, 48 for none. He must, and it's a strange thing to say about Brathwaite not losing patience. He gives you the impression he will battle all day, whether he has 10, 12, 100, it doesn't matter with him. But sometimes he seems to be a little bit impatient with some of the shots.
Yeah, I think shot selection at times, leaves a lot to be desired. And he, though, needs to lead from in front. This isn't an ideal situation here, Colin. This is a good track. And although it's not the best for batting, it's still good for batting because it's slow. I think what he has to do is to lead from in front. You look at the West Indies team, you look at the batting order, it's a bit thin in terms of experience. He has to stay there, and he has to understand that. He needs an innings similar to what Bavuma did yesterday.
Yeah. Well, Louis is going to take strike. He's on 32. He's been batting really well, and he's going to be facing up to Ngidi, who is operating from that Brian Lara pavilion end, too wide of the off stump, and he's allowing it to go through, taken by the keeper. There's two slips, a point cover mid-off, and then on the onside there's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a man just behind square, and then the long leg. So a 5-4 field. They've obviously, the ball now is much older than what it's just trying to get and see how many overs have been bowled. 21. We're in the 22nd over with this ball. So I'm not surprised if they started off with 3 slips and a gully. Now they're just down to 2 slips, and obviously the ball is getting, and not only the ball is getting older, but these two batsmen now, especially Louis, seems to be in control of the situation as Ngidi starts his run in to bowl to Louis, and Louis drives, but straight to the man at mid-off, the skipper Bavuma. With Louis, he's always looking to attack. If you put it in his area, he's a tall man, so he's getting onto the front foot and he's punching it.
Yeah, he's batting way outside the crease as well, and he has a long stride forward. Earlier on, you would have seen it, Colin. He played a beautiful cover drive, extra cover drive against Rabada. I thought it was a shot of the match. I went as far as saying that at the time. And he's pretty compact, but yet he seizes every opportunity to attack.
Well, he waits on Ngidi, who is with him now, and this one outside the off stump, and he's allowing it. This is a really good innings. I like what I'm seeing, because if the ball is not there for him, he's allowing it to go through. If it's pitched up, he's looking to attack, and very much like how we saw him in the domestic competition. First time I saw him here at the Queen's Park Oval, he was totally in control. And what is good about him as well, Finood, he seems to have an appetite for big runs.
Yes, definitely. So, actually, the first time I saw him, we were covering the regional 4-day game at the Warner Park, and he got a century in both innings in that game.
Yes.
And you saw the appetite for batting and batting long. It was against the West Indies Academy.
Well, here he is again, facing up to Ngidi, and this one coming back at him. But you could see him bat and pad close together, getting on that front foot and pushing it back up along the track. He saw that cutting back at him, but his technique was good as he got bat and pad very close together, and he was okay here. So he's so far on the front foot. He's scored 30 runs on his front foot of the 32, one off the back foot.
And it's refreshing to see, Colin, a West Indian opener who's getting in line, who is moving his feet nicely. Technically he looks good.
Before this, the domestic competition, Finu, did you hear about Louis? Did you know about Louis?
No.
Yeah,
Actually, I knew of his brother Jeremiah.
Right. Here is a delivery. He's looking to drive, got off the inner part of the bat, but it was there to be driven. I thought he just got his left leg too close to the ball, and so he just couldn't get that ball through the offside that he wanted. He was looking for extra cover and couldn't get it. Yeah, I never heard of Mikel Louis until I saw him. But you know what is good, and give the selectors credit, he actually forced his way into the team, because everybody was talking about Chanda Paul and one or two other openers. Nobody talked about Mikel Louis, but he came onto the domestic scene and he said to them, hey, you have to pick me. You have no choice with the scores he made.
He was very, very consistent.
Well, he faces up to Ngidi with his final ball of the 6th over. And coming into him, and he's on the front foot. He goes through for a quick single. That's good running. Well judged, because the ball was heading to the left of the mid-wicket, to the right of mid-on. And he called immediately as he pushed forward, and they went through for the single. The end of the over, 49 for none. Louis is 33. Brathwaite is on 12. No doubt, Maharaj will continue from the Jerry Gomez Media Center or Willie Rodriguez end.
Yeah, well, Colin, you know, our coverage has gone far and wide, and you know, just like to say a very good evening to Bongani Malita.
Get it right, Vinod, get it right.
He's listening from Johannesburg.
What's the name again? I need you to say it one more time.
Bongani Malita.
Right.
Yes, I hope I got that right. And he's listening on from Johannesburg on the 360 network, and he's saying that you're doing a job, Colin Murray.
Oh, well, thank you
You've
very
led the
much.
troops well, Colin Murray.
Well, there are times when you've got to step up, you know, Vinod.
Yes, of course. And also a number of messages coming all the way from New York as well. It's good to see that the radio broadcast is going far and wide. And there's Matt Fontaine as well. He's logged on, and he's saying that it's good that there is radio commentary
Yeah.
of the test match.
A lot of people are saying that they miss it. They miss the radio commentary. I know that a lot of people complain. Here is Driven. That's a good shot, but it's only going to be a single. Give him some air, and he's driving it down to long off. So he goes to 34. The 50 is up. West Indies, a very good start from them. They're 50 without loss. Have you heard from my good friend out of Barbados, Andrew Mason?
Yes, actually, I heard from Andrew Mason yesterday, and he was very impressed. You know, Mason's a difficult guy to please. He was very, very
Don't use the
impressed.
word difficult. I don't think he's a difficult guy. It just to say he's a man who likes perfection.
Well, he got it yesterday because he did put his fingers to his phone and did remark that, you know, it was an excellent production. It was loud and clear. The content was good. So once Mason is happy, I think we're doing a good job.
Well, here's Brathwaite on the front foot, just trying to drive it there past Maharaj, but not able to get it past him. He was diving to his left to stop it, and he was successful that it didn't go past him.
I also got a number of messages calling with people saying it was good to hear you on the commentary. You have your fans. I think you'll send them a check.
It's in the post already. Here is a delivery that was given a little air. Now he's playing it a little uppishly. Brathwaite, as he was looking to drive. I think he was trying to. He didn't really get to the pitch, and because of that, it was a little uppish. But luckily for him, it was away from Maharaj and went all the way down to long off, and they pick up a single. 13. Now we see a little bit of a change in the field. If you notice, Vinu, the man at silly point, he's almost come back to like a silly mid-off more than a silly point. I think he's looking for that Louis, that defensive prod when he plays forward.
That strong bottom hand
Yeah.
always provides that opportunity, Colin. And you saw early on against Rabada. Rabada had a very straight, short mid-on, I would like to call it. It was very, very straight. He was so straight that Brathwaite had to go to his left.
Yeah.
You know, so there's something that they would have already picked up with him. As I speak, though, it's getting a bit cloudy, but the rain has been, the timing of the rain yesterday was impeccable. It came during lunchtime, just to prevent Colin Murray from reaching the lunch table.
Yeah, I had to dodge between the raindrops. Here's a delivery that Maharaj is again tossing up to Louis, but not tossing up half volley length. It's just back of a length slightly as he's giving some air, and Louis opting to play from the crease. Here's Maharaj again, and this is a delivery, quicker, shorter, and you could see a little bit of turn. He's getting some turn. I tell you what, I predicted at the start of this game, Vinod, that by the fourth day and the fifth day, this pitch is going to turn. To what degree, we'll have to wait and see. Here is Maharaj giving it some air, hitting it in the air, but well short of mid-on. I thought he held back on the shot. He seemed at one time to looking to go over the top, and I thought that he made contact. He just held back on it. So it was airborne for a while, but dropping well short of the man at mid-on in Mulder. And
There's a bit of Philo Wallace in him.
Yes,
the way he
yes.
plays that bottom hand shot, those bottom hand shots, has to be careful. You know, at times, again, especially against the spinners, you need that soft touch. Yesterday, though, Colin, what I've noticed, though, and we spoke about it, where the ball is not coming on perfectly. The ball is stopping at times, and
Yeah.
this is why you would have seen 2 return catches go to work on
Work on.
yesterday, and
And
it
even
could have
today,
happened
yeah.
just now, again with Maraj against Greg Brathwaite. Getting the impression, though, Colin, that with about 10 minutes, well, it's 11:45 now. I think before lunch, they may just give Rabada an over or 2.
Yeah, they may very well do that. And here's Ngidi starting his new over. Short, and Brathwaite cuts, but didn't get hold of it. Came off maybe the bottom part of the bat and just trickles out towards backward point.
It was a bad delivery, actually.
Yeah, it should have been put away, shouldn't it?
Yeah, but he's gotten himself into such a defensive frame of mind. 63 deliveries faced up for his 13 that he was unable to put it away.
Since you mentioned the name Philo Wallace, Finud, I went to the Lord's Test match. I was had to go to England. I promised my family I would go up to England with them, and I said, well, I can't miss out on the Lord's Test because of the timing. Here is Ngidi, and Brathwaite looking to turn a delivery, pitched on the leg stump, just outside the line of the leg, and he was trying to whip it through the onside, came off the pad, and trickles down to long on, and to long leg, and they pick up, well, they go for a single, but signaled a leg by the umpire. Score goes to 52 for none, brings Louis, who's on 34, back into strike. And I was sitting there, and all of a sudden, I heard this guy, how are you going, Colin? Philo Wallace. And we had a long, he sat by me, he was with some friends, and he sat there for a long while. Peter Matthews who was close to us as well, so we had a long chat, and of course, he was lamenting on the state of West Indies cricket.
Oh, my.
And he was on about West Indies cricket, and at that time, unfortunately, West Indies weren't doing too good when we were chatting.
He's been on Mason's show giving his views.
Has he? Yeah,
I've
but
warned him
he's-
about it.
But
Not to get
he's-
carried away.
I tell you, he was all about. But he's so passionate, when it comes to West Indies cricket. But he was. I had to listen to him for about 10 minutes, and I didn't interrupt him
Yes.
because he was, he was on a roll, as they say. But good old Philo.
He's in England now.
Yep, here is Ngidi into Louis, and he's forward, pushing it out to the short extra cover. No run. And score remains on 52 without loss. Louis is 34. Brathwaite is on 13. And of course, if you're now joining us, South Africa, they were dismissed earlier for 357. And Mulder, he ended up on 41 not out. Rabada caught the silver ball. Warwick for 21. And Ngidi, he had his off stump removed by Jaden Seals. Jaden Seals ended with 3 for 67. And Jamal Warwick 4 for 69. Roach 2 for 53. And Holder 1 for 39. They were the wicket takers. And West Indies in reply, going along nicely at the moment as Ngidi is into Louis, and he's forward in defense, pushing it out in front of him. So Ngidi more concentrated. He realizes, and all the fast bowlers have realized, that this is a slow pitch. So what they've got to do is look for a little bit of movement, keep the ball full length, and get some movement. I don't think Ngidi is very happy because he's not really moving the ball, especially away from the right hander. You could see just one slip in place. He's trying to get it to nip back at the right-handed openers.
Ngidi coming off injuries as well, and this is why you find his pace has been down, 126 to 130. He has been averaging, and so he's struggling to get his rhythm. He's struggling to get back to where he was, and he's working himself back to some sort of fitness.
This is too wide of the off stump, and Louis is allowing it to go through, to be taken by the keeper. Again, he's on his line. He's bowled a lot of deliveries that have been a little too wide of the off stump, and allowing the batsmen to let it go through. But this has been a good start, Finud, by these two openers, and you would hope they would want to carry on until lunch
You
and
were
then
in
come
England,
back out.
You were in England, Colin, and you would have seen that they did get some promising starts.
Yeah, they did on a couple of occasions, but I tell you what, they struggled badly against the moving ball. And I was mentioning to Liam, here is Ngidi in and Louis again in defense, and that's the ball that is angled back into him. But again, not much pace, and Louis has enough time to get on the front foot and push it out in front of him. At the end of the over, Ngidi has now completed 7 overs, none for 14. And at the end of the over, West Indies 52 for none. They still trail by 305 runs. I was making the point that Wokes and Atkinson, all they really did was bowl good line and bowl a good length. They bowled the ball outside the line of the off stump or just on the off stump where the batsman had to play, and the movement of the ball did the rest on the pitch. And then when they wanted to cut it, there was a lot of reverse swing as well with the ball when it got a little older, and they just pitched it in the right areas, and that was the undoing of a lot of the inexperienced West Indies batsmen.
And it brings me to the question, Colin, and you can probably answer it after this ball.
Yes, Maharaj starts a new over into Brathwaite, and he's on the front foot pushing it out on the onside.
How detrimental it has been for West Indies cricket with the lack of opportunities for our players in the county league.
Yeah. And that's another thing. I just thought they needed a much, how should I put it, more preparation. Here is Maharaj into Brathwaite, and he's hitting it in the air, just one bounce to Dizorsi, who is at mid-wicket, and Lucky's looking to get on with it. He's got to be careful because he's trying to whip this ball through the onside, but it is being hit in the air, and he's had here, he's forward in defense, good line, good length. Yeah, you look at the inexperience of the batsmen, and I just thought they needed 3 or 4 games before the test match. Here is Maharaj, and they was thinking of the single because Maharaj sort of half stopped it, but they decided against it. They played 1 3-day warm-up game against basically some young England players, and then they had a week in the nets. For an inexperienced team like that, you got to go play 3 or 4 county games against recognized county teams before the test match. And it's the good delivery again. And that's of course, the big problem with that is money.
Yeah.
Because if you're going to send that team 3-4 weeks before, it means you're
going
going
to... the international schedule is so packed.
Well, that's the other thing, and it was tough. Here is Maharaj. That's a great delivery. Pitch, spun, and Brathwaite had to play at it, but it was just back of a length and spun away from him. And the wicketkeeper couldn't collect it, but another very good over from Maharaj. He's bowled, 8 overs now, none for 7. That's to tell you how he's been difficult to get away. Or 7 overs, none for 8. That's the other way around.
Marge has been very, very good indeed. Markram is going to have a bowl. We saw Markram bowl at the World Cup. Did very well against the West Indies.
Very effective as well.
Yeah, very well against the West Indies.
Well, that's for another discussion, Vinod, because I could not understand. He got, when he got the first wicket, that Puran came in. So he was now bowling to 2 left-handers in Mayers and Puran. And of course, he eventually got Puran out. And I just didn't understand the thinking. I thought maybe there was nothing wrong with sending a right-hander, Chase, say, or somebody like that, just to negate Markram.
Yeah, I remember looking at the game with Liam, and he made that exact same point to me. And I retorted by saying if you're a batsman, you could face any bowler.
Yeah, but, the thing about it, you're talking about an off-spinner bowling to the left-handers, spinning the ball away, and I just thought Markram... To me, you needed somebody there to go and take charge and with the ball spinning into the right-hander. Here he is into Louis, and Louis is forward. Yeah, spinning into the right-hander where he's going to play shots. And it was a pity because it's always in hindsight you could look back and say, well, we should have done that or they should have done this. But I just didn't think it was the right move by the West Indies. And Markram, imagine, Rabada only bowled 2 overs.
Yeah, down at the very end.
Yeah.
Was good thinking, though, by Markram.
Oh, yeah, it was excellent. Here is kudos to South Africa as Louis is playing the next ball from Markram out on the mid-wicket area. And no run. Skipper Bavuma is there doing the fielding. So Markram just getting an over or so before lunch to see maybe what he can do. As Louis drives down to long on. And they pick up an easy single. He goes, what, to 35. And the total under 53 for none.
Yeah, West Indies getting past that half-century opening stand. And most importantly, Colin, well, if they do in the next few minutes, they will have stayed together until that lunch break.
Which is so very important. But I tell you what, it's starting to look very, very overcast now as Markram into Brathwaite, and he's on the front foot pushing it out in front of him. I don't think we're going to escape some rain later on.
Well, we did look at the weather forecast, and it's saying around lunchtime there's an 85% chance.
Yeah. Well, here's Markram into Brathwaite, and he's forward. The end of the over from Markram. He's completed his first over, none for one. We are going to get another over in, and or maybe another two if it's the spinners. Maharaj is, no doubt he's going to continue. 7 overs, none for 8. And
the funny thing though, Colin, if I may just cut you across there, the funny thing is that on day one, when we wrapped up here in the media center and we were walking across the oval outfield, I just couldn't understand why cricket couldn't have been played on it.
yeah, well, I thought they were a little, how should I put it, in terms of calling it off. I thought they were a little too eager.
Very, very firm. Very firm,
yeah,
the outfield. And then the sun came back around 4 o'clock.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
right.
we would have gotten
we,
cricket.
Yeah, we could have got, I would think, at least another 10, 15 overs in. But I thought the umpires, they were a little early in making the call. I thought they could have waited a little bit, because I think they called it off
Pretty
around,
early.
before 3 o'clock. Well, Maharaj is going to continue. He's going to bowl his 8th over, and this could very well be the last over before the luncheon interval, as he's into Louis, and Louis is long forward. So that man has gone back to that silly point. Now there's also, Bavuma has placed himself at a very short mid-off. So maybe, I don't think it's for the forward prod, it's maybe for the drive coming forward that is hit uppishly. And he's long forward again. This has been a good spell from this man. You could see the experience.
Yeah, Maharaj has done very, very well indeed. Subtle changes to pace as well. He's not getting exaggerated turn, he's getting slow turn. But look at how he varies his pace here, Colin.
This one giving a little bit of air. And Louis is on the front foot, pushing it back up along the track. But you're right. He's varying his pace. He's also using that ball, the ball that's coming in with the arm. Certainly bags and bags of experience. And again, Louis long forward. This has been good though from Mikel Louis. I can't praise him enough.
Yep.
He's batted very well. Concentration and a little bit of gamesmanship now, because Brathwaite is going to have a chat with him. Probably say, look, I really have nothing to tell you. I just want to use up a couple seconds here because it's nearly lunchtime.
Interesting indeed. But Louis is a man I have a lot of time for.
Yeah.
He's the sort of guy, if he takes an hour to get ready, you will wait in your car for him, the way he bats, Colin.
Oh, yeah, for sure. He's an exciting player, and I would expect if he gets his first half century, or gets the half century, I should say, because I think he got a half century in the, I'm just going to check on it, but I get the impression he got here. He's driving, but straight to the man at that short mid-on. Yeah, so he did get a half century in the England series. He got a 57, so he's got a half century already at Test cricket. I was about to say, if he gets the half century, I expect him to open up a bit. Oh! He's bowled him right through the gate, the last delivery, and it went straight. As you talk about his variation, commentators curse, Vinod, I should stop. I'm not coming back after lunch. But this one was with the arm,
Yep.
and it crept between bat and pad. You could see the disappointment in this young man's face, because he was concentrating so hard. He was batting so well, and you could see he was playing for lunch. But this was a delivery that pitched, and he left that little bit of a gap. I thought it was the arm ball, but it was the regular orthodox spinner that turned between bat and pad. He left that gap, unfortunately, as he was playing forward defensive, he left a bit of a gap. The ball snuck through there, and Mikel Louis goes Bol Maharaj for 35 from 90 deliveries, and right on the stroke of lunch, the last ball, Maharaj, who's been bowling exceedingly well. Let's give him all credit. He's picked up the vital wicket of Louis, and West Indies, they go to lunch at 53 for 1. They still trail South Africa by 304 runs, but they've only got 9 wickets now in hand.
If Maharaj was a burglar, he would have done well. There's a slight gap there, Colin.
Yeah.
He was able to get through. Looking at Louis, though, look at that tired shot as well.
I think he had lunch on his mind, and he just wanted to keep it out, and I thought he just didn't get that bat and pad close together, and give Maharaj credit. He found the gap.
Maharaj doing his normal prayer ritual. He's a Hindu before he leaves the field, Colin. And that's it from us here at the lunch break. 53 for 1. Colin Murray will be rushing across to the VVIP section to have his lunch. Be sure to join us in about 35 minutes or so to hear more from him.
You've just heard commentaries of the West Indies South Africa series, a production of 360 Radio. Join us again for more on the 360 Radio Network. This is Cricket on 360 Radio as we bring you ball-by-ball commentaries of the West Indies South Africa series. The action is about to begin. And now, for all the excitement, let's join our commentators on location.
So we're here after lunch, the first delivery just delivered, and Carty not scoring on debut here. Casey Carty. .54 for 1. Carty to face his first delivery. Here's Ngidi. And down the leg side, he's off on running immediately, clipping it down behind square. They're going to come back for 2. Casey Carty received his West Indian cap, becoming the first player from St. Martin to represent the West Indies in Test cricket. He received his cap 2 days ago from Jason Holder. What an ambassador Jason Holder is for West Indies cricket. Here is Lungi Ngidi from Joey Carew members end. This is worked away by Carty down to short third man.
Yeah, good boys.
And a big slide there from Stubbs.
Oh, sorry, so sorry.
A big slide there from Stubbs. And they get a single. In fact, it's Rabada from the far end. My error. Big Stubbs putting in a big effort. But the overall outfield being a bit wet. I think he will have a date with the laundromat tonight. The West Indies 57 for 1. The trail now by 300. Brathwaite, 14 of 73 deliveries. Did a job before lunch. But on the stroke of lunch, he lost Louis. Oh, beautiful delivery there by Rabada. He squared him up. He turned him inside out with that. Just touching down and leaving him. Farine, the wicketkeeper, taking that one as it died on him, but it already did its work by beating the edge of Craig Brathwaite. Here's Rabada again from the Branlar Pavilion end. Up to the wicket, bowls. This one crashes into the tie pad of Brathwaite as he goes across the line. That one angling into him. So Carty's on 3. So the West Indies could say that they've gotten 3 runs from the island of St. Martin. As I say, good afternoon to Liam Mamcha.
Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to all our viewers around, all our listeners around, in fact.
Rabada, arms pumping, goes past the umpire now, bowls down the leg side, just skipping across. Now it's well documented the problems that Craig Brathwaite has with the short rising ball into the body, hence the leg gully was there. There's going to be Keshav Maharaj to continue the attack from the Jerry Gomez media center end.
It's also well documented the problems that Craig Brathwaite has had against Kagiso Rabada. And this is the 9th innings that they've been playing against each other. Rabada's gotten him out 7 times, so it's another case of Brathwaite having a bit of problems with the express fast bowlers like Kagiso Rabada. But we also saw that he got dropped earlier from Keshav Maharaj. 8 overs, 5 maidens, 8 runs, 1 wicket. What a spell he's had in that just before lunch.
He's a special bowler, Maharaj. Keeps things very simple indeed. As goes about his work in a business-like manner.
The rain's coming, you need to cover up. Okay. But can't we just play? We need to cover up.
Well, it looks like the ground staff are going to come on. You could hear that wicket-keeper there, Verena, saying, well, can't we just play? And,
well, Verena needs to be careful here. He could have a date with the match referee because he's disputing. He's saying, why could we just not play? And he's gesturing. So they're off. There's a drizzle about. Just a couple deliveries and they're off. Score 57 for 1. We've had 28 overs bowled thus far. So we are going to take a short break. We will alert stations as we come back. The West Indies 57 for 1 and there's another break for rain.
This is Cricket on 360 Radio.
Ready, gents, we can go.
So we're back here at the Queen's Park Oval for the radio coverage of the West Indies versus South Africa first test match, as Keshav Maharaj is in and Casey Carty is playing this one. Just to Tristan Stubbs there at cover, and there is no run. Expansive drive from Carty early on. This is the delivery, 57 for 1, 28.1 overs gone. This time a better line delivery from Maharaj on the off stump. Carty long forward and pushes it back to him. As I welcome Dylan Sharma.
Welcome, good afternoon everyone. See that silly mid off in position as well.
There's Maharaj into Carty again. This time just forward, pushing it to David Bellingham, who is at silly mid off, as you just mentioned, Dylan. Good attacking field from South Africa so far.
Kesey Carty early into his innings, so wanting to apply as much pressure as they can. Keshav Maharaj.
Giving it some loop and turning wide off the off stump. No shot offward from Carty. Probably the better thing to do. With another slow turn on offer. And Carty opting to leave that one alone. This time forward and pushing to the Zozi at short mid wicket. The score remains 57 for 1.
What's the play at that one? Better line from Keshav Maharaj. One middle stump.
There's Maharaj again. Driven nicely from Casey Carty, and this could be his first test boundary. It's running close. Stubbs gives chase, and a great effort, and it looks like he may have just pulled it in. But a wonderful shot from Casey Carty, and they're probably going to check this, but in fact, they're not going to check it. They're happy with that. There's going to be 3 runs to the total. The score moves on now to 60 for 1.
Well, had it been 3 or 4, would have still given Carty a lot of confidence to get his innings going after the second rain break of the day.
Yeah, good work there from Stubbs to pull off that stop. 60 for 1 at the end of over number 29. Carty on 5, on 6 now in fact. And he's out there with his skipper, Craig Brathwaite, 14 of 76. He's never really looked comfortable, Dylan.
Certainly is a patient batsman, but this is slow even by his standards. Kagiso Rabada now is going to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. 60 for 1 the score, Casey Carty to face.
This time from Rabada straight into the body line. It's going to run very close to the boundary, and a good stop from big man Lungi Ngidi there. This was just short, and Carty getting in line with it and working it down to long leg, and they pick up 2 more runs. Carty scoring quickly here, so get that wonderful drive for 3. You know, this time Ngidi had to pull out the big boots to get that one inside.
Carty's always looked like someone who would take easily to this format. Hopefully won't put any commentators' curse on him.
Oh, inside edge this time. Rabada getting that ball to angle back into Carty. Got the inside edge, and they're going to get 2 more runs down to a backward square. It beat the fielder there at square leg, and had to give chase, so they get 2 more. Score now 64 for 1, 29.2 overs. Casey Carty 10 of 10 now.
Rabada still has 2 slips in place. A point, cover, mid off, mid on. Short mid wicket.
Rabada comes in and bowls this time. Back of a length, rising on the off stump. Carty gets behind it nicely, and defense, there's no run there. Speaking about the field, Dylan, 2 slips still in play. 30th over in. And what's your thoughts on that? Do you think it's a good idea to have those 2 slips because Carty's a new batsman?
Well, that's exactly what I was going to say, especially to the new batsman. Casey Carty might see a bit of change when Brathwaite gets back on strike.
This time driving and driving a bit uppishly. And no run there. Tony DeZorzi cleans up at cover. You'd think that, we saw earlier that Mikhail Louis played a drive just uppishly of Rian Mulder, and we saw them bring that short cover into play. But not just yet for Rabada, who was sticking with those two slips. Markram and Bellingham in. 2 deliveries to go, 64 for 1 the score remained. Carty 10 of 12. So he really looked quite confident coming into his debut test. In fact, they take the
Bellingham was now moved out from that first slip position into that same short cover position. About into goal.
Oh, good leave there from Carty. That one angling back into the off stump, but we gotta say good judgment more than anything from Carty. Everyone on the South African team there has their hands on their heads. That one just pitching on and around fourth stump, angling back in. Carty leaving it.
Only two types of leaves in the cricket game, a good and a bad leave, and stumps were not disturbed on that occasion, as much as Rabada can't believe it. Final ball of the 30th over.
In on bowls this time into the ribs of Carty, working it into the leg side, but Keshav Maraj dives across and stops it, so there's no run. That is going to be the end of over number 30. Casey Carty 10 of 14, Brathwaite 14 of 76. The West Indies are 64 for 1.
Of course, so far we've had 2 breaks, so it might benefit either one of the teams or the other. Batsmen haven't really been able to get back into much of a rhythm so far after that extended lunch break. So would work towards the advantage of the South Africans, who are very eager to get back onto the field, especially after picking up that wicket of Mikhail Louis for 35 runs off 90 deliveries. Keshav Maharaj is going to continue into his spell from the media center end.
What a spell he's had so far. Just the one for 1 wicket so far, but just 11 runs. Good shot there from Craig Brathwaite long forward, and pushes it back to the bowler. No run.
Stock standard from Greg Brathwaite. Second ball now. Keshav Maharaj bowls to him. There's a shout there, but certainly no real threat of a dismissal on that occasion. Just moves down and does some gardening, Greg Brathwaite.
Yeah, that one just pitching outside leg stump and not really spinning, might have been going down leg, as this time Brathwaite is down the wicket and is all the way for 6. What a shot from Craig Brathwaite. Out of character, you have to say, but he was down the wicket and he hit it straight back over the bowler's head for 6.
Well, that certainly came out of nowhere. Third ball of the over. Keshav Maharaj is in for quite a surprise after seeing Brathwaite come down the pitch and utilize as much of his power as he could to get his first boundary of the innings. And it's his second boundary of the innings, first 6 of the innings.
And you have to say that I don't think Keshav Maharaj is going to be unhappy with that. I think you want Brathwaite opening up a little bit and looking to score runs. This time outside the off stump, turning away from him, and no shot offered. No need to chase at that. 20 for from 80, Craig Brathwaite. Strike rate just going up a bit now to 25. Gets back and cuts, but he's cutting off the off stump. You could have seen that the South Africans are interested there. And hit straight to Stubbs at cover and no run. 1 delivery to go.
Final delivery is likely just gonna keep this out from exactly that.
Good delivery there from Mirage, just on and about the off and Milan off stump, and Brathwaite long forward and defend. So at the end of over number 31, the West Indies 70 for 1. Craig Brathwaite, after hitting that 6, he moves on to 20, and Casey Carty on the other end on test debut, 10 of 14 not out. Mirage 10 overs, 1 wicket, 17 runs.
And just
bowled really well so far.
Just to update you as well, West Indies trailed by 287 runs after South Africa would have posted 357 this morning after being bowled out. Lisa Rabada is going to now enter his 9th over of the innings.
291 test wickets for Kagiso Rabada. What an impressive career he's had. And on the other end, a man with 159 test wickets is Keshav Miraj. And then you got Kati on test debut. So this time driving nicely. Overpitched a bit from Rabada, but driving straight to that short cover that was employed in the last over. That's David Bedingham, and there's no run. 70 for 1.
It's almost as if Bedingham in that position has enticed that shot from Carty, just wanting to make sure he's up and ready for when that ball gets to him.
It's been good from Rabada so far. I thought he had a really good opening spell. His last 2 overs have not been bad either, but that opening spell was good. He's been unlucky to not get a wicket this time, angling back into Carty, and he's forward and defends. No more runs to add there.
Fended straight down to Rickleton at mid-on. That's a designated ball shiner at this point here for Kagiso Rabada. He's really putting in his full effort there to ensuring that shine stays on the ball, especially with the sort of conditions right now. No real sun overhead.
Not designated ball shiner here at Cricket 360. Goes by the name of Jared Basu as Rabada runs in and bowls into Kesey Carty again. It's back and defends and goes back down to Rickleton. Another dot delivery. A bit of overcast conditions still around here, Dylan. Something to be concerned about?
Maybe something to be concerned about. Of course, the forecast would have predicted rain throughout the afternoon period, so could be a start-stop sort of evening.
Rabada's in and bowls, angling back into Carty again. Just onto that tie pad, and Carty pushing it again to Miraj, who's at short mid wicket. The 4 dot delivery, 70 for 1 the score here at the Queen's Park Oval. 31.4 overs gone. Rabada into his 9th over, 8.4 overs, 1 maiden. No wickets just yet for 20 runs.
Markram had slipped, just wants to get some of his ball shining done as well. Maybe not too pleased with what Rickleton has been doing. Of course, Markram, the captain, Rabada into his 5th delivery of the over. And not too confident a shot from Kesey Carty on that occasion.
I'm not even too sure how you would describe what Kesey Carty just played. He just kind of... It's a very interesting shot indeed. So, a dot delivery. Just kind of squeezing it out a bit.
Was at a loss for words as to what to really call that shot.
It's not... he didn't take any big risk or anything like that. It's just, a bit of a horizontal bat shot there as Rabada runs in to bowl his final delivery of his 9th over into Carty off the outside edge and dropping short of Aidan Markram. Not even, I'm thinking that's actually off the tie pad in the end, and Rabada was not interested, too high for an LBW. It looked like it just nipped back off the seam a bit, off the tie pad, and bounces through to Markram at full slip. Another maiden over for Kagiso Rabada at the end of over number 32, 70 for 1, Dylan.
70 for 1. It's so far been pretty equal sort of sessions since we've resumed. No wickets falling, but Brathwaite's been able to get that 6 earlier on. Keshav Maharaj now into his 11th over, 1 for 17.
In on bowls to Brathwaite on the line of middle and off stump and just push back long forward and pushes it back to Miraj. No run. Miraj has been bowling quite slow, and I think what he got Louis with was that ball was pretty much the same ball he was bowling to Louis all day. It's just the one that straightens a bit. This time Brathwaite off the back foot punches to Stubbs at cover, and he's going to get a single. He moves on now to 21. Brings Kesey Carty onto strike. Miraj 18 runs conceded in his 10.2.
Carty now gets the face up to Maharaj. That slip on that silly mid-off as well as a short cover. Regulation cover. Cover point. Mid-on, mid-wicket and a deep square leg.
No, Here is Mirage in and moves to Kati on the back foot, and there's no one at point, and Kati's opening the face nicely. A really well timed shot is going to run close to the boundary and into the boundary now for 4. Casey Kati, he moves on now to 14. What a shot that was, Dylan. Really nicely timed.
Certainly was a lovely shot, especially finding that gap on the field. Really was no one there, and just delicately timed into that position there down to third man. Well, where third man would have been. Certainly would build his confidence here.
Now here's Keshav Mirage. He's into bowl to Kati again. Oh, long forward is Kati, and that one would have probably flew straight to a short leg, or a bit wide of a short leg, and is down to deep backward square where Rabada is, and they get a single. He was forward and just got the inside edge. Now that brings the skipper Craig Brathwaite on to strike. 76 for 1. The score moves on to now. Good delivery from Mirage again on the off stump line, and Brathwaite forward again, and just defends, and Bedingham picks it up off the pitch. Bedingham at shot at city mid off. Final delivery from Mirage, and the long forward again. So pretty much a carbon copy of the previous delivery. At the end of over number 33, it's 76 for 1.
West Indies still trailing by 281. Now, Keshav Mirage certainly has found the right pace to bowl on this wicket. Don't think Udakesh Moti really found the right pace to bowl throughout the day yesterday.
Yeah, we were speaking about that. We were speaking about that earlier. I think Moti needs to take pattern from what Mirage has done, and even what Warakan did towards the end of the day. But throughout his entire spell, he bowled 22 overs, but he was generally a lot slower. Moti was bowling very flat and didn't seem to work out for him. He was taken apart from the very first over that he bowled. He was hit for 2 sixes. As Rabada is back in to bowl to Casey Kati outside the off stump, and Kati does not offer a shot. Straight through to wicketkeeper Kyle Verena.
Of course, the counterpoint to that same argument would also be, of course, a bit more wear and tear on the pitch as well into day 3.
That delivery from Rabada, not really getting up as much from we've seen this pitch do so far. It's a bit slow, as Rabada is back in, and he runs in from the Rannar Pavilion end. It's back of a length, and Kati gets back on his back foot and just defends it to David Bedingham at short cover. 76 for 1.
Conditions here still quite cloudy above. Sun only peeked out for a short time right before this session got underway. Third ball of the over, Mr. Rabada.
Short and pulls, and there's no one down at deep square leg, and Giddy's getting around from long leg, and he does get around in the end. Kati deciding to take on the short ball, and he gets 2 runs. Good shot there, Dylan.
Definitely would have liked to get a boundary, but good fielding done by Lungi and Giddy on the boundary.
Well, welcome to international cricket. Casey Kati, Test cricket especially, Kagisa Rabada is one of the fastest around, and that one just seemed to rush onto him a bit, as Rabada is back into bowl to Kati. Goes back of a length again into the off stump, and he gets back on his back foot. There is no run there. 137.8 kilometers an hour.
Is quite a way to get welcomed into the format. Of course, none of the South African bowlers, you would say, are quite slow. So, but being Kagisa Rabada, he's definitely the quickest and most experienced out of the bunch.
291 test wickets, continue to stress on that, as Rabada is back into bowl outside the off stump. This one, some good pace lifting into the wicketkeeper Kyle Verena. Dot delivery again. The score remains 78 for 1. Casey Kati, 17 of 27. You could see him that he signaled for gloves early on in the over. You see Brian Charles, who would be kicking himself. He'd be disappointed not to be in this 11 in front of his home crowd. Not much of a crowd, but a lot of people in the oval knew Brian Charles so well. As Rabada runs in and bowls again, back of a length, and Carty gets back and just pushes it to Bavuma at mid-off. There's no run at the end of over number 34. It's 78 for 1.
Rabada none for 22 off of his 10 overs so far. And one thing I have noticed as well is Rabada did start off his spell very accurately and cheaply. Have noticed at times previously that might not start off his spell quite as good, but tends to work out into his spell.
Yeah, I noticed that in his first spell with the new ball as well. His first over, he was around that 130 to 133 kilometer an hour mark, and then within his second and third over, you saw him start to hit the 140s and a little bit more consistently, be a little bit more aggressive, get some more movement, some more energy behind the ball. And yeah, I think he's probably just one of those bowlers that takes some more time to get into the game, as Mirage is in and bowls to the skipper Craig Brathwaite. The city mid-off has now moved to the other side. He's going to a short leg. We saw that delivery from Mirage that Carty would have got the inside edge off, so just a bit of encouragement for Mirage to switch around the fielder.
And that ball just goes right past that silly mid-on fielder, but Brathwaite was easily in control of that shot and rotates his strike. 22 off 88 for Craig Brathwaite. Casey Carty now comes on strike, 17 from 28.
Score moves on to 79 for 1. Mirage really has bowled well, but I think Carty and Brathwaite just seem to be a bit more comfortable as Mirage comes into bowl now. That delivery on the middle stump line. Carty just getting forward and pushing it back to Mirage. We now see a change in the field, and Giddy comes up to mid-off instead of long-off, and Bavuma goes into short cover. And yeah, that's a good delivery again, Mirage, just on that middle-off line. Good length, a foolish length, and Carty just forward and defense. He's now moved back the fielder at short leg to silly mid-off. And Carty working it nicely this time on the leg stump. Carty just placing it to mid-on, gets a single. Score moves on to 80 for 1.
Definitely seems to be some sort of plan there with Keshav Maharaj wanting Carty to play more against his spin and Brathwaite to play with the spin. Keeps moving that fielder from side to side.
Here comes Keshav Mirage again in. It's shorter. Brathwaite off the back foot punches it to Bavuma at short cover, and there's no run at the end of over number 35. The West Indies 80 for 1. Mirage completes his 12th over, 1 for 25. And Carty on test debut 18 of 31. And Craig Brathwaite on the other end. He's had a rough morning. He's on 21 of 86 deliveries now. Keshav Mirage 159 test wickets. Rabada 291. So Carty's getting he's not having an easy time out there. They're not making it easy for him on his debut. He's facing two very experienced players. Rabada 63 test matches. Keshav Mirage 51. And Casey Carty 1. As Rabada is in to bowl to Carty. This time, oh, what a shot that is from Casey Carty off the back foot. A short ball from Rabada, and Carty just punching it through that backward point region for 4.
Well, that was so easily done by Casey Carty, and it happened so quickly as well. That was just pure timing from Casey Carty, and he's now caught up with Craig Brathwaite. They're both on 22.
Carty really looking the part at this point in time. That one didn't get up as much as Rabada would have liked, but really good timing on it. Race to the boundary, and Carty picks up his second boundary.
Rabada certainly is not happy with that. What will we see here?
Oh, just off the back foot again. That one just a little bit wide outside off stump. I think Carty could have been tempted to leave that one, but you're right, Dylan. He caught up to Craig Brathwaite in almost a third of the amount of time that Brathwaite has been out there. It's just 33 deliveries, Brathwaite 89 deliveries for his 22.
Certainly making things here look quite easy.
Well,
Probably.
I think it's a bit easier now than when Brathwaite would have came in earlier. But as Rabada runs in and bowls to Carty, this time Fuller, and Carty gets the bat down in time. Rabada looking for that Yorker.
About trying to field that one, just gets past him. Of course, Carty wouldn't want to be going up to Brathwaite and telling him to score any faster. Of course, that's his captain. But it has been quite a bit slower than what we usually see Brathwaite score at, but has looked to score a bit more after coming out this second session.
There's Rabada in and bowls to Carty. This one wide outside the off stump. He's never going to trouble anybody out there. And Carty lets it go through to the wicketkeeper Verena. West Indies trail by 273 runs. They score 84 for 1. 35.4 overs. 2 deliveries to go in this over from Rabada.
See that same feel in place, one slip, short cover, point cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket.
Here is Rabada into Carty. This time on the off stump line again, just back of a length. And Carty just slightly forward. And defense nicely to Bedingham at short cover. It really looks solid so far as Casey Carty. Just the one slip, not short cover in front of the eyes of Carty. A backward point, a cover mid off on the offside as Rabada runs away from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, angling back into the legs of Carty, and he just opened the face of the bat down to deep mid wicket, deep square in fact, and he's going to get a single to finish the over. So at the end of 36, the West Indies 85 for 1. Carty moves for 23. Brathwaite's on 22. The West Indies trail by 272.
I'll just give you a rundown of the South African bowling response so far. Rabada none for 27 off of 11 overs. Ngidi none for 14 off of 7 overs. We may see him back into the attack relatively soon. Mulder none for 13 off of his 5 overs. Maharaj 1 for 25 off of his 12 overs, the only successful bowler so far. And of course Markram had that solitary over before lunch.
Here is Mirage. He's into bowl to Brathwaite, and that's a beauty from Keshav Mirage, pitching on and about that off stump and turning away, beating Casey Carty in fact. Just a bit of turn on offer now. That one just pitching on middle and off and beating him outside the off stump. Not much Carty could have done about that. And Mirage is in again to bowl to Carty. A bit fuller this time and a bit of a stutter, but they go for the single in the end and they get there easily. A single to Casey Carty. He moves on to 24. Score moves on to 86 now.
Only thing Carty could have done with that delivery was put it out of his head as he just did and rotate the strike.
That's good batting, good proper test cricket batting. You got a good delivery, you get off strike the next ball and don't think about it too much. Here is Mirage Brathwaite. Full again there from Mirage, and Brathwaite forward and just defense to Bavuma.
Really slow on that occasion, 77.5.
Oh yeah,
Another good delivery from Mirage. He's trying to target that area, middle and north. He stuck that one at the off stump, and Brathwaite was along forward and defense.
That delivery a bit straighter on that occasion.
Another delivery at around 77 kilometers an hour. Here he is, this time right on that middle and leg line. There's a short leg in play for Craig Brathwaite, and it was pushed gently back to the bowler. No run. 86 for 1, 36.5. Here is Keshav Mirage bowling from the media center end, in fact. That one getting some drift there from Mirage. A bit of an arm ball, and Brathwaite was well forward to it and defense. So at the end of over number 37, it's 86 for 1.
That final delivery looked a bit more round arm as well. So far what I really enjoyed from Casey Carty was his rotation of strike as well as his gap finding. I think Brathwaite is just a bit stuck as far as rotating the strike.
Yeah, he's been ultra defensive. I don't think he's really looked to play too many shots, and then We saw that one out of character shot that he ran down the wicket at Mirage and hit him over the bowler's head for 6. But that was just a one-off type of shot. He's going back into his zone now as Rabada is back into bowl to Kati. Kati punches nicely, but straight to Tony DeZorzi at cover, and there is no run.
Was practicing shot over again, Kati. Also undoing his gloves, something that some batsmen have a sort of ritual of doing, one most notably David Warner.
Yeah, I think it's just about getting into the right headspace right before the ball is bowled. As Rabada runs into bowl to Kati again. This time a bit straighter from Kagiso Rabada into that middle stump line. Kati just off the back foot punches it to mid-on. There's no run. Looks like Keshav Mirage at mid-on.
Keshav Mirage has been all over. Certainly would have quite a bit of washing to be done on his clothes later today.
I'll tell you what, Joshua the Silver's parents, I'm going to be washing his clothes tonight. As Rabada is back into Kati. This one angling back into that off stump, and Kati's solid on the back foot and punches it to Bedingham. No run again. Bedingham short cover. So we were speaking about the field. There's a slip, a backward point, short cover. Tony DeZorzi's at cover, but Vuma had a short-ish mid-off. Well, anyway, Bavuma goes is short. And then Keshav Mirage is at mid-on. And there's a short mid-wicket, a deep square leg, and a long leg. And obviously the wicket-keeper, Verena, is the number 11. That heard a bit of a noise there. That was a short delivery over the left shoulder of Casey Kati, and it died on the way to the wicket-keeper. Not much pace in the wicket, as we said. Rabada looking to go short, and off the t-shirt of Kati. Well. Looked like
Such a short delivery. It really died coming to the end there. Really making Verino work.
no, here's Rabada again. Back of a length. That's one a bit quicker into Kati, but he's very well solid in his defense. 133.6 kilometers an hour, that one. One delivery to go, 5 dots in the over, still 86 for 1, no change to the score in this over. Kati 24 of 44, Brathwaite 22 of 93.
Will it be a maiden? Are you placing any bets on that?
Not a betting man.
I think I might place a bet on that.
Here's Rabada into bowl to Kati, final delivery of the over, and he's very well solid in his defense again on the back foot, just pushing it back to the bowler, and there is no run. So at the end of over number 38, it's 86 for 1, and with that we're going to have a double change. You're going to see Kadir Mohammed and Colin Murray.
So 86 for 1, West Indies at the moment. And Maharaj is going to continue. And the delivery that Brathwaite is getting forward to. West Indies still trail by 271 runs. Brathwaite on 22 from 94 deliveries. Kati, he's on 24 from 45. Of course, the Maharaj again in, and Brathwaite is hitting this over mid-wicket. Well, some enterprise from Craig Brathwaite, the skipper. Brathwaite delivery given a little bit of air, but pitched in line with the pad, and Brathwaite just went over the mid-wicket position down to the boundary for 4. So he goes on to 26 now, and the total up to 94-1. Good afternoon, Kadir.
Good afternoon, Colin. Good afternoon, listeners. Yeah, Craig Brathwaite a bit out of character on that occasion. One bounce away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
Here is Maharaj again into Brathwaite, and he leans back and just guides this one into a vacant third man position, and they've gone for one. They drop back easily for the second because there was nobody in at that short third man position, and a long run. I think who's that down there? Is it Stubbs? Had to run maybe about 15, 20 meters to his left because he's more of a deep cover and had to go towards a deep third man, and they pick up 2 runs in interim. Here's Mirage, quicker delivery, flatter, push through to Brathwaite, but it was well up to him and he was getting close to it, bad and pad, very tight, and he just pushed forward to it and pushed it out on the offside. Now that brings a change in the field. The man at forward short leg goes over to Silly Point as this delivery, again a quicker delivery, angled into the right-hander, and he's backing away and just opens the face of the bat, guides it out to the deep point position, and they pick up a single. He goes to 29 now. The total on to 93 for 1. Maharaj 1 for 33 from 13.5 deliveries, so he's going to come up with his final delivery of over number 14 and bowling to Casey Carty, and Carty's long forward. He's looked good so far for his 24. It's the end of the over. West Indies in 93 for 1, and of course remember South Africa bowled out for 357 earlier today, but not a bad effort so far from the West Indies. Unfortunately losing the wicket of Louis with the last ball to lunch. But since then, and you have to say these two have done well because Kadir, the little breaks they had, they came out, they went back in, they back out again, and that's never good for batsmen.
Yeah, certainly it's never good. It's always you got to refocus and you got to always be locked in and locked off at different stages. But these two have done well. Mikhail Louis, though, he'd be a bit disappointed with the way that he got out after showing that stickability and that fight. And final delivery just before lunch was bowled by Maharaj. But since then, these two formed a nice partnership here. Brathwaite now looking a little bit more fluent as compared to when he just started. And well, Carty on Test match debut, and he's looking like he belongs here.
Well, it's going to be, it seems to be Mulder is going to operate from the Brian Lara Pavilion, and let's have a look at this slip. In the meantime, the sun is bright. It's bathed the oval, bathed in sunshine, as Mulder is into Brathwaite, and he pushes this one. A little bit of a check push because you got the impression he was going to play this square drive, and then all of a sudden he just pushed at it and guided it out towards the point position. Brathwaite always, you're never sure with Brathwaite, whether he's going to go on the attack or just trying to keep his wicket intact, which of course that's the first thing with him. He tends to keep his wicket intact rather than being aggressive.
Yeah, he always looks awkward, but somehow he gets the job done. He's been effective with his technique, and I guess it's just his way.
He faces up to Mulder again, and this one he nearly chops that right back on the stumps. He was looking at late cut this one, trying to get it. There is no third man, and you could see him trying to get it into that vacant third man area. There is a backward point. There's a cover and a mid-off, but it was pitched outside the off-stump, and you could see him just trying to cut that one, and the ball coming off the inner part of the bat, more of an inside edge, and it could so easily have went back into the stumps, but it went out to the man at a leg gully. So he survives again. Of course, he was dropped off the bowling of Mirage. A pretty easy catch, a slip, when he pushed forward to a Mirage delivery, and it just eased off the outside edge, and somehow it was put down. Here is a delivery that comes into him, and this time they're going to get a single because it goes to the left of Maharaj there at the point position, more of a backward point, and they get the single. So he goes into the 30s now. Brathwaite, he's on 30 exact. 94 for 1, brings Carty on 24. What's your thoughts on Carty so far?
I thought he's looked good. He's looked to play the ball late. He's playing right under his eye. He has a solid technique, Casey Carty, and it looks as though he belongs here on Test match debut. First man from St. Martin, so that in itself is an honor for him. I'm sure he'd want to do well.
Can I tell you my problem with Casey Carty? And I'm going to tell you after this ball. As he faces up to Mulder, and he plays it nicely off a delivery that may have just come back at him, and he waited, and at the last minute just tried to open the face and guide it down to third man. He looks so good when he gets to up, but he gets to 30, 40, 50, 60, and then gets out.
Yeah.
You know, that's my problem. He looks. I've seen him in domestic cricket. I think he actually got 100 here for the Leewards. I can't remember who it was against, but he looks so good, and you know that's my problem. He needs to. He never looks in trouble, and then all of a sudden he gets out. Here's Mulder into him, and he. Beauty of a shot. That's what I mean about this guy. He played it late, it came back at him, and he waited until the last moment and just opened the face of the bat, got it to the left of Maharaj, who absolutely had no chance to stop that. And it passed him, I would say maybe about 2 yards to his left, and he is left-handed. By the time he looked up, the ball was going past him. Really a good shot from, he was diving for all he was worth, Maharaj, but couldn't get to it. Really a good shot. So he goes on to 28 now, Karti, and the total on to 98 for 1.
Yeah, all timing in that shot from Casey Karti, and picked up yet another boundary.
But Kadi, that's what I mean, how good he looks. I mean, you look at that shot, it's the shot of a class player.
Yeah.
He waits on Mulder, and this time he stands up to it, comes right across outside the line of the off stump, and pushes it out in front of him on the onside. It's the end of the over. Mulder has completed his 6th over, none for 18. Karti is 28, Brathwaite is on 30, and the West Indies are 98 for 1. They still trail South Africa by 259 runs.
Yeah, they're making a strong reply here, the West Indian team. Brathwaite leading the charge, not out on 30, but Maharaj, though, he's been quite economical for the South Africans. He's going to shoulder a lot of the spinning responsibility for the South Africans, just a lone frontline spinner in this 11. And he's bowled 14 overs unchanged from the media center, and about to start his 15th over.
Yeah, they've obviously decided that Maharaj will bowl from one end, and he will rotate these fast bowlers from the other end. But, well, when I say he's going to bowl Maharaj from the Jerry Gomez Media Center and Willie Rodriguez end, and is going to operate the faster men from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. So it's going to be interesting. But, you know, it's a pity we've had so much rain, because I think it has spoiled what would have turned out to be a good test match. Now, I'm not saying we're still not going to get a result. We could very well, because we're not sure. As Maharaj bowls the first delivery of a new over, and Brathwaite is forward, pushing it out in front of him. You're never sure what's going to happen in the 4th and 5th day, especially with the pitch.
Yeah.
How much will it deteriorate? How much turn is it going to take? As Maharaj is in, and he's pushing this one out on the onside, and there is no run. It trickles all the way down to Mulder at mid-on. Yeah, and, you know, it's a pity, because I think, you know, had it been with no rain, it would have been a good test match. And forward. And I'm not saying that we can't get a result. But it's very unlikely, because you're talking just, you know, it depends what happens in the next hour. In the next 2 hours, actually. So, as Brathwaite turns this one to Dizorsi, who is at mid-wicket. I mean, there's still a lot of play left in today.
Yeah.
And, you know, somebody said to me earlier, I wouldn't say in the commentary box here, but somebody says when West Indies lose 1 wicket, they suddenly lose 4. And let's hope not from a West Indian standpoint, as Brathwaite is long forward, because the pitch really and truly holds no devils.
Yeah.
You look at Maharaj, his variety is good. He's mixing up his deliveries. It's getting a little bit of turn, but slow turn. So it's not a devil at all in the pitch. And once these guys concentrate, they should be okay. This one, Brathwaite is on driving down to Mulder at that mid-on position. There is no run. The end of the over, a maiden over bowled by Maharaj, and the West Indies, they continue to battle on here. They're 98 for 1. Brathwaite is 30. Karti is on 28.
Yeah, what I can say about the surface, though, Colin, is that we're into day number 3 of this first test, and there is slow turn. There isn't much in terms of seam movement or lateral movement for the pacers, but it's not deteriorating to the point where it's breaking up. The wicket is bind together nice and hard, and as a bowling group, you got to work hard to get wickets here. You got to take your chances as a fielding team as well.
I think they must be. Well, I wouldn't like to be in the dressing room when they went in for lunch, because with that Brathwaite being, I mean, they were lucky to get the, and I'm not using the word lucky that it was an unfortunate dismissal.
Yeah.
I mean, he played a bad shot, Louis, but they should have had the wicket of Brathwaite as Mulder starts a new over into Carty, and he's pushing this one out in front of him towards that backward point position. Maharaj does the fielding, and there is no run. Yeah, and you know, they should have had the wicket of Brathwaite. Very easy cut. I can't remember the guy.
Yeah, Markram
had
it
slipped.
was.
it Markram?
Yeah.
And that's shocking.
Yeah.
Because he's such a good catcher of the cricket ball, Markram. We saw him in the World Cup, took some beautiful catches in the deep. And you would have thought that he would have picked up that at slip. And he just had to dive forward, but he got both hands there. It was really shocking that he missed it.
Yeah, he has a brilliant pair of hands in
Yeah.
Markram. One of the safest pair of hands in the South African team.
No
But I
doubt.
was just saying though that when Maharaj came into the attack, I found that the South Africans were a little bit on the defensive with just the one slip on the forward shot, like at that time.
Here's Mulder outside. That was a little bit quicker, I thought, to Carty. And it seemed to have come back slightly as he was, Carty was just allowing it to go through and to be taken by the keeper. It did come back, but again, not coming back all that much. So Mulder getting a little bit of movement as that ball is what? Just about 42 overs old now. And this is the end of these 4 deliveries. That ball will be just about 42 overs old. So the run rate at the moment, just about, just over 2. As that ball play, again, a delivery coming into him. And he's pushing it back up along the track on the onside towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. So West Indies trailing by 259 runs. But it's been a good start. It's been a good, the openers did their part. And now Carty and Brathwaite, they are continuing from where the openers left off. Louis and Brathwaite put on 53 for the first wicket. And these two have added 45. Here is Mulder into Carty, and he's pushing this one. Again, he seems to be getting that ball to come back at the right-hander, and Carty just waited. The pitch, of course, pretty slow, so Carty was in position for when that ball just came back at him, and he just pushes it out towards mid-wicket. There is no run. It's hard work on this pitch for the faster bowlers.
Yeah, it certainly is. And for someone like Casey Carty too, he seems to know where his off stump is. His judgment outside the off stump when he's leaving is good so far. And he's playing at deliveries that he has to play at. He's waiting to play them as late as possible.
Here is Mulder. And Carty is driving. So he's trouble here. If he hits, he's gone. Well, he misses it. Well, the ball was played square on the offside. It went between cover and backward point. Now Maharaj ran to his right. He is left-handed. Carty called for the run. He was about halfway down the pitch. Brathwaite said no. In the meantime, Maharaj went to his right, picked up the ball, and in one hand had a shy at the stumps. Well, he missed by a mile. But still, Carty, I think he could have taken his time, stopped, and as they say, if you look at a mango tree and you want to hit a mango, you stop, you take your time, and you aim properly. Maharaj had the time in which to try to hit those stumps, and he missed.
Yeah,
Tell you, Carty would have been gone. He would have
Gave
been a
up the
long way
ghost.
gone. Yeah, he gave up. Anyway, he's going to pick up a couple of runs here because that delivery was again angled into him, and he's playing it between the man at a forward square leg and the mid-wicket, and they're able to pick up 2 runs. So 2 to Carty. The 100 is up for the West Indies. Both batsmen now, Brathwaite and Carty, are on 30. So the 100 is up, and really and truly, Carty must thank his lucky stars that he's still there, and because he was well gone. The thing about it, as I said, Maharaj, he could have waited because Carty was so far down, and he had a shot. He missed it by miles, but Carty lives to fight on. 100 for 1. The players are going away there to have a drinks break. We're going to have a bit of a drinks break here because all the players are gathering around. In the old days, they used to have this water cart and you drive onto the field. Well, they don't do that again. The players actually have various beverages and they're coming out on the field with them. And so it's West Indies 100 for 1 and certainly going along nicely.
Yeah, they've made a good reply, a good response to South Africa's 357. Mikhail Louis, the only man to fall, the only wicket to fall for West Indies. He made 35. He was bowled by Maharaj, 53 for 1 at that stage. These two put on 43 so far. Both batsmen not out on 30 and 100 for 1 after.
Yeah, just about what, 43 overs, I think.
43,
Yeah, 43 overs. So it's not a bad start, and the sun is out. Let's hope that we have good weather for the rest of the afternoon. But as the players take a break, we here are going to take a break, and we'll rejoin play as soon as the drinks break is over. Well, we're just about ready to start here as the drinks break has ended. Maharaj is going to restart the bowling from the Jerry Gomez Media Center or Willie Rodriguez end, and the first delivery bang on target as usual, just maybe middle and leg, and Brathwaite comes forward to it. There's a slip, there's a forward, or there's a slip and a silly point in place as Maharaj bowls to Brathwaite at delivery. Give him a little bit more air, but still he's long forward and pushes it out in front of him on the offside. So there's that slip, silly point, backward point, cover, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket on a deep backward square. Quicker delivery as Maharaj brings Brathwaite forward again. I'm just wondering if maybe contempt him a little bit, give it some air and see what Brathwaite does.
I'm a little bit surprised with the field set. There is a long off, not all the way back on the boundary, a couple meters inside the boundary rope. And there's also a deep backward square. So they're allowing Brathwaite to get an easy single.
Yeah.
Just pushing in front of him.
The thing is, I have never seen Brathwaite really go down the track and go over the top. He tends to go down the track. Well, I see they're taking the Zorzi now and they're putting him at a deepish mid-wicket. That's where Brathwaite goes. He tends to come down the track and he hits it over mid-wicket. So they've gone wide. They've put the Zorzi right back there. Gives it some air and Brathwaite drives, but straight to the skipper, Bavuma, at a short extra cover. And there is no run.
It's still a strange field set, Colin, I must admit. That, well, they've brought the square leg inside the circle and they've sent the mid-wicket back. But even then, it's offering still an easy single for Brathwaite.
Yeah. Sometimes you have to buy a wicket as the final delivery is forward into defense again. If I was Maharaj at this point in time, I would maybe take out that man at a backward point, put him at mid-wicket, toss up the ball to Brathwaite. I don't know if he can resist going over the top towards a deepish mid-wicket, or even a long on. But I've not seen him really come down the track and go over the top straight. I can't in my memory see Brathwaite play those type of shots. But he's on 30 from 113 deliveries. And Carty, he's on 30 as well, but only from 55 deliveries.
Believe it or not, Colin, he did it a 6 off Maharaj
Earlier
on.
and going over
that
the top.
same vicinity,
Well,
yeah,
that's-
wideish, mid off.
Well, I wasn't looking at the time
Yeah, wideish, long
because he's not that type of player. But here's Mulder starting a new over. And I would suppose that's the reason they're going to go through for a quick single, because there was Carty opening the face and guiding this ball out towards the Zorsi, who is at a cover, but he's about halfway back.
Yeah.
And it gave Carty enough time to pick up a single. So one more to the total, 101 for one, and Carty is on 31. Yeah, I've not really seen Braff, and that's probably the reason for the long off.
Yeah.
To stop that shot from him maybe trying to go straight over the top. I've seen him hit over deep mid-wicket before on numerous occasions, and I know that's one of his pet shots when he does come down the track. As he faces up to Mulder, and that delivery coming into him, and he was looking to work this on the onside, got a little bit of a leading edge, so it was in the air for a bit, but going straight back to Mulder, and there is no run.
Yeah, well, he needs a score here, Captain Craig Brathwaite, and he's certainly put his hand up so far. He's occupied the crease for all of 114 deliveries now for his 30. And he really needs to get stuck in here. He really needs to bat long and get a good score here for the West Indies.
Well, he settles. It's on 30.
And even then, him going down the track and playing an expansive type shot might be just a get out of jail shot.
Yeah. Well, he faces up to Mulder. And this one he drives. He's going to pick up a single because he's getting it to the left of Bavuma at mid-off. So he has to run towards an extra cover position. And he does the fielding, but not before the batsman crosses for a single. So both men now on 31. Total on to 102 for one. Mulder in his 8th over, none for 22. Hasn't really been effective, Mulder. I think he's just been very steady on a spot, trying to get the ball to move. He's been mostly successful getting it to come back at the right-hander. Here he goes again into Carty, and Carty's forward to a delivery that came back at him. And Carty was a little bit late in getting bat onto ball, and you could hear the screams from the South Africans, because they felt had he really missed that, there would have been a great appeal for LBW. He got a little bit of an inside edge onto the pad. I think that was the sort of scream you get from the players, the oohs and the ahs, because they know that could so easily have gone back into the stumps rather than hit him on the pad.
Yeah, predominantly bringing the ball back into the right-handers. Wian Mulder. Yet to see one leaving Carty.
Here's Mulder into Carty, and this one he's playing it square, backward of square. They've gone for one. He's thinking of the second, but and that's Ngigi, the man at running in from that deep position. Ngidi, he is at a long leg position and was running in, I would say, about 10 meters to his left, and they picked up a single. So the 50th partnership is now up, is 103 for one.
Yeah, good partnership here between these two. The exact start that Casey Carty would have wanted on Test match debut, batting at that crucial number 3 position.
Well, he's at the non-striker's end as Mulder is into the West Indies skipper, and he's looking to drive this one on the offside. It comes off the inner part of the bat and goes out to Rabada, who is at mid-on position, and there is no run. The end of the over from Mulder. He's now completed his 8th over, none for 23. And Brathwaite is on 31, 32 to Carty. West Indies 103 for one. And you look at some of the bowling figures for the South Africans. Rabada, 12 overs, none for 27. And Giddy, 7 overs, none for 14. Mulder, 8 overs, none for 22. Maharaj, 16 overs, 1 for 33. And Makram, he's just had the 1 over for 1 run. So Maharaj is going to continue. And it's going to be bowling to Kati. Of course, the 50 partnership came up in the previous over. This first delivery, Kati is long forward, pushing it out in front of him on the onside. There is no run. He remains on 32 from 59 deliveries as Maharaj into Kati, and he's driving but straight back up the track. Delivery given a little bit of air, and there was Kati coming down the track, not really using his feet, but still coming forward to the delivery and getting to the pitch and then driving it. There's a delivery angled into the right-hander Kati, and appeal goes up, not from the bowler. I would have thought the reason that there was no great appeal from the bowler is simply because he may have got a bit of an inside edge or a bit of batter onto that. Kadir, did you pick it up?
Well,
There's Maharaj again, and Kati drives in there. This is a chance, and he's dropped it. Oh, he was driving this uppishly. He gave me the impression that he was trying to get it over the extra cover position. It was a difficult chance. I think that Stubbs there. He backed away, and he was looking to take this catch over his head, sort of running backwards, which is always a difficult chance, and looking to take it over his shoulder. And there he got it into both hands, but just couldn't hold on to it. And Kati lives to survive. And not a good shot. And that's the thing with Kati. He's now on 34. He gets to 32 and is looking to play this shot up over extra cover.
Yeah.
And if you don't get it right,
it's
you're
high
right.
risk.
Yeah, high risk.
It's high risk. And why at this stage? It seems to be a concentration problem. You hope that he fixes that problem.
Because he looks so good and without problems. And then all of a sudden, he's created a problem for himself. And you had to think it was a difficult chance.
Yeah.
It's 104, 5 for 1 at the end of the over. Nobody is saying it was a difficult chance. But my point is, he got both hands straight, and you just had to think at that point in time, he should have held on.
Yeah, he would have.
Would have been a
thought
magnificent
himself,
catch,
yeah,
wouldn't it?
that he should have held on. So the second catch goes down in the field for the South Africans. Tristan Stubbs, the latest to shell one, and Kati, after not too long before having a
Run out chance. Yeah.
Now he's given alive on 32.
Well, the thing is, when you're a player like that with quality and you get your chances, then you should make use of those chances and go on to get 100. Brathwaite faces the first delivery of a new over from Mulder and is driving out to Dizorzi at that point, at that cover position, and there is no run. Yes, so I think Stubbs would be extremely annoyed with himself. He did all the hard work.
Yeah.
I didn't think he would have got there at one time. And when he turned, and it was over his head, and he turned and he got there. He's a tall man as well, so he's got a good stretch, so to speak. And he got both hands to it, and it popped out. And I'm not sure it did. And I'll come back to you in a minute after this delivery from Mulder. And he's into Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is just playing it down towards Bavuma at mid-off. There's no run. Did it drop when he hit the ground? In other words, when his elbows touched the ground, was that the point it fell out? Or did it fall out just as he was airborne?
Yeah, I think it fell out on the point of where he was trying to stretch, reaching for it. So it sort of hit the edge
fingertips.
or the fingers,
Yeah.
and then just
You
fell
could see he's very upset still. Just now he just kicked the ground because he must have felt that I suppose when you get your hands to it and both hands, you're just upset that you don't take it. Here's a delivery that Brathwaite is forward, pushing it out again towards Bavuma at mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, I suppose if he didn't get his hands to it, he would have probably said, well, I tried. But when you get your hands to it, you just feel, hey, I should have held on to it.
yeah. And someone to like Casey Kati, why are you looking to play an expensive type shot like that?
Yeah.
It's high risk. I mean, if it comes off, it looks so good, and we're gonna praise him here and say what a shot. But it's a bit risky, and you're just trying to stay leg side and try to get it over the extra cover fielder. But sometimes you need some luck on your side.
Here's Mulder into Brathwaite, and he can't get this away as he's pushing it towards Maharaj, who is at the mid-wicket position. Is that Maharaj? I don't think it is actually. But it is. Yeah, it is Maharaj at the mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. There's a slip in place. That's the only catcher in terms of, well, there's a short mid-wicket in Maharaj. You can see the West Indies players gallery from here, and they all look very relaxed and look very comfortable. I think they've done a really good job in firstly dismissing South Africa for 357. I think we all thought at one stage South Africa was heading towards more 400. So you have to give them kudos for that. And then you've got to give them kudos. Yes, they've both batsmen have had a chance, but they're still there. And at 105 for 1, you have to think that West Indies are very much in the game.
Yeah, it's the nature of the game. You're going to get chances. Catches are not going to be taken, but that's just the nature of this wonderful game.
Mulder is into Brathwaite. He's whipping this one off the pads down to long leg, and they've gone for one. They're going to come back for the second, and Giddy is down there, and that's all. There'll be 2 runs for Brathwaite. He goes to 33. It's the end of the over. Mulder's now completed 9 overs, none for 25, and 46 overs have been completed, and West Indies going along nicely. They trail by 250 runs still because they are 107 for 1.
Yeah, Maharaj about to start his 18th over. Long work, hard work for the left-arm spinner, but what a class act he is. 159 test wickets in 51 test matches. Brilliant from Maharaj, and he's going to have to work overtime here to get some success on this surface. He's getting turn, Colin, but as we're saying, slow turn.
I'm just wondering with the South Africans, you know, they've used the Chinaman and googly bowler Shamsi at the shorter version of the game. Here's Maharaj into Kati, and he's forward driving but straight back up along the track, and there's no run. I'm wondering what type of return he would get on a surface like this. Yes, it's slow, but he's going to extract some turn from it, and he's not even in the squad, and that surprised me in a way, because I would have thought, based on his success, and I'm looking at CPL, and I know that's 2 completely different formats.
Yeah.
But here is Kati. Not sure what happened there as he was looking to drive. Kati he's starting to get a little impatient, isn't he?
Yeah, it's certainly looking that way from here.
He wants to get on with it. He's that type of player. He's an attacking player. But you got to pick your deliveries. That's better. He's forward in defense, pushing it out on the offside, and there is no run. He remains on 34. It's 107 for 1. 4 dot balls so far. And that's the problem with Casey Kati. Can he just settle down? Can he just say, okay, I'm gonna just block these 6 deliveries? And this one he turns. He still can't get a run as he's turning it to what's a backward square leg, and there is no run. As he played it, he was thinking of the single, but hit it straight to the man. And so 5 dot balls. Is Kati going to get impatient? No, he's not, and he's leaving this one. Now that was well judged, because that shaved the off stump, as it was a delivery, not much turn, more or less just pushed through by Maharaj, went straight on, and Kati left it alone, thinking it might have been spinning away, and it just missed that. It shaved that off stump. Well, didn't shave it. I mean, it passed wide of the off stump, but certainly he was taking a chance and leaving it alone. The end of the over. It's 107 for 1 West Indies.
Yeah, you just got to fight through this tough period here, Casey Kati, and that's the nature of this game. Things are not going to always go your way, and when it's not, you just got to battle through this period. He's got the captain Brathwaite on the other end, very experienced. He would have come up against many situations like this. At the moment, South Africans here just making a bowling change. Lungi and Giddy back into the attack, replacing Muller from the Brian Lara Pavilion end.
Yeah, he's only had 7 overs, so he should be relatively fresh. Don't think he's bowled all that well. Kadir, I don't know your thoughts on Ngidi, but I thought he was just too wide of the off stump.
Yeah, he was just a little bit ineffective with the new ball, Lungi Ngidi, and as a result, he wasn't able to pick up a wicket.
Well, here he is from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, and this is a delivery that's short, lifting. Not much height, because Brathwaite was easily, and he's a short man, was easily getting on top of it and then just opened the face, guided it out to that short third man position. They were thinking of the single, but it's not on. Kadir, let me give you a little quiz here. Who's that at backward point?
Ryan Rickleton is at backward
That
point.
is Rickleton. Well, he's the one whom I was blaming Mirage, and I shouldn't, because it was Rickleton when they were going for that single with Carty, and he was sent back. Rickleton was the man who ran in, had the shy, and missed, and I was blaming poor Mirage. And Carty was in no man's land. Had Rickleton hit the stumps, Carty would have been a goner.
Yeah, certainly.
He gave up, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He did give it up for all money, Casey Carty. But there's David Bedingham, who is at a squarish point position, very close, a sort of a catching position on the offside.
Well, yes, he goes down in a catching position, not walking in with the bowler as Brathwaite drives. Yorker length delivery. He was getting right on top of it and was driving it out to Bavuma at mid-off, and there is no run. So Ngidi making his way back to the top of his mark. As he starts his run in, very straight approach, gets close to the stumps and bowls to Brathwaite, who is on driving, but gets it straight to Mulder, who is at mid-on, and there is no thought of a run. 107 for 1.
Well, Colin, place has gone a little bit dark now.
Don't tell me that. I'm not looking. I'm not looking. I'm refusing to look. I'm not looking. I'm just concentrating on the pitch. So it's not looking good from your where you're seated.
My vantage point.
From your vantage point, you're telling me it's going to rain.
It looks that way.
Oh my word! Here is Ngidi on his way to Brathwaite, and this is a delivery on the pads, and he whips it off the pads down to the long leg position. Rabada is there. He has to run around to his left to do the fielding, but not before the batsman crossed for 2 runs. So 2 more to the total. Goes up now to 109 for 1. Brathwaite goes past Carty. He's on 35, but from 127 balls. Whereas Carty, his 34 is just from 70 balls. 109 for 1. This partnership so far with 56. As Ngidi into Brathwaite, he drives, but hits it straight to Bavuma, who is at mid-off, and there is no run. The end of the over, at the end of it, West Indies, they still trail by 248 runs. Ngidi, he's had 8 overs, none for 16. Brathwaite is 35. Carty is on 34. I'm going to take my leave now, Kadir, because Sir Vinod, be careful. Mamchan is going to join you. So be very respectful when you sit next to him, I beg of you.
Certainly I will. Colin, thanks a lot for that shift. So 109 for 1 after 48 overs. And we'll be pleased to announce that the sun is peeking out. There's still some clouds to be concerned about, but no immediate threat of rain at the moment. Say a pleasant good afternoon to Mr. Vinod Mamchan.
Yeah, good afternoon, Kadir. Thanks a lot to Colin Murray as well for the last session. So the West Indies, if I may dare say so, need just 49 to avoid the follow-on.
Yeah.
You didn't think about that, didn't you?
Certainly I didn't. That's a good observation from you.
Second session of day 3. Remember, tea, it's a late tea. Tea will be taken at 10 to 4. And it's Brathwaite on 35, Carty 34. And here is Maharaj round the wicket. And Carty sweeps and sweeps fine. That's 4. It's a beautiful shot there by the elegant Casey Carty. He goes to 38. It's now 113 for 1.
Yeah, one of the rare bad deliveries from Keshav Maharaj. A full toss on the line of leg stump. And it was easy for Casey Carty. Just had to sweep and get it in the gap. That he did. And he picked up another boundary. So a good looking 4 here to Carty.
Confident. He looked very confident in playing the shot. I want to say very good afternoon to Keith Carty, his dad, a friend of mine out there in St. Martin. A commentator like you.
Yeah.
His dad, Keith, and a master baker. Here is Maharaj round the wicket into Carty and he's forward. As Kadir Mohammed was speaking earlier on about the weather, I was looking to the back of us, which is on the northeastern side, and it's pretty bright. Normally the rain comes from that area, but our producer Dylan Sharma, who, you know, he's always well equipped.
Yeah.
He brought some information. He showed me a map, and a live map, pushing away again. Here is Carty. There's no run. That is telling me that the wind is blowing from the southern end. So just where you're seeing the silos by National Flour Mills, it's dark, and that is where the rain is coming. So we may well get an interruption as the evening progresses. This one, it jumps on him, and the Carty continues to have luck on his side. Good delivery there by Maharaj. One that pitched and might have struck something on the track, because Carty goes down and does some gardening. Extra bounce. Edge found.
Yeah.
Wide of slip.
Yeah, that jumped out of nowhere on Casey Carty. It made a lot of height. And in the end, he played it well. Didn't go to hand, so he lives to fight another day.
It's Maharaj. Round the wicket again, comes into Carty. He's back. Watches it carefully, and a great... I want to thank Kadir Mohammed for being with us, and he will be replaced by Mr. Sharma. Ground staff at the ready, and they're looking to come out and cover the wide track, the wide pitch area. You have at the Oval 7 pitches. We're playing on pitch number 5 from the eastern side. As I say, good afternoon to Dylan. Good afternoon, Dylan. You can probably give us an update. You were on the app. You were following the weather.
Good afternoon to everyone. And yes, wind has been a bit different today, as how it usually acts here, coming from a northeastern direction. It's shifted a bit towards a southeastern direction. So just Rabada would be bowling from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, so it would be coming from his right.
Here is Lungi Ngidi. Up to the wicket now, bowls outside the off stump, and this is allowed to go by Captain Craig Brathwaite.
Dot ball, first ball of the 50th over from Lungi Ngidi. It's quite an interesting sort of image here, because one side of the ground at the Brian Lara Pavilion end, you pretty much see dark clouds all around, but on the next side you do see a bit of sun on the mountains.
Here's Ngidi up to the wicket now, bowls, and Brathwaite again driving, not really getting hold of it as he would like. There's a very straightish and short mid-off who's just keeping the umpires company, and Brathwaite, that's for the uppest drive from Craig Brathwaite. as Ngidi is going to feed him in that area. Let's have a look at the field. There, of course, is the first slip, backward point, a squarish cover, extra cover, that very short mid-off and a very short mid-on in Maharaj. There is, of course, the regulation mid-on and mid-wicket. Here is Ngidi's in and bowls, and this is clipped away just to mid-on, and they're taking a quick single. There's an appeal for a run out, and they're celebrating the South Africans. Let's see. The umpire has called for a replay. Ngidi has his hands on his head.
Ngidi doesn't seem too sure. But
Bedingham
the
is
rest of them,
they went across and they congratulated Bedingham. Let's see what's a nervous look on the face of Craig Brathwaite there, Dylan.
quite like these tactics. They were having those close infielders around Craig Brathwaite.
And he's gone. Craig Brathwaite has been run out on the stroke of the rain coming down. Not a full stretch by the captain. A lazy attempt there, Craig Brathwaite, and he has to go.
That is really disappointing from Craig Brathwaite. All of that hard work and getting out in such fashion when there really was no need to run.
There was no need for that. He played it very firmly to mid-on. The ball reached Bedingham in a hurry, and he was running down, and just towards the end, he seems to have just slowed down or did not extend his bat as he should. So on the stroke of rain, there goes Craig Brathwaite, run out for 35. The West Indies 113 for 2. More thoughts from Dylan Sharma.
Rain must have been on his mind partially because all of his mind was not on that run. So I'm not sure why it was taken in the first place. And again, a bit of nerves as well from those close infielders. South Africa were trying whatever they could have because he really looked immovable up until that point.
He played the ball very firmly. There was no need for the run. Okay, fine. He decided to go for the run, but he needed to step on the gas. He needed to move like Jared Basso running for dinner, and that is what he didn't do. And in the end, he has to go.
Well, certainly if Jared Basso was out there, he would have gotten to that end in time.
Well, had there been dinner there, he would have gotten it. So, at the moment, we have the covers being pulled on. A disappointed West Indies captain is run out for 35. Carty is still there. There's hope, as Carty is there on 38. So, Brathwaite run out for 35. In fact, it was Mulder who did the good work. Mikhail Louis early on was bowled by Maharaj on the stroke of lunch for 35. And Carty's on 38. The bowling.
Kagiso Rabada, 12 overs, none for 27. Lungi Ngidi was now getting back into his second spell here, none for 16. Wian Mulder, none for 25, quite steady from him. Keshav Maharaj, the only successful bowler as far as gaining a wicket by a route other than the run-out route.
Yep, 1 for 39. So, at the moment, the rain is down with us here at the Queen's Park Oval. Dylan was absolutely brilliant with his prediction that it's coming from the south. And normally good things come from the south, so probably the farmers are happy as the moisture is coming their way. And just to recall, South Africa and remind you, 357 all out. The West Indies replying strongly. 113 for 2, they are 244 runs shy of South Africa's first innings. After more thoughts from Dylan Sharma, we will take a break.
Of course, 35 for both opening batsmen from West Indies and 38 not out from Casey Carty. Athanaze and Hodge to follow. Lot of thought would be on Hodge getting yet another innings up and running when he does eventually come into bat either today or tomorrow. Does look like a steady shower coming across the ground here, so we would be back with you hopefully for some more play later today.
And hopefully the rain can blow away, but what we are seeing is what is called white rain here in Trinidad and Tobago, and the white rain normally hangs around for quite a while. We're hoping. Let's take a short break. Thanks for staying with us thus far. We are going to alert you when play resumes in this 360 radio production. Bye for now.
This is Cricket on 360 Radio.
So welcome back. Thanks for staying with us across the region. The score here 114 for 2, and we just saw the first delivery after the rain break. Casey Carty getting a delivery just outside the off stump, and that one made some height, probably hitting the seam. There is no addition to the score. 114 at the moment for the loss of 2. Remember, Craig Brathwaite just on the brink of the rain coming down. He got run out. Here's Ngidi running away from us. From the far end. He's up to the wicket now, bowls, and it's a short, pulled away by Carty. It's going to go into the boundary for 4. A bad delivery there by Lungi Ngidi, and all Carty had to do was to pick his spot. As I say, good afternoon again to Kadir Mohammed.
Yeah, good afternoon again, Vinod, and Casey Carty welcomes Austin back with a beautiful boundary behind square on the leg side. It was a nothing delivery from Ngidi, pitched halfway down, and Carty just had to get enough bat on it, and that he did.
Now, Ngidi has not been bowling that quickly on this track, and that was a half tracker, easy to put away.
The lights on here at the Queen's Park Oval.
There's Ngidi again running into us. Up to the umpire now, bowls. Better delivery, just outside the off stump, on a 4th stump, played down back. Played down to backward point, and there is no run. 118 for 2, the score remains.
Yeah, conditions look brilliant now. The lights are on here at the Queen's Park Oval. Bit of a overcast evening, but we're getting play. That's the good news. West Indies here fighting back after losing Brathwaite on the brink of the rain break.
Here's Ngidi again from the pavilion end. Goes past the umpire now, bowls. That's a bad delivery, and Carty will be upset with himself that he did not cash into that. Short and wide, he was able to find squarish cover, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. The latest score at the Queen's Park Oval. West Indies responding to South Africa's 357 and 118 for 2. More thoughts from Kadir Mohammed.
Yeah, the West Indies with the fight that they've shown in that difficult period there, Craig Brathwaite, after fighting for 131 deliveries, showing grit and courage even when things got tough. You know, he was disappointingly run out for 35. And there was a bit of lapse from Brathwaite as well.
I thought it was a brain freeze more than anything else. He did play the ball firmly, and that was definitely not a run. There was no need also for going for the single, and even the effort to get into the crease was not the best, falling just short. It's going to be Keshav Maharaj to take up the bowling from the media center end, the Jerry Gomez media center end. Keshav Maharaj, no relation to Baldat Maharaj. I don't think so. I have to find out if he has family in South Africa. Pushed away for his delivery by Alec Atenes. Crystal Maharaj is in studios with us, so I'll find out from her pretty soon if Keshav Maharaj is any relation, the man from Newtown in South Africa.
Well, he's been wonderful so far, Maharaj, into his 20th over.
Yeah, he is, and Atenes using his feet nicely. He's off and running. He's off the mark, getting a single down to mid-wicket, and that takes the score now to 119 for 2.
Yeah, Anthony is off and running here. First 2 deliveries facing Maharaj. He was using his feet this time, just working it nicely. Leg side. And now it brings right-handed Casey Carty.
Casey Carty on debut. He's just 8 short of a half century. There's a silly mid-off right under his nose. As he's now struck on the pad, he's gone! Carty, like before, for 42, pushing tentatively forward. That was the arm ball by Maharaj, and that's a 3rd wicket to fall.
Yeah, smart bowling again from Maharaj. That one slightly quicker and coming in with the arm. Kati was caught on the crease. Not much of a movement forward. Hit on the back leg, and that certainly would have been crashing into middle. Good decision by umpire Richard Illingworth, and sees the back of Casey Kati for 42.
As is always the case with Carty, he gets into the 30s and 40s and then just loses his wicket. 119 for 3. Take nothing away from him though. He's on debut, and I think I heard you say early on that he seems as if he belongs there, and I think a lot of great things to come from Casey Carty. The new man in is Kaveem Hodge. He's joining his very close friend Alec Athenes.
And now a job for these two to do here in what could be a difficult period to bat. We're just about 4:40 in the evening here in Trinidad, and not much before the close of play. So these two are going to have to do a job. As you mentioned, floodlights are on. Maharaj is with his tail up at the moment.
Yep. Hodge is in 6 matches at an average of 33.10. Recently scored a century in England. His first test century. He also has 2 half centuries. So Maharaj proving to be a handful here. 2 for 40. He's in his 20th over.
Marathon spell from the left arm orthodox. Slip under. Silly mid off for Hodge.
Here he is, and pushing forward is Hodge. Quickly onto that front foot. Having a look here at the decision again. Maharaj getting that one to pitch in line, and Carty knew that he was gone. There was no need to review that. Maharaj in again. This time, this one seems to be going down the leg side. The arm ball.
Maharaj again causing problems here. Again, a quicker delivery. And just seemed to be heading down the leg side. There was a tentative push again from Hodge. Maybe a bit of an inside edge. Not out is the call.
So Hodge sees off the over. At the end of it, the West Indies in a spot of border here at the moment. 119 for the loss of 3.
Yeah. Certainly a precarious position to be in when you think about it. Just about 114 for 1 when Brathwaite got out, and soon after Casey Carty with the score on 119, he was out leg before to Maharaj.
So we've had 3 batsmen getting starts. They haven't been able to carry on, and that is one of the problems that has been the bugbear of West Indies cricket. Athenes and Hodge in there now. Then it's down to the all-rounders and wicketkeeper batsman Joshua De Silva.
Yeah, these two here would relish the opportunity to bat at the Queen's Park Oval, using the opportunity to get more experience. Two still very young in their test career, but they've shown that they too have what it takes to be at this level.
Here's Ngidi. Up to the wicket now, bowls, and Athenes is across. Plays it away to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. A lot depending on Alec Athenes. Got 80 odd against England, missing out on his first test century.
Yeah, 25-year-old from Dominica.
Have you ever been to Dominica?
Briefly, I just had a short layover there. But son of the soil, so too Kaveem Hodge, flying the flag of Dominica very proudly at the moment.
And Giddy, a big man. You wouldn't want to meet him in an alley at night. Outside the off stump, pushed away there by Athenes, and there is no run.
I like the way you described that. Thought he was going to say a fist fight. He really is a big unit, Lungi and Giddy. But just looking at him, he's not running in at full tilt. Seems to be just on the conservative side. Lungi and Giddy into his 10th over. Yet to pick up a wicket. None for 21. 119 for 3.
So they trail by 238 runs. And Giddy's in. Atenes is playing with soft hands as it goes down to sack and slip. And Giddy sees the funny side of it.
I think Atenes certainly brings a certain presence to the crease. You know, he's commanding his space. And you look at him, he's very confident young man. Very soft-spoken as well. Very, very humble. But he loves his cricket, he loves batting. And his favorite batter, or who he models his game on, is none other than Brian Lara.
Here is Ngidi leaning forward. Goes past the umpire now, bowls, and Atenes gets the delivery pitch right up. Forces the way just in front of him. There is no run.
Two slips, backward point, short cover, a mid-off, mid-on, a short mid-wicket, and a regulation mid-wicket in the field for the left-handed Alec Atenes.
Driving nicely, there is no run. So Atenes, he's on one. Hodge yet to get off the mark, and these two will need to do some serious rebuilding.
Yeah, definitely a job for these two to do. Crucial partnership here. The West Indies would not want to lose another wicket before the close. Ngidi at the top of his mark, running in from the Brian Lara pavilion end. Atenes is ready and waiting. Ngidi from around the wicket. Straightish delivery, and that Atenes is just pushing leg side. Brings the over to an end at the end of 52 overs. The score here is 119 for 3. Atenes is 1. And Hodge yet to get off the mark. Well, Kavim Hodge, 31 years of age, at the real peak of his career, you would think. And just started off in Test cricket, just the 5 Test matches for him, averaging 33. Had his first Test 100 in England, 120. Here he is, facing Maharaj from the media centre end.
When he's back and played away just forward of the man under his pocket there at forward short leg. Pitch stop, driving through the covers, runs here now for Hodge. He's going to go back for 2, and they'll be thinking of 3, and they stay with the 2, the double, overpitched there by Maharaj.
Yeah, but Vumut was at that cover position, just took some pace off of it. And Hodge gets off the mark here. Hodge on 2, 121 for 3.
Here's Maharaj into Hodge. Hodge is long forward. $121 for 3, and as Khalid Mohammed was saying just now, Atenes and Hodge, they are very good friends. They've had a number of useful partnerships in recent times. They'll need another one now on the legs. Can't get a single there, turned away down behind square, and Giddy is present.
Maharaj again targeting the pads of Hodge here. Since the break, he's been a little bit straighter to the right-handers.
Back, cutting off middle stump there. Hodge has to be careful. He cut that on length. Definitely not line because it was zoning in on that middle stump.
Yeah, dangerous looking. A back foot cut from Hodge.
Maharaj continues round the wicket. Hodge is forward, nicely forward. Plays it back along the track. It's the end of the over, and at the end of it, 121 for 3.
South Africans slightly with their tails up with the fall of those 2 quick wickets. They would want another before the close of play. About 53 overs all now. Lungi Ngidi operating from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Around the wicket to the left-hander. Five-4 field, 2 slips, backward point cover, short mid-off or silly mid-off or mid-on, catching mid-wicket. And a man just to the right of the square leg umpire.
There's Ngidi. Up to the wicket now, bowls. Hodge gets a delivery just on and about the off stump. Plays it away on the offside, and there is no run. Score remains 121 for 3.
Ngidi heading to the top of his mark, looks around, sees that Mullah is tossing the ball to him, top of his mark now.
Played away, back along the track. Anthony is looking unfussed. He knows that he has to set up stall here because he ran back for long periods.
Yeah, situation dictates that he does spend some time at the crease. Want to get started here sooner rather than later and look to close up shop. Bavuma just asking a question to the umpire, just tossing the ball over, asking the umpire to just go through his device or his mechanism.
Anthony's will be looking to guide Hodge. He's the senior partner to Hodge at this point in time. Both very young in their careers in international cricket.
Yeah, still very young in their careers. These two bat well together. Seen them a lot for the Windward Islands. Both formats, red ball and white ball.
Here's Ngidi. Up to the wicket now. Bowls to Anthony. He's driving, finding extra cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, remember the West Indies here responding to South Africa, 357. Well, they closed the day at yesterday at 344 for 8. And West Indies were able to pick up those 2 wickets early on Jaden Seals and Jamel Warrican, getting rid of the overnight batters. And since then, the West Indies have progressed to 121 for 3. Batsman to go, Mikhail Louis, was bowled by Maharaj on the stroke of lunch for 35. Brathwaite was run out also for 35, and Kati was leg before to Maharaj for 42. Martinez again is just driving this one out on the offside. Can't beat Bavuma.
So it's getting pretty gloomy as well. There's a situation where a little later on, if the light doesn't improve here, they will be able to offer the batsman light and Giddy from the far end. Kennis dropping it in front of him as he runs away to gully. There is no run.
End of the over. 54 overs gone here at the Queen's Park Oval. The latest score 121 for 3. Session 3 of day 3 in this first test between West Indies and the Torrens South Africans. The first of 2 test matches. Second test to be played at Guyana. West Indies here looking to get a result, coming off a 3-0 series defeat to England. South Africans too coming off a series defeat the last time they played out in New Zealand. Well, Maharaj to continue. 21 overs, 2 for 42.
There he is, round the wicket. Bowls to Hodge. Hodge is back on that back foot. He has to be careful. See, able to push it away to mid-wicket, but he has to be careful here. Especially when Maharaj has been shooting some quicker deliveries in.
Maharaj again. This one, Hodge is on the front foot, pushing it back up to the bowler. Maharaj very in his pace here. Just a one slip and a silly mid-off.
Maharaj, round wicket, in again. It's right forward.
Seeing Wian Mullah warming up. Wian Mullah stationed at mid-on. Hodge again is playing on the back foot, pushing it back up to Maharaj. It's a shorter delivery. Maharaj again, top of his mark. And into Hodge. Hodge driving away to Bavuma at cover. Can't get a run. Score remains at 121 for 3.
Well, these two countries have played 32 test matches. The West Indies have won only 3. South Africa 22 and 7 have ended in draws. Last delivery of the over, Maharaj again. It's bowling the arm ball. Played forward there by Hodge. And at the end of over number 55, it's 121 for 3.
Maharaj 22 overs, 2 for 42, a marathon spell. And from him, he's bowled unchanged so far throughout the day. It is starting to get a bit dark though here at the Queen's Park Oval. The floodlights are on, but it's just getting to that period where just 3 minutes to 5, but it certainly feels a lot later than that.
Markram is going to come into the attack now, replacing Lungini from the far end.
South Africa bringing in the off spinner for
Well,
the left-handed Atenes.
Yep. Eden Markram, better known for his batting.
Atenes settles. Makram from around the wicket.
There he is, and this is down to leg side. Hands on his head there. Probably he thought it was closer than it looked, as Atenes was just trying to help it around the corner.
Verena had to go to his right. Didn't collect cleanly, but they weren't able to get a single.
There's Markram at the top of his mark.
Driving. Good work in the cover region. And Hodge was able to get through to the striker's end. David Bedingham, it was at cover. He was making a sprawling save. And in the end, all's well that ends well.
It's a good shot, Atenes. So Markram back to over the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Hodge. 122 for the loss of 3. The West Indies will be hoping that these two can stay together to the end of the day's play.
Interesting field set here now. Slip. Going to give you the onside field after this delivery.
Here is Markram. He's in, bowls. Or just forward, just taking the piece of it, just to the left of the fielder there at cover, and they get a single. So that takes the score along now to 123 for 3.
Yeah. Well, Hodge able to get the single, so the field obviously is going to change for the left-handed Athenes, but there is a long off in place and a silly mid-off. Bavuma is at cover. And there's also a deep point.
On the legs. Turned away nicely by Athenes for 1.
Picking up the singles in this over. Changing over the strike. Left hand, right hand combination here. Session 3. On day 3. Markram into Hodge. Hodge is on the back foot, just pushing this one out in front of him. On the onside, Bellingham does the fielding.
Markram hoping that he can break this partnership before it gets too deep. It dropped. Pushing forward there was Hodge. The reaction from Markram was that he was dropped. Let's have a look at that again. He covered up just outside the off stump. Yeah, definite chance.
One gonna begging. Markram isn't pleased. It was a delivery that was tossed up outside the line of the off stump. It was spinning back at Hodge ever so slightly, and it just feathered through to Varina, who didn't hold on. And the chance goes a begging. 124 for 3 after 56 overs.
Well, with that, we've come up to the 5 o'clock hour, and we're going to have a double change in the commentary position. Colin Murray and Liam Mamchan will be coming in.
So Maharaj is going to continue, and he's bowling to the left-handed Athenes, who's on 3, actually both batsmen on 3, as Maharaj is into him. And this one turned sharply into Athenes. He was on the back foot looking to maybe punch it through the offside, and that spun into him. Big turn this time, and I'm going to think the days 4 and 5, we're going to get some real turn on this pitch, and it's going to be a serious examination of the batting team. He takes the edge and he goes. Really a beauty of a delivery, because the ball before, he turned it into Athenes, and Athenes was backing away with a turn. This one, he was sort of just drifting it away from Athenes. He pushed at it, got the outside edge, and it goes straight into the hands of the man at slip. Let's have a look. And yes, that one just more or less straightened on Athenes. He pushed at it, got the outside edge, and Markram at slip takes a simple catch, dolly of a catch, and all of a sudden, West Indies are in some, well, let me say a spot of bother, because they are now 124 for 4, and after at one stage looking so very good, looking so comfortable as they were going along, now they find themselves in some real trouble here in this game, and at 124 for 4. Oh, Liam, it's not starting to look good.
Yeah, disappointing from the West Indies, and we've seen this time and time again. They were sitting pretty at 114 for 1, and all of a sudden 3 wickets falling, just 10 runs on the board, and your entire middle order is back in the pavilion. We now see Jason Holder walking to the crease in at number 6, the all-rounder, averaging 29 at test level with that double 100 that he scored against England. They're going to need something of that sort from him.
Yeah, you're right. 114 for 1. Things were looking good. A careless run out from Craig Brathwaite made it 114 for 2. Then Carty, and same thing I said to you, he gets into the 30s and the 40s, looks good. And then somebody downstairs was telling me he looked the best batsman on show today. But then he gets out on 42. So it was 119 for 3 and now 124 for 4. We talk about Athanaze and the promise he shows, the talent he has. Unfortunately, he's gone for 3. So Jason Holder has come in. There's a slip, a backward point, cover, short extra cover, mid-off. So that's 5 on the offside. And on the onside, there's a wideish mid-on, a mid-wicket, a foul short leg, and a man just backward of square as Maharaj round the wicket to Holder, and Holder is driving pleasantly, he's a tall man. So when Holder gets forward, you feel that left leg, half the foot is halfway down the pitch as he's just pushing that delivery. More timing than anything else. And look at Maharaj, 3 for 42 from 22.4 overs. And this delivery pitching somewhere on the off stump, spinning away from Holder, and he was getting back and across, getting in line, and then just pushing it out towards backward point. Now the forward short leg has come across to a silly point as Maharaj angling a delivery into Holder, who pushes it out to cover. It's the end of a maiden wicket over from Maharaj. He's completed his 23rd over, 3 for 42, and the West Indies in some trouble on day 3 here in the final session. It's 124 for 4, Brathwaite for 35, Louis 35, Carty 42, and Athanaze 3. But not a batsman, Hodges on 3, Holder yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, this really is going to be an important innings for Jason Holder here, batting at number 6. He's been given the responsibility for the past few series where he's been batting at this number.
Some people question that he's coming before De Silva. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think they're interchangeable at that number. I think, as Markram comes into bowl here.
Yeah, and the first delivery long forward goes Hodge.
Yeah, I think it's interchangeable. I think I would have preferred to see De Silva out there a bit earlier, maybe at number 5 or at number 6 where Holder is at. And I think, a lot of the times we see Joshua De Silva having to bat with the teal. And he's such a good batter. He's such a good batsman that he doesn't really get the opportunity to score as much runs as he would like when he's batting with number 8, 9, 10.
Well, the next delivery from Markram, flatter, quicker to Hodge, and he's just working it out towards the mid-wicket position. There's no run. So Markram in his 3rd over, none for 4 so far. A delivery angled into Hodge, and he was thinking of the single. He started to come forward, and Holder said, hey, hold on, that's not a run, and had to hustle back to the safety of his crease because Rabada was moving to his right at a backward square leg position, and he got around quickly and prevented them from getting the single. Here is Markram into Hodge, and he's on the front foot, pushing it out towards the Zorzi, who is at cover, no run. So there's a slip, a man right out on the square cover point boundary. Is extra cover mid-off, a long on, a mid-wicket, a short mid-wicket, a deep backward square, and a short fine leg. As this one is pulled, but straight to Rabada at that short fine leg position. And there is no run. That was short, and Hodge must have felt he could have done better with that. But you could see him, he was sort of spinning as he swung that, but got it straight to the man at that short fine leg position in Rabada. And no run. Score remains 124 for 4. As Markram from that Branlar Pavilion end gives it some air. Hodge drives, but almost yorking himself because he went on the front foot, and then he had to that ball came down on him, and he was sort of getting over it, really, not playing a fluent drive, more pushing it out from being a yorker, and went straight to cover, no run. They never made an over, so runs now coming a little bit difficult to come by because this 3rd session, we've had 8.4 overs, 10 runs have been scored, and West Indies have lost 2 wickets.
Yeah, and once again, we see this problem time and time again. West Indies losing wickets in clusters, and I think another issue that I've had with the manner in which some of these wickets have fallen. You saw Louis get out the over before lunch.
The last ball.
The last ball before lunch.
Which was even worse. Here's Maharaj into Holder, no runners. He's on the front foot, pushing it back up along the track.
So Brathwaite get out just before the rain break, or just before tea, would have been about 10 minutes before tea. And then, Carty and Athanaze getting out right after the rain break. So I think, you go into a final session with Brathwaite out there still with Carty. I think you would have been in a much better position.
Well, 2 dot balls thus far in this over as Maharaj into Holder, and Holder is forward, long forward, and just smothers whatever spin there might have been as it comes off the face of the bat and just goes out in front of him. No run. Score remains 124 for 4. As Holder settles again, looks up, sees that Maharaj wrong the wicket, giving this one some air, and Holder drives, but he can't beat Bavuma at that short extra cover. He was actually running around to his right, and there was no run. So we see that arm ball doing the trick for Maharaj in the previous over against Athanaze. And Liam, it was interesting because the ball before he bowled that arm ball, he bowled a big turner, one that turned into him. And one would think that maybe Athanaze was looking for that ball to turn in to him, but it went, it sort of straightened. Here's Holder driving. Oh, that's superbly fielded by Bavuma. It was a big booming drive from Holder. It was to the left of Bavuma at the extra cover position, and it looked to be 4 runs all the way off the bat. And all of a sudden, Bavuma, he put in a dive to his left, and he came up with the ball. Brilliant bit of fielding, and I suppose that's what Bavuma is doing. He's leading from the front.
Yeah, I think at this stage of the game, South Africa are on top of the West Indies. They've been in charge of the last half of that second session and the third session so far. And you could just see that, everybody's out there. They're upbeat. They're running into their positions as Markram is going to come back in to bowl to Hodge.
So here's Markram over the wicket to Hodge, and Hodge is on the front foot, pushing this delivery back up along the track. There's no run. Hodge is on 3 from 24 deliveries. He's got to be careful because you don't want to bring yourself into a hole where you're very defensive, very negative. I think he's got to be positive and try and get some runs. Here he's turning this delivery. Half-hearted appeal goes up as he was more or less just trying to go across the line and pushes it out towards mid-wicket. Now Hodge is the type of player, Liam, that he's not going to push and prod. So I'm a little surprised because he tends to like to go on the attack. And maybe Holder's gone down the track to him to say, listen, play your natural game. But losing the wickets so quickly, I think he's got a mindset now maybe just to stay there.
Yeah, I think he just wants to stay and get to the end of the day. As we see our stats up there on the screen, 51 balls. The last 51 balls, the West Indies have scored 5 runs and they've lost a wicket.
Yep, well, make that 6 runs now because Hodge gets a single as he's opening the face slightly to a delivery that's straightened on him from Markram, and he's pushing it out to the left of the man at cover, and they were able to get a single. So he goes on to 4, total on to 125 now for 4. Brings Holder back into strike. We've got just about 7 overs left, 7.5 overs left in the day's play. As Markram looks up, sees that Holder is ready, and this one angled into the right-hander. Not much turn, more or less a flat delivery, push through, and didn't seem very much turn on that, and Holder was on the front foot. So he settles again. So the waits on Markram. Of course, the sun has left us. The lights are on here. This one turning into Holder. Hits him on the pad. No appeal going up. He was leaving it alone. It went past the man at slip. That's Mulder is at slip. But Holder was leaving it alone. It seemed to hit him high up on the pad. There was no run. Markram just one delivery left in his fourth over, none for 5. This would be the end of the 60th over of the innings. As he looks up, sees that Holder is ready, gives it some air, and he's driving it straight back along the pitch to Markram, who doesn't feel it cleanly. It came off his hand, went into the stumps, and then just went off on the offside. The end of the over. So at the end of it, Holder is yet to get off the mark. Hodge is on 4. And the West Indies, they still trail by 232 runs. They're 125 for 4.
Yeah, not much happening out there for the West Indies at this point in time. The runs have dried up quite a lot since Carty's dismissal. And they're now 125 for 4. 52 runs in the last around 56, 57 deliveries. So South Africa really have put the boilers down on the West Indies. 3 for 42 for Mirage in his 24 overs. How well has he bowled?
Well, he's going to continue here. And he's going to be bowling to the right-handed Kavim Hodge, who fresh from pretty good series against England. He got his maiden test century. So you would think he has some confidence, even though the batting wasn't all that great against England. He was one who you had to say that didn't do that badly. Got 100, he got I think a 40 as well. And this one he's turning on the leg side, but it goes straight to Saucy. And there is no run. Score remains 125 for 4. As 6 men on the offside, 3 on the on. As Maharaj is into Hodge, and Hodge is driving, but straight back to the bowler. And no run.
That was the arm ball there. That
Yep.
one just angling back into Hodge a bit quicker as well. That one 80 kilometers an hour. Mirage has been in and around that 70 to 75 for the past few deliveries.
Mirage into him again. This time more middle and leg. And again, a delivery had some turn in it, but Hodge was long forward and was trying to smother whatever spin there would have been. Mirage operating from around the wicket to the right-handers. He was over the wicket to the left-handed Athanaze. And this time Hodge backs away and hits it into the cover region. But I think that's Stubbs in the way at that cover position. Had to move swiftly to his left to do the fielding. And he did it very well indeed. And Hodge couldn't pace that offside field. And yet again, no run. Last delivery of his 25th over. And Hodge long forward. So the runs have in fact really dried up. It's the end of over number 61. It's 125 for 4. Holder still to get off the mark from 12 deliveries. Hodge is on 4. He's faced something like 27 deliveries. And the West Indies, they're 125 for 4.
You've got to think that the West Indies just seem like they want to just survive the day, just get out up today without losing any more wickets. But with the pressure that's being built here, it's not going to be easy. They've played themselves into a bit of a zone here that they can't seem to find a run. And 12 maidens in 25 overs. I don't think, I know it's Test cricket, but I don't think that's acceptable when the wicket is as good as it is. There's still it's turning a bit, but I still think that there's been a lot of mind games that the West Indies have lost there.
Well, Markram starts his 5th over. 4 overs, none for 5, and the first delivery Holder covers up. As not giving it much air is Markram. I would have thought he may have looked. He's got a long on in position, so I would have thought he might have gone up in there, tossed it up, and see if Holder will take him on. But he's bowling pretty flat at the moment and trying to get a little bit of turn. And the next delivery, Holder goes on the front foot, pushes it back up along the track to Markram. As he, at the top of his mark, looks up, sees that Holder is ready. As he is into Holder, and Holder's going to get a single, so he's going to get off the mark finally with the 15th delivery he's faced. As this was given some air by Markram, but the line was not so great. It was more on the legs, on his pads, and he was just coming on the front foot and hit it solidly down to long on. And they were able to pick up a very comfortable single. So he's off the mark. It's 126 for 4. brings Hodge back into strike. And interestingly, Markram is coming around the wicket for Hodge.
Yeah, I think this is a good ploy. There's a deep square leg and a long on.
And the Hodge, long forward, just pushing it out in front of him. And there's no run. So when you look at this session, 12 overs have been bowled, or 12.2, and only 12 runs have been scored. Here's Hodge pulling this delivery, and is it going to go into the boundary? It certainly will. That's he's loosened some of the shackles. It was a little bit short, but he got into position quickly, and he pulled it. There is a man at the deep square leg position, but he's forward a square, and Hodge hit it backward of square and into the boundary for 4. So some of the shackles have been eased, one would say, with that boundary, and it should give Hodge some confidence. He goes to 8. 130 for 4. Markram again, and Hodge back into defence. Covers up, pushes it back up along the track. The man at silly mid-on does the fielding, and there is no run. The end of the over, 5 runs coming from it, and you have to say in the context of it, a big over for the West Indies, but 130 for 4 as West Indies still trail by 227 runs.
Yeah, it still looks pretty mountainous for the West Indies. Is that lead that South Africa have got batting to come. There's still Joshua De Silva, Kemar Roach and Moti as well have a bit of batting in them. Not, Warrican and Seals, you got to see that's 10 and 11 there. But I think a lot of the runs are going to have to come from these two out there and Joshua De Silva. And it's a good opportunity for the likes of Hodge to show that, that 100 in England was not a fluke and that he's good enough and he's ready for this level of cricket. And then there's also Jason Holder, he's not had a Test 100 for the West Indies in a while.
Yeah, well, he would be looking to, firstly, maybe just bat out the day, both of these two, if they can pick up whatever runs they can in the next maybe 10 minutes, or I'm not sure if it's about 3 or 4 overs left in the day's play. If they can pick up another 10, 12 runs, but more importantly, remain at the crease. As Maharaj starts his new over, and the first delivery, Holder goes long forward and smothers the spin, and the ball just trickles out towards silly point. More of an attacking field now as Maharaj is into Holder, and Holder is on the front foot, pushing it out towards De Zorzi, who is at mid-on. So there's a slip and a leg slip now in place for Maharaj and that man at silly point. So 3 men around the bat in catching positions. As this one is forward, beats him outside the line of the off stump. Well, that must have shaved the off stump. Bavuma holds his hands on his head. Also first slip in Markram, because they must be wondering how did that not hit the off stump. Pitched, whoa. Well, that went straight over the stumps, didn't it? Well, let's have a look at that replay. Yeah, it passed between bat and pad, made some height, and that is what in the end saved Holder. It went over the top of the stumps.
Holder would consider himself lucky out there still.
Well, he's going to get a single because he's driving this ball out to the long off position. Rabada is there, and they pick up an easy single. He's about halfway to the boundary, or maybe, just a little more than half. So it gave the batsman enough time to go through for the single. So one more to the total, 131 now for 4. Holder is on 2. This one, give him some air, and Hodge drives, but can't beat Stubbs at cover. Should have found the gap. Give him a generous amount of air. That one from Maharaj. And almost tempting Hodge to say, well, hit it if you can. He did, but he couldn't find the gap. Here is Maharaj again, giving it some air again. And he drives, and still he can't beat Stubbs at that deep cover position. As Stubbs was coming to his right, Bavuma was going to his left. Bavuma couldn't cut it off, but Stubbs certainly did as he was diving with a very good stop. Just 1 run coming from the over from Maharaj. 26 overs now, 3 for 43, 131 for 4. Hodge is on 8, but Holder is going to take strike. He's on 2. And I'm just seeing if they may very well decide on, I think Rabada is going to come back into the attack. I think we've just got about, 3 overs left in the day's play. And it makes sense. Get Rabada in. See if he can pick a pepper.
Yeah, the lights are on now at the Queen's Park Oval. The lights beginning to come on. It's getting a bit darker. And it's maybe a good idea for South Africa to get the fast bowlers in. Just 4 overs left in the day's play.
I was about to say that, Liam. So it means Rabada, once they don't go off for light, he's going to get at least 2 overs in. And I think, that's a great ploy. Because Jason Holder has only faced 19 deliveries and 19 deliveries of spin. Now he's got something different to contend with.
Yeah, and it's not just any pacers. Kagiso
right.
Rabada is
Yes.
a daunting figure to look down at when he's running into bowl.
Especially at 5:25. So Holder settles. There are 2 slips for Rabada as he's into Holder. Runs in from that Brian Lara Pavilion end, and the first delivery, Holder coming right across to the off stump. And as that ball was angling into him, he was just playing it nicely out to mid-on. And there is no run. Holder remains on 2. Total 131 for 4. As Rabada makes his way. This may not get in the 4 overs, Liam. We'll have to wait and see. We may just get in maybe 2. And this very well may be Rabada's last over of the day. We'll have to wait and see. Here he is, pounding in to bowl to Holder, and Holder gets in line with a delivery that's just back of a leg, not making a lot of height, but there was, on top of it, was Holder, and pushing it out on the offside, there was no run. 131 for 4.
A lot to think about for the West Indies going into the end of the day's play. Keshav Maharaj, what a spell he had today. Bowled pretty much all day. It's not since he came onto the attack. He replaced Kagiso Rabada in the 12th over and in the 13th over, in fact, and he never stopped bowling.
Here's Rabada into Holder. He turns this one, but can't beat the man at the square leg position. There's no run. You could see Holder, a delivery just back of a length and coming into the right-hander, and he was playing it with the swing as it came into him, and he was trying to work it past the man at, I would say more of a, not even a mid-wicket, more of a forward square leg, as Rabada is into Holder, and this time it comes off the inner part of the bat and goes down to the long leg position, and they're going to go through for a comfortable single. Holder goes to 3. Total now on to 132 for 4.
I think that dismissal, just seeing the replays here, that dismissal of Craig Brathwaite was so disappointing. I mean, you look at how simple it was.
Well, he seemed to get the bat stuck or something. He never was stretching with the bat to ground, didn't he?
I think he was just a bit too lackadaisical about it. I don't think he expected that the mid-on fielder, Rian Mulder, would have hit the stumps as Rabada comes in to bowl to Hodge.
And this one, Hodge is on the front foot, pushing it out to the left of the Zossi at cover. No run. He wasn't thinking of a run. I think he was more concentrating on defense. And carelessness, you would think, more than anything else with Brathwaite.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think once again it was such a risky single as well. He hit the ball with enough power to go straight to the mid-on fielder. Mid-on was a bit short as well, so I didn't see the need for the single at that point in time.
Well, here is a delivery line on the pads, and Hodge is turning it down towards fine leg, and they're going to get an easy single. So one more to the total. That goes up to 132 for 4. Hodge, with that single, goes to 9. And total, as I said, 132. 133 now for 4. So Rabada has just completed 13 overs, none for 28. And Giddy, 11 overs, none for 21. Mulder, 9 overs, none for 25. Markram, he's had 5 overs, none for 10. But the hero so far for South Africa Maharaj, 26 overs, 12 maidens, 3 for 43. And he's going to continue.
He's going to have a nice bat or something later. He's bowled 26 overs on the trot now.
But giving this some air, and Hodge whips it through the onside, runs in it here for him. The Zozzi is giving chase. They've gone for one. They come back for the second. That's all there'll be. You have to think, though, he should have really put that beyond the boundary. Was given some air on the pads. Now they've moved the man from mid-wicket, and they're putting him on the offside. So in front of the bat, on the onside, there's only that mid-on. There's a backward square leg. There's a leg slip. So once he gets that ball played in front of him towards mid-wicket, he's going to get some runs. On the offside, there's a slip, backward point, silly point, a cover, short extra cover, mid-off that's about halfway back. So on the onside, there's just that mid-on, leg slip, and a backward square leg. So there's runs. Once he hits it towards mid-wicket, there is runs. So this next delivery, he's just getting on the front foot, pushing it out in front of him. So Hodge into double figures now. He's on 11, 135 for 4. Got 4 deliveries left in this over. It will be the 27th from Keshav Maharaj. This one Hodge backs away but can't beat Stubbs at the cover position. No run.
I think a lot of the reason we saw that first delivery not being put away by Hodges, they're in that tentative mindset where they're just trying to survive towards the end of the day. You get a bad ball and you can't put it away. We've seen it happen time and time again.
Hodge in double figures. He's on 11. A quicker delivery angled into the right hand, and he's playing it back up along the track to the bowler. There is no run. Score remains on 135 for 4. West Indies still trail by 222 runs. As Maharaj into Hodge. That one keeps a little bit low. He was on the back foot, and in the end you could see him getting onto the back foot, looking maybe to play the ball through the offside, and suddenly it came back into him and didn't make the height he anticipated, and was just pushing it out in front of him. There was no run. Here a delivery, give him some air, and Hodge walks across in line with that delivery as it turned somewhere on the off stump, and he pushes it out on the offside. There is no runs. End of the over from Maharaj. 2 runs coming from it. And the West Indies, 135 for 4. No doubt, Rabada is going to continue. 2 overs left in the day's play. And I would think the umpires, the lights are on here at the Queen's Park Oval. So they're using the lights. It's not overcast, but it's certainly... you can tell it's 25 to 6, or just coming up to past 5:30, because it's a rather, I wouldn't say gloomy, but it's a dull sort of afternoon. And Rabada is going to continue. 2 slips, a point, cover, mid-off, so 5 men on the offside. Then on the onside, there's this short mid-on in a catching position, so much so that the batsman has to go wide of the crease. And there's a mid-wicket that I would say about halfway back to the boundary. He's not in the orthodox run-saving position at mid-wicket. There's a deep square leg, more of a long leg, and there's a man just behind square. As Rabada is into Holder, and Holder hits this one through the offside, runs in it for him. Will it get to the boundary? That's a good stop. They're going to come back for the third? No, and that's not good running. I thought the ball was just overhauled by, let's see, the man there was...
Ryan Rickleton.
Yeah, Rickleton. He gave chase and pulled it back a meter or so from the boundary rope. It was excellent work on his part as he just pulled it back. It took about, I would say, an acre of grass with him. But the important thing, he doesn't care. And he got it back. The Zozzi threw it in. But in the meantime, the batsman only crossed for 2. So
Yeah, I think they could have done a bit better there, Holder and Hodge.
yeah, there was easily 3 runs in that. 137 for 4. And the way things are going, West Indies need every run they can, and they're going to get more runs here. This time it's going to go into the boundary. Not a good delivery from Rabada. It was wide of the off stump, and Holder did well. He just sort of waited in it and then opened the face of the bat. He knows there's no one at third man. and he played it very late. And you could see him angling the bat, trying to get it down to third man. He did successfully, and it's 4 good-looking runs there to Jason Holder. So he probably knows why he didn't want to run 3.
Yeah, maybe he wants. maybe it's a plan between him and Hodge. Hodge says he'll take the spin and let Holder face Rabada. But yeah, a well-timed shot there from Jason Holder. Good thinking as Rabada runs in again.
141 for 4. More runs here for Jason Holder. Rabada is all over the place. This one on the pads, and the Holder works it down to the deep mid-wicket position. Stubbs, who is at the orthodox mid-wicket, had to give chase. And again, the batsman just pick up 2 runs. So 8 runs from the first 3 balls in this over. And Holder, he now goes into double figures. He joins Hodge on 11, and it's 143 now for 4.
Yeah,
West Indies trail by 214.
looks pretty comfortable out there, Jason Holder. He's come in and he's played some shots. As here comes Rabada again.
And this time Holder drives, and he was thinking of the single, but Bavuma runs across to his left to do the fielding, and they decided against going. I thought the single was on, but they decided against going for it. And I suppose Holder, as you rightly said, Liam, he feels comfortable against Rabada, whereas he's going to allow Hodge to take the bowling of Maharaj.
Yeah, just one over to go in day's play. The sun is still around. Not very bright at the moment as Rabada runs in again.
Yes, as he's into Holder, and Holder whips this one off the pads, runs again for him. It's not going to go into the boundary. They're going to just easily come back for the second, as Stubbs had to give chase once again, and they pick up 2 runs. So 10 runs so far in the first 5 deliveries. This has been a good over for the West Indies. 145 for 4.
Yeah, that one was a bit uppish from Holder, but all the way in the gap, he was never really in trouble. And Rabada really has been all over the shop. He's been wide outside the off stump in this over. He's been too straight. And Jason Holder has been able to take advantage of everything at this stage. One delivery to go in the 66th over. Holder seems that his plan is to come on and play his shots.
Well, here's Rabada into Holder, and Holder is pushing this one out. He looks comfortable, doesn't he, as he's playing this one out towards mid-off. The end of the over, pretty expensive over from Rabada. 10 runs coming from it. He's now completed 14 overs, none for 39. And at the end of that over, Holder is 13. He's looking pretty good. Hodge is on 11, and it's 145 for 4.
Yeah, really good over, 10 of it. And yeah, as I said, it looks like Holder's plan is to come out and play his shots. He's not going to let Rabada and Maharaj bug him down for too long. He's going to look to play his shots. So Bavuma having a word with the umpire. Seems like he's not very happy with the ball at this moment, but no change to it. 1 over to go in the day's play. And Keshav Maharaj is going to bowl to Kavem Hodge. 11 of 46 for Hodge. Holder 13 of 29. Score is 145 for 4.
So here's Maharaj with what is the final over of the day's play, and delivery. Give him some air, pitched up on the pads, and you had to think that Hodge should have made better use of that, as he's on driving but hitting it straight to Dezorzi, who is at mid-on, and there is no run. So we see a change in the field. The man at leg slip is being moved out, and where is he going to go? Seems that he's going to go towards a straight, short mid-on. As this delivery is played on the onside, they go through for a single. No, Holder is not interested, because the man Mulder, who was at that short mid-on, ran to his right, covered some good ground, and even though Hodge was looking for the single, Holder said, hey, that's a little bit dicey. The guy is too close to the ball. And good sense prevailed, and Hodge went back to his striking position.
Yeah, just maybe a bit of nerves, knowing that it's the last over of the day. Now we see the silly point going into a forward short leg, and it looks like
Backward point is coming to a silly point. So still a lot of pressure here on Hodge.
yeah, and they're not going to allow him to do that without a helmet, so they call for the helmet for Ryan Rickleton.
Yep. So they've called for the helmet. So we're going to have a little minute or so before someone brings it onto the field for him.
Oh, this is good from Bavuma and Mirage. Is good planning. They're delaying it a bit, just getting Holder and Hodge to lose focus a bit. And they're going to come back out with two fielders under the bat.
Yes, so the helmet has been, Rickleton had to walk all the way down to you would have expected the 12th man to sort of run onto the field with the helmet, but Rickleton had to walk all the way down to get it. So he's going to come back to a silly point. So let's give you the field. There's a slip, a silly point, cover, short extra cover, mid-off. Then on the onside, there's a mid-on, a short mid, one would say a shortish mid-on, a forward short leg, and a man at backward square as Hodge, long forward to a delivery, given not a generous amount of air, but certainly it had that little loop in it, and he was pushing forward to it. And here's more pressure now. Bavuma is coming towards a gully. He's actually asking Mulder to go to the gully, and he's gone to that short mid-on. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men around the bat. As Mirage, he takes the outside edge, and it drops just in front of Markram. Now, the second slip went into for that. It was a delivery a little quicker, had a little bit more bounce, but it still didn't carry through to first slip. I thought Hodge just tried to keep it down, and it went just maybe in front of Mulder. He tried to pick it up and was not unsuccessful.
They're just playing it with soft hands and playing it to ground. Good batting from Callum Hodge as Mirage runs in for the fifth.
2 deliveries left in the over, and he turns this one backward of square. Rabada is there. No run scored. So it's been a good over from Maharaj. Let's see, are they going to bring in... Well, Bavuma is now going towards a leg gully. So this is real pressure on Hodge for this final delivery. There is that 2 slips. Silly point, forward short leg, leg slip. Here's Maharaj into Hodge. Long forward he goes. Plays this ball into the offside. Umpire Illingworth comes forward. He takes the bails off. It's the end of day number 3 here. It's the stumps on day number 3. 71 overs have been bowled for the day, 71.4 overs, 158 runs have been scored, and we've seen 6 wickets going down. Of those 6 wickets, 4 of them has gone down for the West Indies, and they end the day on 145 for 4. Not a great day for them, because when you think of it, South Africa started the day on 345 for 8. They lost Rabada for 21. They lost Ngidi without scoring. Mulder was left 41 not out, and South Africa were bowled out for 357. Roach 2 for 53. Seals 3 for 67. Holder 1 for 39. And Warrican 4 for 69 were the wicket takers for the West Indies. And West Indies got off to a good start with Craig Brathwaite and Michael Louis. Louis, in fact, got out to the final delivery of the luncheon period. He just was about to go in for lunch, but he went bowled by Maharaj for 35. Craig Brathwaite, he went run out for 35. Karti, LBW Maharaj for 42. Athanaze caught Markram, bowled Maharaj for 3. Hodge has been left 11 not out. He's been a struggle for him because he's faced 52 balls for his 11. Holder is on 13 not out from 29 deliveries. It's 145 for 4. And so far, the wicket taker, the only man picking up wickets for South Africa, Keshav Maharaj, 28 overs, 13 maidens, 45 runs, 3 wickets. No one else has got a wicket. And, of course, 1 man being run out in Craig Brathwaite. So those are the 4 wickets that have fallen. But 357 as opposed to 145 for 4. What can we look forward to tomorrow, Liam?
Well, I think there's some rain on the forecast, so that's the first thing. But I think in from a West Indian perspective, I think Holder and And Hodge out there still, they've done the hard work. They've gotten to the end of the day. They need to buckle down tomorrow and think about getting West Indies anything past that 357. They've still got Joshua Da Silva, who's been in good nick after coming back from England. But it's important for Holder and Hodge to bat as long as possible and pile on the runs for the West Indies tomorrow. That partnership is going to be the most important one for the West Indies tomorrow.
Yes, it will be, but still a lot to play for. As Liam said, there is a forecast of some rain tomorrow, which will be a shame because I think it's heading it to be a pretty decent test match in the end. Yes, we've lost a lot of play so far to rain, but this game it's still open. But you have to say South Africa at the moment, they're in the driver's seat. That man, Keshav Maharaj, 3 for 45. He holds the key. You would expect Rabada and company in terms of Ngidi, etc., to pick up a wicket or two as the game goes on in the first innings. But I think Maharaj is going to be the key. If South Africa are to win this game, he's got to do the bulk of the bowling. He's got to pick up the bulk of the wickets. And then it's going to be interesting. If they get West Indies out, say, by lunchtime, they may have to score some quick runs, send West Indies back into bat, and, well, give them a target, so to speak, and see what happens on day 5. Let's hope that the forecasters haven't really got it right, and that we may not have all that much rain over the weekend because it's turning out to be a pretty interesting game. So that's the situation from us here at the Queen's Park Oval. This has been a production of 360 Radio, and on behalf of all of us here at the Queen's Park Oval, we do hope Mr. Vinud Mamchan, Mr. Liam Mamchan, Kadir Mohammed, our producer Dylan Sharma, what a name. And of course, I'm Colin Murray, wishing you all the best and hoping you've enjoyed the commentary. Tune in to us tomorrow. Play starts again at 9:30, and we are going to be right here, trusted, to bring you every ball. And let's hope that this test match turns out to be an exciting one. So until tomorrow, it's goodbye from all of us.
You've just heard commentaries of the West Indies South Africa series, a production of 360 Radio. Join us again for more on the 360 Radio Network.